Can you all remain standing for a moment of silent prayer and meditation? Thank you. You may all be seated. We'll check quorum. Check the quorum. There's no quorum. Okay. Sacheka in Sacheka go platform. Check quickly. Go ahead. Okay. Good morning, colleagues. We're checking a quorum because there are many colleagues that have joined virtually. So we needed to check. We can't start the meeting. But because Honorable Mugwebo is here, then we can start with our meeting. Let me take this opportunity to welcome our Honorable Premier, members of the Executive Council, leaders of political parties, members of the Provincial Legislature, the Chief Whip and the Deputy Chief Whip, senior officials, in particular from the Office of the Premier, our guests, the media, thank you very much for your attendance. Thank you. We have received the following apologies. Honorable Makhubela, who has a bereavement in the family. Honorable Dlamini, who is currently out of the province to attend political party matters. Honorable Alberts, who has an interview at the USA Embassy. Honorable Bosch, no reason given. Honorable Nseche, no reason given. Honorable Maslela, writing exams. Honorable Maile will be writing exams tomorrow. Honorable Badenhorst, also writing exams. Those are the only apologies that we have received. I wish to take this opportunity to, on behalf of the Gauteng Legislature and myself, pass a condolences to Honorable Makhubela and family for the loss of their brother. But I also wish to extend our congratulations or messages, especially for all our honorable members who are writing their exams. I know that this is a difficult period. Many of you are writing exams, others will be writing in the near future, and we wish you all the best. Yeah, we must all pass. Thank you very much. Let me also take, there's no pass one, pass all. Let me also, on behalf of the Mpisi and the Mufokeng family, thank all honorable members and the staff for your kind contribution in terms of ensuring that we receive a well send-off to Honorable Mpisi. I know that many of you work behind the scenes and some of you were in the forefront. Others sent messages. The family has actually asked me to thank all of you, the Office of the Premier, as well as the staff at the GPL. I think you deserve the praise. You know, you can't actually praise the fish from swimming, but with this one, I think we need to do that. My other announcement, we have been requested by IC or no security to indicate that all members who have not received their access cards to contact either Mr. Kere or Mr. Fanti so that you can receive your access cards. Let me also congratulate the new DG in the Office of the Premier, Mr. Musuwe. We wish you all the best in your new responsibility. And I just hope that we'll be able, Premier, through you, to respond positively to the issues of our people when we have these high-ranking officials. Thank you very much. In terms of announcements, I was informed that Honorable Masoleng will make an announcement. I'm not sure whether Honorable Masoleng, have you joined online? Honorable Masoleng, she has not joined. Any other member who wants to make an announcement? There is none. Thank you very much. We don't have a motion without notice in terms of Rule 120. MEC statements in terms of Rule 79 sub 1, there is none. Member statement in terms of Rule 81 subsection 1. Honorable Ramulifo.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable members, learners of Relebohile Secondary School have been sitting at home since February due to a sinkhole that emerged at the school. From the 9th of February to date, learners have not been attending school, increasing the likelihood that these children will be trapped in a cycle of poverty and inequality. After months of the Gauteng Department of Education's inaction, the DA approached South African Human Rights Commission to investigate. We conducted a joint oversight inspection with South African Human Rights Commission and the department on the 3rd of May. As a result, the department committed to complete the alternative accommodation by Tuesday following week, the 9th of May. However, to date, the grades 8 to 11 are still sitting at home. This is a clear indication that this department lacks sound leadership and political will. Since the MEC Matume Shilwana's appointment, this department has failed to execute its core mandate. He has shown a lack of understanding and implementation of his duties. This means that Premier Panyaza Lesufi, you have left a huge gap to fill. I thought the MEC would have visited the school since the sinkhole appeared, but it has never happened. The DA is concerned about learners sitting at home losing out on contact lessons, yet in the end they must compete with our learners, other learners from other schools when writing examinations. In June, it will be 4 months without schooling for these learners. This shows that MEC Shilwan does not care about the future of these learners. We have been informed that some parents have moved their children to other provinces, and we are not sure whether they are continuing with school or have dropped out of the system. We demand that the department deliver mobile classrooms so all learners can return to school. We called on Premier Lesufi to intervene urgently and ensure that schooling resumes. This situation cannot continue as it deprives our learners of access to education. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Du Plessis.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Gauteng has become a haven of corruption as officials continue to loot the public purse at the expense of service delivery with no consequence management in place to ensure that they are held accountable. G-Fleet is one such entity that has fallen prey to corruption. While action has now been taken, it is very concerning that the former Deputy Director of G-Fleet, Henrietta Kanyile, and Sibusiso Mthembu only appeared in court this year, despite allegations of fraud of 16 million rand taking place in 2016. A case against the two suspects was only opened in February 2023, despite the Gauteng Department of Roads and Transport being aware of this corruption incidents that occurred several years ago. If this department was serious about rooting out corruption, Kanyile should not have been allowed to resign before being held accountable. If this department was... Her resignation was a way to escape from accounting for the millions of rands stolen from G-Fleet that were meant for service delivery. Kanyile and Mthembu have appeared in court and their matter has been postponed. Delayed action in dealing with this case only adds to the existing understaffing issues at the G-Fleet Cape Town branch. This is one of many cases where corrupt government officials are allowed to resign before facing the internal disciplinary processes and the might of the law. Corruption is the #1 enemy of service delivery, and we will never allow corrupt officials to escape accountability. I thank you.
Our relations with me.
Those were the only 2 requests for member statement. In terms of Rule 121, any member who wants to give a notice of a motion? There is none.
Speaker,
Who's there?
it's Member Makene.
Oh, Honorable
email-
Makgene.
Yes,
Honorable Makgene,
Speaker.
what we received from you was a request for an announcement.
No, it was Masoleng for announcement, Speaker. It was Member Masoleng. When you opened earlier for announcement, you asked whether Member
Honorable
Masoleng
Makgene,
is-
Honorable Makgene, please. Can I therefore request that we refer your member statement for Thursday? Because we have long passed the member statement.
But Speaker, what do you mean when you say we have long passed? The 2 latter speakers just delivered
Honorable
their
Makgene,
statement.
I was on motion in terms of Rule 121 member statement. I've long passed that section. You should have indicated, as I was saying, those were the only 2 member statement, and you did not
But Madam,
respond.
but Speaker,
No,
you
Honorable
just said
Honorable
that
Makgene,
now.
please. Honorable Makgene, you will make your member statement on Thursday. Thank you. Let's start with the first question, first item, the first question by Honorable Msimang to our Honorable Premier.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Good morning, colleagues, and to the people of Gauteng. To the Honourable Premier, with regards to the various commitments made by the Gauteng provincial government as it pertains to job creation, specifically targeting young people in the province, and outlining in the, as outlined in the Gauteng, Growing Gauteng Together 2030, could the Premier please indicate the following? Whether 80% of the existing expanded public works program opportunities in the province are allocated to young people in the province, whether 60% of the jobs of new infrastructure employment opportunities in the province are allocated to young people in the province, and how many young people have been assisted to access pathways to employment through the TSEPO 1 million program over the last 5 years. And also, of these young people, how many have been placed in formal jobs? And lastly, how many new jobs have been created for the youth in Gauteng between January 2019 and 2023 through the government and the business collaboration? Thank you very much.
Honorable Premier.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. And let me thank Member Msimang and also thank him for leading his team to come and comfort us at the funeral of Comrade John Peace. We truly appreciate your support, Member Msimang, and the delegation that came. Madam Speaker, in terms of question 1, whether 80% of existing EPWP opportunities in the province are allocated to young people,
I would like
the
that
answer
to
is yes.
We are protected, Premier.
The answer is yes. Work opportunities created for young people under the expanded public works program is 40,424, which translates to almost 53%. Whether 60% of the jobs on new infrastructure in the province are allocated to young people, the answer again here is yes.
Hi, Mr. Spisana.
The infrastructure jobs created in the
Thank you, sir.
province.
How is Mr. Spisana doing?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm in the office. If you are on this.
Okay.
Babu Skhosana,
Sure.
Secretary, please. Secretary, we know that you are in the office. Please don't disturb our meeting, please.
I was saying in terms of your second question, Member Msimang, on whether 60% of the jobs of the new infrastructure are allocated to young people, the answer is yes. The infrastructure jobs created thus far is 12,966, which translates to almost 50% of the targets you have given us when we are on the middle of our political term. In terms of question 3 on how many young people have been assisted to access pathways to employment, the answer is 881,084 young people have been assisted to access pathways to any. 881,000 is almost closer to 1 million, which is the target that we set ourselves. Question 4 of these young people, how many have been placed in formal jobs? 118,420 young people have been linked to various jobs in our province. And in terms of your last question on how many new jobs have been created, through the partnership that we have with other government departments, 55,498 were placed into new jobs, 53,122 were placed in the private sector, and 9,800 were placed themselves into new jobs as part of the skills they've acquired to open their new businesses. And these figures are backed up by our report and the details, and I'll hand over so that you can see that we didn't thumbsuck these numbers. We can give them to you. Thank you so much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Honourable Msimang.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Honourable Premier, I specifically asked for percentages. As you mentioned your own percentages, you said you reach 80%, and you say you've reached your target, and you say 53%. You are the MEC for education. I would expect you to do better with numbers. That's number one. Number two, you mentioned that you have figures that are able to be backed, but if you look at what State South Africa is saying in terms of employment in Gauteng, especially amongst young people, it has regressed. Gauteng has regressed amongst the worst in South Africa across. Now, I've said this before, and at the danger of sounding like a broken record, the Premier, we cannot just allocate numbers without following in terms of the impact that those numbers are having, expenditure without following what we are actually then achieving on the ground. And I think this is something that I'm asking you to take heed of, that more and more young people are saying that we are drowning. In fact, Gauteng now has every other person that is young being unemployed. And this is something that cannot continue to happen. But very lastly, in all the last numbers that you mentioned, you didn't mention how many have been absorbed in government departments, when government departments themselves are sitting with major vacancies. Food for thought. Thank you very much.
Honourable Premier, any response?
Thank you so much, Member Msimang. Reality is we can create an environment that is conducive for job creation. And I don't think that you can fault this government for that. We've created the environment that is conducive. But we are also confronted by two things that we can't avoid. And you know very well that those two things are and remain beyond the reach of provincial government. It's the reality of load shedding, that it has created serious problems. And the second one is the reality of COVID, that it has disrupted our economy in our province. And therefore, if we are going to give you targets or figures and ignore those two important activities that have taken place in our province, it will be disingenuous. And I've said in each and every question, and I'll repeat, in terms of question 1, I said it's 53% against the target, which simply means even though we are still halfway of our political term, we've reached 53%. In terms of question 2, we said it's 50% against the target. So we've responded in terms of the percentages that we have requested that you have. But we have taken a dynamic view now, and I thought, let me leave it so that if you are a genuine person, you'll accept that we have taken a view that in the absence of opportunities being created, we will create those opportunities on our own. And you are quite aware, last month alone, we recruited and appointed 6,000 young people to protect all of us in Gauteng. We also made an announcement that we are going to recruit 6,000 young people to be trained as solar technicians so that we can put solar panels in government buildings and where we feel that solar panels are needed. That's 6,000. We've also announced and recruited 6,000 people to clean our townships, informal settlement and hostels. We are on record to recruit an additional 6,000 to ensure that the 6,000 will fix the potholes and ensure that traffic flows in our province. We are also in the process of getting 6,000 people that will go house to house to ensure that those that need support from government, we can be in a position to authenticate them and be sure that they indeed need support from government. We are also on the verge of releasing almost 6,000 stands to young people, and those stands are fully serviced with water, electricity, sewer, and tire. People can go and build their houses on their own. We are also on the verge of asking the Department of Health to give us the number of young people that we can train as nurses so that we don't depend on people. So every month until the month of July, we'll be recruiting 6,000 young people so that they can service our people and recruit their things. That's the type of service that we want to do to ensure young people have opportunities. We don't want to give handouts. We want to give people jobs. But we can only create an environment that is conducive for jobs if the community or the private sector is not willing to come on board and create these jobs. In terms of, and I'm glad that you are raising this issue and the DG is here, in terms of departments that have vacancies, have not filled those vacancies, I've asked each and every MEC, they're here, I've asked each and every MEC, give me the funded post in each and every department. And I want to assure you, I've received that information. It's only 2 or 3 MECs that have not given me. Only 7 MECs have given me those funded posts. And part of the performance contract of the new DG is to fill all those funded posts by the end of August this year. So that we can't say there's unemployment when we've got funded posts that we can't fill as government, especially when they are funded. If they are not funded, it's a different thing. So the 7 MECs that have given me their list, by August, all those posts will be filled, MEC Msimang. So what you have asked me, we have already actioned it. And I've already have it, and I'll share that information. Each and every department, how many funded posts are there and vacant. And by end of August, I can assure you, those particular posts will be serviced. But the responsibility to create jobs in our province lies with all of us. We have to ensure that both the private sector, public sector, as well as small business sector is given an opportunity to create jobs. And our investment in the Township Economic Development Act and the funding that we are giving to township businesses and the new jobs that have been created in our townships will add to all the issues that we are raising. But we'll create jobs. We'll not run away from them. Because we don't want to create handouts. We want to create quality jobs for our people so that our people can stand on their own and benefit out of the work of this government. Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Truly appreciate it.
Thank you. The next question,
Speaker.
Honorable
Speaker.
Msimanga, to the Premier.
Speaker. Speaker.
Who's calling me?
It's Member Makhene. Can members please be admitted to the meeting that are trying to connect virtually? They've been waiting in the lobby.
Okay, we'll deal with that. Honorable Msimanga, can we accept those that are in the lobby?
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. To Premier Lesufi, the Gauteng Provincial Government's strategic plan, Growing Gauteng Together 2030, places emphasis on driving inclusive economic growth and meaningful economic opportunities for all. By focusing on providing financial and non-financial support to SMMEs, cooperatives, etc., for the benefit of targets groups such as the unemployed youth, could the Premier please indicate the following? How many township-based SMMEs in the province has been provided with financial support over the last 5 years? 2, how many cooperatives in the province have been provided with financial support over the last 5 years? 3, how many youth entrepreneurs have been supported through the Township Economic Revitalization Program, 9 ECASI labs between 2019 and January 2023? 4, how many of new ECASI labs have been created over the last 5 years, and what has been the financial, or in the last 5 financial years? And 5, which of the existing ECASI labs have had A, the services expanded, B, what are those services that have been expanded? Thank you very much.
Honourable Premier.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Thank you so much, Member Msima. I'm not sure you are scared to ask MEC Motara these questions, or is because you feel that you should ask me. But I don't mind, Member Msima. And I also think that you know the caliber and the nature of questions that should be oral and the caliber and nature of questions that should be written. But let's give it a try. You have asked, let me respond, Member Msima. In terms of question 1, how many township-based SMMEs do we have in the province? We've got 665 SMMEs, and they are supported through GEP, through loans in the last 5 years. And this figure is inclusive of normal loans granted through the budget allocation received from this government. It must also be noted that GEP did not track the numbers at township level. However, since the inception and rollout of the Township Economic Development Framework in the previous financial year, a total of 174 businesses in the townships were tracked. In terms of GGDA, the total number of township-based companies that have received financial support in the last 5 financial years are at 201 to date, and this number is being collaborated with other figures that we are trying to get from this kind of businesses. In terms of question 2, of how many cooperatives exist in the province, GEP has supported a total of 204 cooperatives through the Cooperative Assistance Program in the last 5 years. This is a grant program which includes purchase of stock and equipment of qualifying cooperatives. This is a global amount per intervention and has not been tracked to the level of townships, but the team is working on this ever since we received your question. In terms of question 3 of how many youth entrepreneurs have been supported through the Township Economic Revitalization Program, or 9 ECASI programs, as you have asked, between 2019 and 2023, the total number is 838 youth entrepreneurs that have been supported through the incubation program that is supported by the Township Economic Revitalization Program within the established 10 ECASI labs between January 2019 and January 2023. You ask us how many of these new ECASI labs have been created over the last financial year. The response is as follows: ECASI labs Tsakani, ECASI lab Sharpeville, ECASI lab Dani van Zyl, ECASI lab Diepsloot, ECASI lab Diepsloot. These are the ECASI labs that we have created, and they've got the physical addresses. I don't want to go through the physical addresses. In case you want to visit, the physical addresses are here. You'll get them from the answers. In terms of question 5, which of the existing ECASI labs had their services expanded, and what are those services? The Mamelodi ECASI lab services have been expanded beyond incubation services to include a low volume of manufacturing facility as well. This was implemented as part of providing value-added services to the cosmetic manufacturing companies and they've established a relationship with the cosmetic manufacturing companies, and majority of the cosmetic manufacturing companies are utilizing their services for their cosmetics. Who knows? Maybe if the roll-on that we used this morning come from this ecosystem. Thank you so much, Senator.
Honorable Msimang, any supplementary question?
Yes,
Or
ma'am.
short
Thank you very
remark?
much. Honorable Premier, you started off by telling us that one of your key passions is to make sure that we're able to drive the township economy. I would have used this as one of those tracking mechanisms to see the impact that I'm having in the township economy by looking at what I'm investing, what am I getting out. And when you start saying to me that you don't know, you haven't been tracking this, it becomes then a problem for me. Because then it says that you're saying one thing, but then you're not able to then check the implementation or the impact that is being derived from the programs that you are putting on the ground. The other issue, I would love to have those addresses so that we're able to then play an oversight in terms of what is happening. And the first thing is you asked me whether this question should be pointed somewhere else. No, they're coming directly to you, because we want to ask a question later on about how all these programs and Harambee that is now we were told that there's been an amicable departure. All of these things, play into each other and how they actually then connect. And this is something that has been in the office of the Premier. That's why these questions are coming to you. Thank you very much.
Honorable Premier.
Thank you so much, Member Ramlif. Member Ramlif, I'm saying, it shows that I miss my dear brother. Member Msimang, let's make this practical example. Of the new malls that have been opened in all our major townships, there's no single township now that does not have a new mall. Of the new malls that have been built in our townships, and there are many offices and many shops that are manned and owned by township people on their own, and we indicate that we can't track those numbers. Now that we've asked us, we'll also bring those numbers to you, because they've benefited out of the environment that we've created for those malls to be built in the townships. That's the part that you want to push to you, to understand. It does not mean that because we have not created them directly, that those kind of opportunities are not there. Go to each and every township, from Tembisa, Deep Slough, Orange Farm. This government that you are proud to lead have managed to create an environment for those malls to be built. Go to every township today, the number of new petrol stations that have been built in those townships. They've never been built in any era except the era of this democratic government. Go to every township and check the number of retail stores that have been built. From your Roots, your Boxer, all these particular shops that have been created. It's because of our desire to ensure that township businesses prosper and they get the necessary support. And we will collate that information and give it to you. But it can't be that because those are directly linked to a certain investment of the private sector through government approvals, it means there's nothing that is happening at that level. So I want to dispute that element. There is. And there are lots of people now that are getting opportunities because this government have taken a decision to bring these malls or this investment closer to our people. But in terms of bringing the question, I've never complained that you must not bring questions to. We appreciate that. I mean, you can ask us whatever. But there is a relevant department that can give you a relevant answer immediately rather than wait, because some of the information I have to ask the department as well. So it's a waste of time when you can ask the department directly rather than go through a certain off-ramp to get the question. But, Member Msimang, whatever you ask, I answer, and on time, and you should appreciate that. Thank you so much, Madam Speaker.
Next question on behalf of Honorable Makwala, Honorable Mkwebo.
Thanks, Speaker. With regard to the Premier recent trip to Finland, which you took, as a knowledge exchange. With this in mind, will the Premier please respond to the following questions? Bear in mind that we are load-shedded in the province, which we are not going to end from stage 6 to stage 12, which your government is not even in particular what's going to happen. But with this in mind, the Premier will please respond to the following questions. One, did the Premier consider the research which was done when you were making your commitments on your maiden State of the Province address earlier this year about the CCTV cameras which rely on electricity or the means which needs mollo or utuki? Now, Premier, the second thing which you must respond to, considering the trip which you took to Finland, take the intervention of the white paper in South Africa which says that for you to implement the crime fighting purposes, you must compare the white paper of South Africa and what the Finnish government does in their national crime prevention program. So elaborate to us as a province, how will you put the two together and make sure that we are a crime-free province, as you stated in your State of the Province address? Thanks.
Honourable Premier.
Thank you so much, new member Makwala. Thank you so much, new member Makwala. And it's quite clear that it's not your question, so it's beyond your comprehension. You don't even understand the gist of the question. But let me try to respond to it. Prior to us delivering the State of the Nation address, we engaged in a comprehensive consultation process, and we went to Finland to check the possibilities of things that we really believe can assist us so that we don't waste time and resources when there is new technology. And we're quite impressed that this arrangement is assisting us. Let me give you one practical example, Member Mukwege. We normally have street lights, and the world has moved from single street lights, where street lights can only give you the light. The new world, the new order, is that the same street light must have the CCTV camera. The same street light must be used to charge new electric vehicles, because we're moving to electric vehicles. The same street light must be utilized to communicate urgent public emergency messages. For example, if there is a certain area, a disaster is about to happen, you can communicate with that area alone through that public address system that is attached to the street light. The same street light can also be used to put CCTVs, and the same street light can be a docking station for drones. This is the kind of the world that we want to bring to Gauteng, so that the investment can be there. But for you to think that CCTVs only functioned with electricity, it's an indication of the Stone Age era that you grew in. They are battery backups, they are solar backups, and there are many other backups that are available. It can't be that you think that on the basis that there's no electricity, you are not using your cell phone. You charge it. And at the time that you need it, you proceed to utilize that thing. So by drawing on these various sources, the Premier was able to develop a new sciences that informed us appropriately, so that all these particular issues and limitations can be clearly articulated through an effective strategy, so that we can address all these things. There is a growing body of academic literature that suggests that technology can be an effective tool in crime fighting in South Africa. We'll take you through, when we debate the budget vote, of where we are now on all those issues that we've raised. So several studies have investigated the use of different technologies, such as CCTV cameras, predictive policing algorithms, and geographic information system that can track and recognize faces that are frequently appearing at crime scenes. There are people that said when we introduced the face recognition, the face recognition CCTVs, and they said, but these people are not in the database of Home Affairs. They are here illegally. But when you have the same face every day where there is a crime scene, at least you know what you are working with and who are you looking for, rather than not having any database that can present evidence in court in case that particular person needs to be deported. For example, a study conducted by the Institute of Security Studies in South Africa found that the installation of CCTV cameras in highly crime areas led to a significant decrease in crime rates. The study found that the cameras reduced crime by almost 30% and that the effect was particularly pronounced in areas with high level of crime statistics. We are not putting cameras where we think we need to put cameras. We've identified the top 10 police stations and analyzed where these criminal acts are taking place. Out of that, that's where we are putting all the cameras. And as I said, when we table our budget vote speech, we'll be in a position to indicate how many cameras we are almost in a process of launching so that we can minimize crime. There must be no inch of Gauteng that cannot be monitored. So any crime that takes place here in Gauteng, when we launched and make these cameras to go live, every inch of Gauteng must be under our microscope. And we should be in a position to give evidence to the police. Where, in a very short period of time, you know the 2 children that died in Soweto, that were kidnapped and killed by a family member. How did we manage to track those people? It was through the CCTVs. We managed to track them within 72 hours. So therefore, the investment on CCTVs, investment in technology, investment in e-security, it's the future. This is the era that we must enter freely, and is the era that must assist us to ensure that we can provide proper evidence to our police. In terms of your question 2, the Gauteng provincial government has always incorporated the existing crime prevention interventions as outlined in the South African White Paper on Safety and Security. Together with the oversight role of the Department of Community Safety and the Provincial Crime Prevention Secretariat, the Gauteng provincial government and its local government law enforcement agencies oversee and monitors level of crime and respond accordingly across the entire Gauteng city region. So we are bringing together all other law enforcement agencies at the municipality level. Those that want to work with us and have the interest of their communities at heart will work with us. We are asking all the municipalities, law enforcement agencies to enroll to be part of our panic button program. Guess which municipalities are not willing to join and partner us? You don't have to get a mark. But we'll leave them. We'll leave them. We'll move with those that want to move with us. Those that don't want to move with us, we'll leave them behind. So that we can connect, so that every South African, when they press a panic button, it must not be a response of the police, it must not be a response of the private sector, it must not be the response of the Gauteng police, it must also be a response of the traffic police in each and every municipality. Because we serve all our communities regardless. But those municipalities that are willing to move with us, will move with them. I'm meeting the mayors tomorrow, all the mayors of Gauteng tomorrow. Guess which mayors have refused to meet with me tomorrow? So it's not surprising. We will move with those that are committed to make Gauteng to work as one and leave those that are not prepared to work with us. We will work with local authorities to fight crime, and we are committed to fight crime. So ask your mayor whether he's coming to meet with me. Ask your mayor. Which mayor, sir? Which mayor come from the...
Honorable Premier, address the House, not individuals.
No, it's there. It's not me.
No, I'm just saying
I enjoy answering, so I want to answer their
stay
question.
focused. Stay focused, Premier.
So the Gauteng Provincial, Member Mukwef, the Gauteng crime prevention strategies require coordination of social crime prevention programs as outlined by the white paper. So I'm not doing anything outside the white paper. And we are committed to incorporate all our local authorities, to incorporate all our private sector. The good thing with the private security industry, all of them, without exception, have endorsed and are meeting them early next week to work together so that the entire part of Gauteng is not left unpoliced. Even if, say, a certain private company is only employed in a suburb, if we call them to assist us in the township, all these private companies have committed that they'll go to the townships and assist us. So policing is no longer for the rich, it's for everyone that needs policing. And that's the new era that we've introduced in this province, and that excites us. Everyone must feel safe in our province, regardless of their financial position. Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Truly appreciate it.
Honorable Mukwebo, any supplementary question or short remark?
Thanks, Speaker. I will do a short remark to say, Premier, when the EFF raises a question, it's not an individual question. We want you to explain to the residents of this province what you are doing on what you committed to our people. So never personalize questions to members who send the question. It's for the caucus. But, Speaker, let me continue with the second question through you.
No, I think you were responding to what the Premier was saying. You said it's a supplementary.
No, I don't want this to respond because he's insulting me.
Okay, can I ask you to sit down? Can I ask you to sit down? Can I ask you to sit down?
No, I don't know where this attitude coming from him, because
Honorable Mukwebo, I said...
when he was a MEC, he didn't insult the members when they raised questions.
Honorable Mukwebo, can I ask you to sit down?
So the power is too much now, I can see.
Honorable Mukwebo, can I ask you to sit down? I asked you whether you want to do a short remark or a question, and you said a short remark. Procedurally, I need to check with the Premier whether he wants to respond to your short remark. Premier?
Fellow fighter, I never thought that you will feel this way. Apologies if you feel this way. Askis, ne? Askis. Askis. Thank you so much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Premier. Next question. On behalf of Honorable Makwala, it's Honorable Mukwebo again.
Thanks, Speaker. The next question is with regard to the solar farm project, which the Premier wants to start in Merafong. But the residents in that area spoke to us because we are on the ground. Whereas I'm from that area of Merafong. That's why this question, when my party leader asked me to raise it on behalf of the caucus, it's so personal to me. So the residents there in Merafong, they are saying we are not consulted, and what this project is going to benefit us as a municipality and the people who are staying in that area. Now, Premier, when you respond to this question, be brief and commit yourself to those residents, because they are listening now and they are ready to hear what you are going to say. The first question is, what economic impact will this project have for the entire Merafong local municipality, and how the local businesses are going to be brought and get involved in these projects? People who have got disabilities in that area. And with this project, will the skills be transferred to the people around that area? 2, who are the 6 IPPs appointed to carry out these solar projects? In your response, please outline, if any, corporate social responsibilities they will be undertaking within the local community and the profile of each IPP. Thanks, Speaker.
Honourable Premier.
Thanks so much, Madam Speaker. Thank you so much, Member Mukwebo, on behalf of Member Makwala. Member Mukwebo, maybe as a courtesy, I've indicated that I'm willing to buy your table as well when you celebrate the 10th day, so that I've got 2 tables now from 2 members that are here. So if you can send the details, you assist. So with regards to the Merafon Solar Farm project, Member Mukwebo, we don't make announcements without consulting the community. We don't. We can show you the video. All these MECs together. We went to Merafon on the 7th of March to announce this project. And there was an overwhelming appreciation by the community that with the mining industry going down, we are replacing the mining industry to create a new energy industry in the West Rand. And this particular solar farm is our direct investment as this government to create 800 megawatts of electricity from that area. So Sibanye Stillwater, together with Far West Rand Water Association, they donated 30,000 hectares to a non-profit community organization called Bukamo Sobaro. So this is an institution that will coordinate all social development or social-related community projects in that area. Together with the Gauteng Infrastructure Financing Agency, we are going to develop 1,500 hectares of that land so that we can create the necessary solar energy that is needed in that area. Once the developers have finalized their developmental plans with off-takers, they will then map the social development plans depending on the size and the type of the solar farm. In addition, the project will be subjected to environmental impact assessment, where a public participation process will also be done. The project has already been incorporated into the IDP of both local municipalities in that area. In terms of question 2, the number of jobs to be created will depend on the project size and the type of this particular project, since we have scoped it in a manner that it must create 800 megawatts as quickly as possible. And part of the evaluation criteria for the developers included a commitment to socio-economic development as part of project implementation. This is included in the long-term lease agreement, and there will be a signing ceremony with the non-profit company that must attract and work together with the community so that we don't have challenges in that community. The independent power producers will also develop project plans specifying energy outputs, the time frames, and socio-economic development plans in that particular area. In terms of your last question, for confidentiality reasons, the names of the 6 developers will only be published and released to the public after the conclusion and the signing of the lease agreements. But the non-profit company has approved the names and those that need to be board members of that institution. And as soon as we conclude the signing ceremony, which is scheduled for the end of May 2023, this information will be made available to you. Thank you so much, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any supplementary questions or short remark?
No, thanks, Speaker. It's a supplementary question because the Premier responded on the issue of people who have been engaged, the stakeholders. We are fine with the information. But you mentioned the issue of wards which are incorporated on the IDP with the municipality. I think you can respond to give us the wards numbers. In terms of occupational health certificate, you can even get involved there. Because in this province, we've got problem where provincial government enters the municipalities and they do their own program or their projects. At the end, there is a fight of who's having political power. That's why even 3 days ago, you were busy speaking in the media in this province about what you want to do with HMPH Stadium, and of which the DA-led municipality is not coming on board there in Tshwane. So provincial government is what we are saying, that you are going to pump money there. At the end of the day, there's going to be a tussle of political power. But then, Merafon, the concern why I'm raising this is the municipality on board in terms of infrastructure, the bulk services which they must provide, because that is a dying municipality. Just better now, they just appointed a new municipal manager. I was a councillor in that municipality. Get involved very much with your own provincial government when you do projects in that municipality. More projects are not being progressive. Speaker, if the Premier can respond directly to what I said, we'll take it further on the dates of turning, soil turning, dates which will go back again with these MECs. It's very important for us to know so that we can participate in this project. Thanks.
Honourable Premier.
Thank you so much, Member Mokwebo. We want to conclude the signing of the 6 independent power producers that we've appointed to create almost 800 megawatts of electricity and put it back to the grid by end of May. And we believe that after signing that, mid-June, we'll be in a position to do a short term. But we must bring it to attention that there have been people that have been mobilized already. And I don't know mobilized by who, but those that have interest on land matters have already started to mobilize people to claim that land and delay this project. We've got new police wardens, so if you want to test us, I want to warn you, Member Mokwebo, if you want to test us, dare try to invade that land. Dare try to invade that land. You will test us. We no longer rely on the police. We've got our own police now. We will move them and deal with this. So the short turning, Member, I said to the team that is leading us on this thing, if we can't have that electricity as soon as possible, we'll rather not have it. Because we can't subject our people to this level of load shedding when we've got capabilities to get this electricity immediately and share it with the grid. So this team is working hard. I'm monitoring it. I said it to the new DG. He must meet with this team literally every week. We are also going publicly in the next 2 weeks. We are calling for anyone that has an energy solution for Gauteng. We now have 1.2 billion that MEC Mamabolo has made available to us. So we're procuring whoever that has any form of energy that can come handy for people of Gauteng. We will go and buy it as Gauteng and put it back into the provincial grid so that we can minimize load shedding in our province. So be assured the short turning will happen. In terms of any other form of energy availability in our province and any form of support that local government can provide or local government needs, we don't have the mandate or the license to distribute electricity. We rely on municipalities. So all the municipalities, except that famous municipality that will not work with us, all the municipalities that are going to work with us, and I must exclude Mid-Valley. The mayor of Mid-Valley is a very cooperative mayor, Solim Simang. Please ask him to... Honorable Solim Simang, Honorable Solim. Please extend my sincere appreciation to the Executive Mayor of Midvaal. This is how government must work. We can compete politically outside government, but where government must supplement each other, government must do that. So we will work with all municipalities that are willing to give us the license approval so that this new electricity we are going to create as provincial government can be distributed through local authorities so that we can defeat load shedding in this particular province. That's our commitment. So any local authority that is willing to work with us, Member Mukwevo, count on our support, and we will give them the necessary support. If they need bulk services grant, if they need any form of skills, we will provide that. And we are going back as MECs to that community of Mirafo. We are going back. We said to them, we are setting up an emergency tents or emergency site so that if there is dolomatic problems there, they don't have to call Johannesburg for ambulances to leave here and go to Mirafo. We've put a permanent emergency site in Mirafo as I'm speaking to you now. We are putting up search and rescue team permanently there so that if something happens there, we can also go there and rescue those particular people. And we are also putting other form of support in terms of clothing, emergency food, in case something happens. So we will go there and report to the people of Marafong, Member Mukwevo Makwala. Thank you so much.
We're now going to deal with questions for oral reply to the executive in terms of Rule 134, starting with Honorable Bloom to MEC for Health.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. With regard to the Daily Maverick article which is attached concerning high-level corruption allegations, will the MEC please indicate the following? 1, what requests for information be made by the Hawks and the SIU in this matter? 2, why have the 3 officials who are named not been suspended and disciplinary charges implemented against them? 3, what accounts for any delays in acting in this manner? 4, why have lifestyle audits not been conducted on the 3 officials named in this report? And 5, what other steps are being taken to ensure that these 3 officials are properly investigated and held to account? Thank you.
Honorable MEC.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The first question, the SIU has requested the Gauteng Department of Health to place its own version on the record against the allegations on the 23rd of February 2023. To date, the department is still awaiting the report from the SIU and the Hawks. Second question, response referred to 1. Third, response to 1. The fourth one, the department has ongoing lifestyle audits on all senior managers. The last one referred to question 1. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable Bloom, any supplementary or short remark?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. I wish to point out that one of the allegations is to the acting head of the Gauteng Health Department. I mean, you surely should be extremely, extremely concerned about it. The amount of alleged bribery is 11 million rand. Now, I mean, this department is plagued with corruption from top to bottom. Here you had a whistleblower who's given evidence to the Hawks. And, you know, I just find this reaction extremely weak. And you'll get around to the lifestyle audits. You know, I've been hearing about lifestyle audits for ages here. When are we actually going to do these? Surely you should have snapped into action immediately, done these lifestyle audits. It's the first thing you could do easily, quite frankly. And now you're waiting for the version of events. Well, what is the version of events? You've got 3 officials, including the acting head of department. What has he got to say for himself? I really think that, you know, with the problems in this department, serious allegations, it should be taken a lot more seriously if you're really serious about cleaning up corruption at the very top of this department. Thank you.
Honorable MEC.
I have done the lifestyle audit to all the officials. I'm going to give you the report. Not a single one has been exempted, including the acting head of department. So I will wait for that report because I've met with the SIU. They are going to give me the report and then I'm going to act. Thank you.
Next question, Honorable Bloom to MEC for Health.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. With regard to the disciplinary action against suspended CFO Lerato Madio and suspended Tembisa Hospital CEO Dr. Ashley Matunzi, will the MEC please indicate the following? 1. What progress has been made in the disciplinary action against them? 2. What have they been charged with? 3. What accounts for any delays in this regard? 4. Why have criminal charges not been laid against them? And 5. What action is being taken to conclude these disciplinary cases as soon as possible? Thank you.
Honorable MEC.
Disciplinary hearing will be held in August. They've confirmed that, 2023. The second question, the CEO of Tembisa is charged with the authorization of purchase orders request of all identified fraudulent transactions from the allegations that happened in that hospital. Whilst at this stage no specific charge from the finding for the CFO, she has, however, factored prominently in the allegations because she was she was doing the approvals on some of those transactions that happened. And it is and as the department, we feel strongly that she has a case to answer. The third one, the investigation is the matter that is conducted through Troika arrangement. The SIU is involved, Office of the Premier, and the Department of Health. So it's the three that are responsible for that. And we have an MOU that was entered into between the SIU, the Office of the Premier, and the Department, which now in fact, everything is in place. There are no delays, because hence they are going to be charged in August. And then the fourth question, at the moment, the SIU has recommended that the matter be referred to the NPA for only the service providers who have false information. Any criminal referral will be informed by established criminal transgressions by the two officials. The last one is the hearing is indicated, as I've indicated from the first question, that the August will be the date for this. Thank you.
Any supplementary questions or a short remark?
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. So we're only getting round to a disciplinary hearing in August this year. I mean, meanwhile, we can't get a permanent CFO because the present one is suspended. We can't get a permanent CEO at Tembisa Hospital because the CEO is suspended. There really is a problem with disciplinary hearings. It's actually of great concern that there's been this delay, and obviously we need to have criminal charges laid against them, but disciplinary action never seems to be speedy in this department. And I've got one specific follow-up question. The resignation of the head of department, Dr. Namondi Nolachungu, how has that affected the disciplinary hearing if she was a witness? Is she still going to be called? Is there a problem with the fact that she is no longer in the department? Thank you.
Honourable MEC.
Resigned because of her health, raising the issues of her health, that she is not well. And I think I indicated to the House that that was the reason, because I even made a statement, because I was worried that people would think that she's linked to the issue of the case, or there are even intimidations towards her side. She has never get any calls or any strange things happen to her because of these cases. But HOD is prepared to come. HOD will come back if the sessions are taking place, and is needed to come and account for some of the things that happened during her era. And I think she's still around the Gauteng because she said she's not going to leave the health sector. So it will be easy for us to get her when we need her to come and account. Thank you.
The next question, Honourable Ntsege to MEC for Social Development.
Thank you, Speaker. With regards to Ekhaya Letemba, which renders the following services based on their poster on arrival at the facility: one-stop center for victims of gender-based violence and a sanctuary to the most vulnerable. They provide the following services: victim empowerment, psychosocial services, medical legal support, and shelter. With this in mind, could the MEC please indicate the following? What is the capacity of the facility in terms of assisting service recipients, and how many can stay over? Which NPO has been contracted by the Gauteng Department of Social Development to provide these services? How many people from the NPO are rendering these services at the facility? Why were there no social workers and victim support workers based at the facility during the months of March and April outside of those from Lifeline and Teddy Bear Clinic? And lastly, why has the department not ensured that the service recipients have access to continued services in this department, in this facility? Thank you, Speaker.
Honourable MEC.
Thank you, Speaker. I will respond to the aspects that relate to our department. As Honourable Member would know that both the Department of Social Development and Community Safety work with this facility. As it pertains to question number 1, what is the capacity of this facility in terms of assisting service recipients and how many stay over? The capacity of the shelter is 100. 100 service recipients stay over until termination of the services upon exit. Question number 2, which NPO has been contracted by the Department of Social Development to provide these services? The response, Itamba Rape and Trauma Support Center. The NPO is responsible for the receipt, assessment and referral services offered to all victims of crime and violence seeking assistance within the one-stop center. Secondly, the Lifeline Ekurhuleni or Ikhaya Lethemba. The NPO is responsible for the provision of temporary accommodation and psychosocial services to women and children who are victims of crime and violence. As it pertains to question number 3, the Department of Social Development is funding the NPOs as followed. For Itamba Rape and Trauma Support, as per the financial year 2022-2023, in line with the SLA, 20 staff members, 1 chief social worker, 2 social workers, 2 social auxiliary workers, and 15 volunteers. As it pertains to Lifeline, East Rand has 14 staff members, 1 chief social worker, 3 social workers, 2 auxiliary social workers, and 8 volunteers. As it pertains to question number 4, why were there no social workers and victim support workers based in the facility during the months of March and April? Social workers and victim support workers were at work for the month of March and April 2023. In March, all employees were at work and no service disruptions were reported for Lifeline East Rand. And for Itamba Rape and Trauma Support, services were taking place at the organization. The only matter reported to the department was non-payment of salaries to staff by the NPO. The department had, however, paid the 4th quarter tranche for the NPO to ensure that salaries are paid for January, February, and March, and therefore the staff should have been paid. As it pertains to April, Lifeline East Rand, all employees were at work and no service disruptions were reported to the department. As it pertains to Itamba Rape and Trauma Support, staff were working on rotational basis. Services were, however, taking place. Staff reported that their salaries for April were not paid. The NPO has not yet signed an SLA with the department for the current financial year, which is 2023-2024, due to the unavailability of board members to attend a panel meeting which will discuss the future funding is discussed with the board members. As it pertains to the last question, why was the department not ensured that service recipients have access to continued services in the facility? The Department of Social Development invited Itamba Rape and Support to a panel meeting scheduled for the 7th of November 2022 to discuss funding for the financial year 2023-2024 and address the recurring issues of non-payment of staff, ensuring uninterrupted services. Only 2 representatives from the NPO attended the meeting. However, some of the key board members were absent. The meeting could therefore not proceed. The NPO was subsequently invited to another panel meeting scheduled for February on the 6th, 2023. Unfortunately, the meeting also could not proceed due to the unavailability of the board treasurer. So consequently, the meeting was rescheduled for February the 14th, 2023, but the treasurer was still not available. The NPO expressed their intention to provide suitable dates for the department once the treasurer is available. However, to date, no feedback has been received from the NPO. In response, the Department of Social Development has prepared a report recording the matter to be discussed with the task team on May the 17th, 2023, where a discussion regarding the partnership with the NPO will be made. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Any short question or a supplementary question, Honorable Ntsakhe?
Yes, please, Speaker. I've got a supplementary remark. I want to say to the MEC, thanks for your response, but I think I've highlighted the concerns that I've had around the weakness of monitoring and evaluation, because if you have had GBV and you go to Ikhaya Letemba and your intake assessment is being done by the security guards, because the NPO that has social workers and social auxiliary workers is not there to do intake assessments. It's secondary trauma to those who've suffered from GBV. So I want to say to the MEC, the fact that they didn't even realize that for 2 months there was 18 staff members from this NPO not working because of poor salary payments shows that there's poor monitoring and evaluation in the department. Secondly, I want to say to the MEC, I've been listening to you attentively. I'm concerned that this particular NPO rendering such a crucial service, if the government is serious about fighting GBV, you cannot wait from May, February, November, then February, and now we are in May and nothing has happened. It means to this day, people who are going there are still being assessed by security, rape kits, assessment, referrals, psychosocial services. Who's providing them from November until May now? If there has the issue with the NPO that should be rendering this crucial service is still not available. Thank you so much, Speaker.
Honorable MEC.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think it's just rather unfortunate that one is brought to deal with gossip. I mean, for a lack of a better word, truly. It's unthinkable that a security guard would have to deal with patients. And I'm not sure why the member would want to bring this to the House and even have the confidence to say and utter such. There is a doctor, there are social workers. We have indicated that there were issues with regards to funding, which is why the department has continuously invited the board to come through. But we have ensured that there is no interruption to services so that the individuals who require the services can be given that. But we note her comments and gossip session that she's just had. Thank you.
Thank you, MEC. The next question, Honorable Ndlovu to MEC for Sports, Arts, Culture and Recreation.
Thank you very much, Speaker. The Gauteng government made a commitment to work with football fraternity in establishing a museum of football in South Africa, as well as reviving the School of Excellence so that more football talent can be developed in the province. Could the MEC please give a detailed progress in this regard? Thank you.
Honorable MEC.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thanks to the honourable member. The Gauteng Department of Sports, Arts, Culture and Recreation in Gauteng has requested Infrastructure Financing Agency to conduct financial feasibility investigations, inclusive of possible financing models for the soccer museum. To date, a service request letter to GIFA and forms have been submitted, and there's 2 annexures to that effect. There was a presentation to the GIFA Board of Directors, which was scheduled for the 19th of May 2023. However, due to competing priorities, the department could not do the presentation. So post this presentation, GIFA should be able to inform the department if they're onboarding the project, outline specific roles and responsibilities, and provide timelines for each activity to be completed. Internally, the Heritage Unit is conducting research on the history of soccer, which is expected to output availability and type content for the Soccer Museum, which influences the size, the location, and the type of building the Soccer Museum will be accommodated in. The research is planned to be completed in the current financial year. So the project is therefore currently with GIFA. The department is constantly following up on the progress. Regarding the School of Excellence, the department is in the process of coordinating a consultative session with the Department of Education and the School of Excellence, as well as SAFA Gauteng, to develop a final plan of action for implementation. The School of Excellence should be up and running before the end of the financial year. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable Ndlovu, any short remark or supplementary question?
We are comfortable. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable Shabalala.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I would like to make a brief comment in relation to MEC's response. Just want to say, as the DA, we support the initiative to revive the School of Excellence. But we need to, and if we do it right, we can have a School of Excellence in each corridor in the province. But I don't think we need a consultative process between the Department of Education and the Department of Sports. What we need is to get the basics right, is to ensure that we get the Wednesday School League up and running, to ensure that once we establish the School of Excellence, this will serve as a feeder and conveyor belt to the School of Excellence. And also ensure that we build sporting facilities to ensure that those who have talent will level the playing field to ensure that a kid in Everton will have an access to this school as much as a child in Vanderbijl Park. And also I think the department and the Gauteng provincial government must lose this mentality, this apartheid mentality, to think that the kids from the township are only good for playing soccer. When are we investing in cricket facilities? When are we investing in rugby facilities? And also, Honorable MEC, I don't think we need the Gauteng Monate December, which is a popularity crusade of Honorable Premier Panyaza Lesufi. Take that money, redirect it to the grassroots development of sports. Thank you.
Honorable MEC.
Okay. Thank you very much, Honorable Chabalala. Well, you asked a question here. I'm sure you'll be able to respond to it. You heard it. But Speaker, you know, the aspects of his comments that I agree with, the feeder system that he's making reference to, but the only problem is that he's presenting it as if the department is not doing it. That is problematic. The department is doing it. So what the other aspect that I agree with is the identification of talent in townships. The Premier, in his State of the Province address, and I'm going to ask you to go and read it, and on many occasions, he spoke about the very thing that we are talking about. So it's relatively nothing new. Maybe you should do a little bit more research so that you ask relevant questions, though you're not off the mark too much. So we'll just get you back in line and then things should be okay. Wow. No, he's a good man. I mean, he's talking about, you know, what apartheid did. Hey, it's relative. So he's a good man in many aspects, about talking about what we need to reform. And on that aspect, I agree with you. So as you speak right now, but impression now our department is not doing that, and you are a member of the committee, and you know we're doing it. So our thinking and response. So it's not good. So The School of Excellence, working with the Department of Education. Remember, the Department of Education is responsible for schools. We have to work with them. We can't leave them behind. So the Rosina Sidibane School go Tshwane, ne? Yeah, we are increasing the sporting codes there. We are even going into, and this is aligned to what you were saying, addressing the disparities of apartheid. We are introducing swimming, well, no, not introducing, we are growing it because it has been there. We are also introducing equestrian, equestrian horse riding. Sorry?
Concentrate on your input, MEC.
Oh, Kwefisto, don't worry. Ke tlo tsa wena pele o namela pero ska worry, ke tlo ruta. And o ska wa. Ho ka wa lo mogolo ke mathata. But we're getting into that. Honorable Chabalala, on that aspect, I agree with you. We must grow the sporting codes. And that's exactly what we're doing. So, working together with the committee, just make sure that you remind us periodically that we should be pushing it and we'll do it. Mara ke tswalla ka gore a re bolele nnete ntate. Ke a leboga.
Next question, Honorable Letsie Mokhali to MEC for Economic Development. Honorable Letsie Mokhali.
Speaker, I'm struggling with connectivity. Can I come back now? I'm struggling here with connectivity, please, Speaker.
Honorable Mukwebo, please. Honorable Mukwebo. Honorable Letsie.
Honorable Speaker, I'm struggling with connectivity.
We can't hear Honorable Mukwebo. Continue, Honorable.
Honorable Speaker, I'm struggling with connectivity here.
We can hear you. Continue with your question. Honorable Letsie, Honorable Mukwebo, please. No, we know that you are all coming from one area, but allow the member to speak. Honorable Letsie. Can you go to Honorable Schneeman, to MEC for Transport and Logistics?
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. My question is to the MEC for Transport and Logistics. Noting that according to the Gautrain Management Agency 2019-2020 annual report, there were 13.9 million passenger trips in that particular year. In February 2020 alone, before the COVID-19 hard lockdowns, there were 1.2 million passenger trips in that 1 month. However, in the 2021-2022 financial year, total passenger trips drastically declined to 4.3 million. Translating to a variance of about 9.5 million if we go back to the 2019-2020 financial year. Can the MEC please indicate what are the steps being taken by the Gautrain Management Agency to increase ridership numbers on the Gautrain? Thank you.
Honourable MEC. Honourable MEC Diale Tlabela, can you respond to the questions? Honourable Premier, I'm not sure what's happening to the MEC, and we requested that all colleagues who will be speaking today must be in the House. I think that is disrespecting the House, and I think we are not going to take it kindly. Premier, your MECs are not respecting the House. I think we made a plea that everyone who will be speaking, I think I will also raise an issue with Honorable Litsie Mukhali, because we said all colleagues that are on the speaking list, they should be in the House today. And I think it's even said that Honorable Mazbuo has been made to come when she's not, yeah. Honorable Shinman, what we'll try and do is to seek the response that will be circulated widely if you agree to that, because we need to ensure that MECs are accountable. If you agree.
That's fine, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The next question, Honorable Malema, to MEC for Economic Development.
Thank you very much, Honorable Madam Speaker. Greetings to the House. I, Honorable Paul Malema of the African National Congress, hereby request in terms of Rule 126, Sub-Rule 1, the placing of questions for oral reply by the member of the Executive Council for Department of Economic Development. With regards to revitalization of the township economy in Gauteng, can the MEC please indicate, one, if the department has developed an implementable township economy revitalization strategy? If so, how has the strategy been implemented in all Gauteng corridors? Two, how many beneficiaries thereof were women, youth, people with disabilities, and military veterans per corridor? Lastly, does the department have a strategy to increase the pool of participants on township revitalization strategy? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable MEC.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you to Honorable Malema for the question. The response is as follows on question 1. The department has developed a Township Economic Development Act passed by this House, which is the basis for development of townships. Several projects have been identified with a focus on job creation and skills development, including supporting expansion of township enterprises. The department has also mandated Gauteng Enterprise Propeller to establish a fund focusing on financial township enterprises. The following projects are being implemented and forms part of the annual performance plans and are being tracked as part of the Economic War Room Project Management Enablement Mechanism. 1, retail precincts, including 200 targeted consumer products produced in townships and linked to logistics or mini distribution centers. 2, township cloud zones, including expansion of Ekasi Labs, the digital opportunity clusters, anchored by outsourced online worker operations, customer service, data labeling, administrative business services, which are used to cross-subsidize free basic broadband and hot desks in immediate locations, as well as free cloud tools. Thirdly, township infill residential backyard shack upgrades to deploy high streets and student accommodation. 4, taxi economy nodes, consumer retail services and automotive. 5, manufacturing and industrial clusters linked to 22 most purchased products and services, with Gauteng provincial government as the first market. Number 6 is to the install and repair program, and that's to maintain contracting hubs linked to 40% Gauteng provincial government's maintenance budget. Number 7 is the energy hubs, including township microgrid networks. Number 8, waste economy hubs, and that's linked to the buyback centers or landfills. Number 9, creative hub accelerator network. Number 10, expedited broadband installation, and that's linked to the TEZ special bylaw. Number 11, logistics green routes. Number 12, Gauteng provincial government-owned properties offered to partner for redevelopment, such as shuttered libraries, schools, and other properties. On the second question, it is a lot of data. We are collating the information and validating it. Honorable Malema, this information will be reported as part of the DED's annual report for the 22-23 financial year. On question 3, yes, the demand for township opportunities far exceeds resources allocated to implement these projects. The Township Economy Implementation Plan has been allocated only 16 million rand, and the department is continuously engaging potential private sector investment partners to invest in the township economy. The Township Partnership Fund has managed to leverage government funds and has to date raised 800 million, which is already committed to township enterprises. The department will also host a Township Investment Summit as part of the drive to attract investment into township economy projects, and the department has also applied for additional funds to the various SETAs aligned to the projects being implemented. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honorable Malema.
Thank you once again, Madam Speaker. I want to confirm that the MEC has succinctly responded to all the questions as contained in my paper. Thank you.
Thank you. Next question, Honorable Munyai to MEC for Education.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I, the Honorable Chidi Zimnyai, hereby request, in terms of Rule 126, subsection 1, the placing of the question for the oral reply by the member of the Executive Council for Education. The question relates to the following. With regard to the transferring of the ECD function from the Provincial Department of Social Development to the Department of Education, can the Honourable MEC please indicate the following? The progress to date in the transfer of the ECD function from the Department of Social Development to the Department of Education. What are the essence? What is the essence of the migration when fully implemented in this regard? What system of monitoring, evaluation, and control are in place to monitor progress? Which age group are intended for the GDE migration and why? Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you. Honourable MEC.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Honourable Munyai. I must firstly say that the question was not brought earlier, but I'll respond thereof. Anyway, firstly, the migration is in full. We have received the full function, the transfer in April, and as we speak, all the responsibilities that are relating to the ECD transfer has been done. We've resumed full responsibility thereof. We have resumed even the social workers that were with the Department of Social Development, which are 120, to monitor the ECDs. And so that's as far as we've done as a department. I will add, if needs be, as the Honourable Speaker, if the member needs further clarity. Thank you.
Thank you. Honourable Munyai, any supplementary question or a short remark?
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. The response was way above and beyond my expectation and satisfactions. Therefore, I'm covered. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next question, Honourable Dr. Paladidi Khamela to MEC for Health and Wellness.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. Regarding the accessibility to all primary health care and community health care centres, can the MEC of Gauteng Department of Health and Wellness respond to the following? Number one, how many primary health care facilities and community health centres are there in Gauteng province? Two, how many of these primary health care services and community health centres are accessible on 24-hour basis daily, including Saturday and Sunday? Number three, for those not accessible for 24 hours a day, what are the reasons for the inaccessibility? And number four, is there a plan to make all primary health care services and community health centres to be available on 24 hours a day? Thank you.
Honourable MEC.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The first question, Madam Speaker, goes as follows. There are currently 370 primary health care facilities, with 38 of these being community health care centres. The second question, Madam Speaker, is all 38 community health centres are accessible 24 hours, including Saturday and Sunday. The third question, Madam Speaker, the response goes in terms of community health centers, which is CHCs, are expected to operate on 24-hourly basis daily. Then for a 24-hour CHC to be cost-effective with regards to staffing, equipment, and space, the population it serves should be at least plus minus 120,000. Then the fourth question is, all 38 CHCs are available 24 hours a day currently. The target to have facilities operating 24 hours is on 40 facilities by the end of 2023-24 financial year. And for the 2023-24 financial year, 2 facilities are targeted to be converted into CHCs, namely Westbury and Florida clinics, and they will start operating 24 hours. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And in the question, I have the attachment of the details of those that Chair was asking, all the CHCs that she was asking. I will forward it, Madam Speaker, to yourselves. Thank you.
Thank you, MEC. Honorable Dr. Dikhamela, any supplementary or short question?
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I think there was a lapse in her responses. However, I heard that all the CHCs are available 24 hours. With regard to PHCs, I didn't get the response clearly there. Can perhaps I get the response on that? Thank you. Otherwise, the rest of the responses, I get them clearly. Okay.
No, thank you. I think the MEC has indicated that she was going to forward a written response so that you can see which ones and so forth. Thank you. Next question, Honorable Ndlovana to MEC for Human Settlement. And I know that Honorable Mutara will be responding because Honorable Maile is writing exams.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. With regard to the issuance of title deeds, could the MEC please indicate, 1, how is the department planning to accelerate its administrative process to fast-track the issuance of title deeds in the province? 2, how many title deeds did the department issue during the 2022-2023 financial year? 3, how many title deeds is the department planning to issue in the current financial year in total? And number 4, please give us comments on how the issuance of the title deeds restore the beneficiaries' dignity. Thank you.
Honorable MEC.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you to Honorable Ndlovana for the question. On behalf of MEC Maile, the responses are as follows. To question 1, the department has entered into an expedition agreement with the Deeds Office at Johannesburg and Pretoria for the speedy delivery of title deeds in respect of state-subsidized houses. Delayed processing of title deeds often happens as a result of unproclaimed or unregistered townships, with formalization or proclamation of townships remaining critical to accelerating title deeds issuance, specifically looking at municipal conditions of township establishment. In line with the Memoranda of Understanding signed between the department and various municipalities, the municipalities must sign and issue approvals such as clearance certificates and powers of attorney within a specified time to ensure that lodgement at the deeds office is not delayed. Question 2's response is 6,809 title deeds were issued in the 2022-2023 financial year. The third response is that the department is now planning to issue 17,468 title deeds in this financial year. The last question asking for comments, the comments and response are as follows. Housing assets are linked to a demonstrable proof of ownership on the part of beneficiaries. Availability of a title deed enhances security of tenure and the potential for wealth creation for beneficiaries and their households, as they are able to use the title deed to provide surety within the financial services sector in order to raise capital that can be used for entrepreneurial and productive activities. Title deeds also enable beneficiaries to leverage on their properties by accessing mortgage finance for further improvement on these properties, thereby increasing the value of their properties or using the funds for other household necessities. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Any supplementary question or short remark, Honorable Jovana?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm comfortable with the response on the issues raised.
Thank you. The next question, Honorable Dilange to MEC for Social Development.
Thank you, Speaker. Can the MEC indicate the status of subsidized children's homes in relation to the following? How many subsidized children's homes are there in Gauteng and as such registered with the department? What is the status on payment of subsidies and subsidies in arrears to each of these homes? What is the process followed when the court refers destitute children to be accommodated at these homes? And when referral takes place, is it accompanied by a supplementary subsidy amount, or must the home cater for such children out of its own funds?
Honorable MEC.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for the member and the question. In terms of question number 1, currently the department has 155 registered child and youth care centres, CYCCs, on its database, of which 104 are funded by the Gauteng Department of Social Development. As it pertains to question number 2, a total of 104 compliant CYCCs have signed service level agreements, of which 77 have been paid. The outstanding 27 are on the payment run, and their status will be updated accordingly by Friday. As it pertains to question number 3, when children are found to be at risk, a designated social worker will initiate the statutory processes to determine whether the child is in need of care and protection. If the removal of the child is warranted, the child is placed in a temporary safe care as an initial placement while the social worker undertakes a more in-depth investigation. The temporary safe care placement can be in a government or NPO child CYCC or a private placement with a family. Once the statutory case is finalized in the Children's Court, the court may issue an order placing the child in alternative care, with the CYCC being considered as one of the alternative care placements. The court does not refer children to CYCC. Instead, the Children's Court issues a placing order, placing the child within a CYCC. As it pertains to the last question, all child and youth care centres are paid per capita subsidy based on the number of children they have registered to accommodate, which is aligned with the service level agreement. The CYCC has a practice of maintaining surplus beds to manage emergency admissions, however. Additionally, in private temporary safe care, the private placement will claim private temporary safe care fees from the department. Private temporary safe care also makes provision for emergency placements. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Any supplementary question or short remark, Honorable Dilange?
Speaker, thank you very much. Just a short remark, and thank you, MEC. I think we must just keep in mind that these facilities fulfill a crucial role in our societies. We cannot treat them without the utmost respect and definitely fiscal support. Thank you.
Honorable MEC.
Thank you, Speaker, and the comment is well noted. We're in full agreement that they do play a critical role, and that is why the department does all it can to ensure that it has good working relations with them. Thank you.
Thank you. Next question, Honorable Ramolifo to MEC for Education.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. With regard to online applications for grade 1 and 8, will the MEC please indicate, start with number 2, why is the department not opening the application process as early as April or May to avoid last-minute placement as experienced in the past? Has the process been reviewed to ensure transparency and fairness regarding parental choice? Have any lessons been learned from previous experiences based on opening the application process late? And last one, what are these lessons learned? Thank you.
Honorable MEC.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Ramolifo. Let me start. We have not necessarily opened late. It's within our time frame that we have set, that we have opened the day we have opened, we're opening, and which is the 15th of June to the 14th of July. 15th of June, 8 a.m., closing 14th of July, midnight. Secondly, there has been some systems improvement. What we have done from the lessons, what we do, post the application and placement of learners, we do an assessment and see how can we improve on the system. And what we have seen that what we have done this year, namely, is to improve its capacity to handle the number of applications per minute, which we are confident it sits at about 40,000 plus. And secondly, we have changed how we've done this. We've done it the last year. Last year we had a two-phased approach. This year we have one. Two-phased, I mean that there used to be two processes. The first process was for learners in grade 7 who were within our system in particular, and then we opened for learners who are outside our public education system. This year we're going to have a single process from the 15th of June. Everyone will be applying at the same time. So overall, the system has never really been the problem. I think you do know that very well. The issue has always been the spaces available. And one of our biggest challenges has always been the growth of the system. This year alone, the system has grown to almost 30,000 new learners in addition to the previous year. So that has added pressure on the system. So that has been the primary. But as terms of learnings that should be there, we have done this system for the past 8 years, and it has gone very efficient over that period, and it has not been really the problem. It has even got a 99.5% placement rate, which is very high. And thank you very much, Speaker. I'll stop there.
Any supplementary question or a short remark, Honourable?
Thanks, Madam Speaker. So here what is being proposed, because I mean we have the view that when you consider the pressure which comes with the resource allocation, the timing is a bit late. Obviously, as we speak now, there are schools with which they were told that they will get additional classrooms as early as Jan-Feb, and some are still actually trying to put those classrooms as we speak now, and that was a commitment made, which then result in challenges in terms of overcrowding. So we wanted to employ with MEC to ensure that they put the necessary resources, employ necessary teachers, so that the time when this process is really complete, all the resources are already allocated to schools. Come 2024, day one of schooling must be, time for lessons, not time for procuring and then going up and down, putting pressure to schools to function properly. Thank you.
Honourable MEC.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. The timing is right, Honourable. I don't want him to continue to assume that the timing that we have is outside our plan and our framework. It is within. Secondly, yes, the issues of infrastructure is the system assists us firstly to identify where are pressure areas, and that's what one of the greatest contribution the system does for us. But secondly, we do have programs in place that we have in the department to ensure that we increase learning spaces in areas where there's high pressure. We have a program, self-built, which has been very successful in the past years. We managed to build over 1,100 classrooms, which is equivalent to 39 schools. And this is a location that we give to schools. And this year, the timing of it, we're going to give them money earlier so that they can start building based on the system advice as to where the pressures, where must increase classroom capacity. And as well as the provision of mobiles, we will continue to provide them. Even though that for me personally, I am not for mobiles, I really prefer a structure, a concrete structure. So for that time being, we will be providing mobiles in the interim, but obviously going towards having a brick and mortar structures. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Honourable Dilang. Your question to MEC for Kokta.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Can the MEC please indicate the status of water parks in relation to the following? How many water parks are there in Gauteng? How many of them serve as recreational purpose for all communities instead of beautifying upper residential to create an image of exotic islands? What is the average kiloliter usage of water per water park? What is the impact thereof on Gauteng province's water consumption? And the last question, what processes are in place for water reclamation and reuse thereof?
Honorable MEC.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Just by way of disclaimer, to say that this question largely depended on information that we had to receive from municipalities, since this is one of their functions. And thus far, Madam Speaker, only 3 municipalities have responded. Therefore, the answers. The first municipality that has responded on this is the Midvaal. And their answer is that Midvaal local municipality does not have any water parks, and therefore Roman figure 2 to Roman figure 4 or 5 will not be applicable. In terms of Lesedi municipality, the question posed, the answer is the question posed are not applicable to the municipality, as the municipality does not have any water parks. In terms of Tshwane municipality, which is the last municipality that has responded, we are following up on other municipalities. Their answer is the inquiry relates to water parks, whereas the city of Tshwane only has a municipal swimming pools. The Regional Operations and Coordination Department, in liaison with colleagues in the regions and from resorts, which is the Environment and Agricultural Management Department, have consensus that water parks refers to privately owned resorts such as the Blade, the Baldwin property of Cedar Junction Theme Park. These properties offer a wide range of features over and above the swimming pool they offer. Water parks are generally defined as amusement park offering that predominantly consist of a collection of pools together with large water slides and other water-based attraction for a aquatic recreation. In contrast, public swimming pools normally consist of recreational swimming pools or training standards Olympic swimming pools and or splash pool that in some cases include a small water slide. That will be the answer from the city of Tshwane. As I indicated, Madam Speaker, we are still awaiting other responses from other municipalities in this regard. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Any short remark or supplementary question, Honorable Dilange?
Speaker, thank you very much, and thank you, MEC. I actually was expecting the municipalities that are the most guilty of wasting fresh water to evade the questions like this, because they do not answer the direct questions either. I will, however, take this through, because I do believe that Gauteng is wasting tremendous amounts of water to beautify to no extent. And I do believe that this is morally absolutely unacceptable, especially for a densely populated province and a country that is known for its water scarcity. Thank you at this point, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Are you okay, MEC?
We are fine, Madam Speaker. We can commit that we'll work with the honourable member in this regard. Thank you. To save water. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. We're now going to deal with written questions for oral explanation and tabling in the House in terms of Rule 137, subsection 5, which reads as follows. If a question for written reply is not replied to within the stipulated time frame and no extension is requested by a member of the Executive Council during the next question day, the relevant MEC must provide an oral explanation in the House for his or failure to reply to the question and still hand over the written reply to the table. MECs are kindly requested not to reply to the question, but to provide an oral explanation for his or her failure to reply to the question and forward the reply to the question table. Can I therefore request Honorable MEC for Health and Wellness to indicate why the question HL40 and HL44 were not responded to?
Honorable Speaker, Madam Speaker, Member Lucia here.
Honorable Nkomo Ralihuku, it's your turn to explain.
Madam Speaker, the question that both questions, the information that they needed, it was detailed. So I needed to go to all the institutions and be able to provide the answers, the relevant answers that they wanted. And I want to apologize to the House because I know it's wrong that we didn't meet the deadline of the question, Madam Speaker. My sincere apology.
Let's get the written response, Honorable MEC. The next question is COGTA 045. Thank you. COGTA 045, Honorable Kumalo.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this is one of those questions that are dependable. They depend on the cooperation from municipality, and in this regard, it's the municipality of Mfoleni. I must say that, Madam Speaker, as standing here in this House, I've not even received the response to the municipality itself. One of the difficulties, Madam Speaker, that we've observed is that there are many questions that are sent to that particular municipality. And as a result, they've indicated that they're not coping in answering some of those questions. And some of these questions substantively require information that dates back for 3 years, for instance, and all of those kind of things. For instance, Madam Speaker, in a month, 17 questions were asked in that particular municipality. It is not an excuse, but we are trying to put systems in place to try and ensure that when questions are asked by the House, they are answered accordingly. That's the explanation, Madam Speaker, on this. There's no other explanation better than the fact that we have not received the answer as it is now.
Thank you very much, MEC. I'm sure it is our responsibility also to provide the necessary capacity to those municipalities. Maybe outside of this meeting, let's talk and see how best we can actually assist them in terms of capacity building. The next question, MEC for Social Development. There are a number of questions, I think about 5, that have not been responded to.
Madam Speaker, I think the only thing that we can do is just to apologize. As per my recollection, these were submitted, but as I indicate, the only thing that one can do is simply to apologize and fix the problem internally. Thank you.
What I was informed, they were submitted late, MEC. Okay. No, thank you very much, Honourable MECs, but I think we'll note that. Can you therefore read the first order?
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Petition Committee Oversight Report on the 4th Quarterly Report, Performance Report for the 2022-2023 financial year. Thank you.
Honourable Letswalo.
Gakwano, Speaker. Ke leboe molaola dipuisano tsa rona tsa parliament ya rona ka mo provinceng ya rona ya Gauteng. In a 2009 academic journal titled Public Participation in Democratic South Africa, political scholar Professor Susan Boyson puts forward the idea, as I quote, the practice of public participation needs to be assessed in terms of the creation of opportunities for participation, the ways it links the relations of power and authority, and the extent to which this link engenders results. If these links are adequate and listening combined with corresponding action happens at the top, public participation opportunities are likely to be perceived as meaningful. Close quote. It enlightens me, Madam Speaker, to table and present to the residents of Gauteng the committee's fourth quarter performance report for the
Honorable Litsalo, we can't hear you. Honorable Litsalo. Okay, Honorable Litsalo. I don't know how we can alert him that he can stand down for a while. We'll come back to him. Okay, Honorable Letsi. In fact, before we proceed, colleagues that are dealing with the technical team, can you deal with the aircon? It's cold here. Can you switch it off a bit? We'll switch it back on shortly, but it's cold. Honorable Letsi.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Please allow me not to use the video to avoid disconnections due to poor connectivity issues here. The chairperson of the Committee of the Scrutiny of Subordinate Legislation, here in after referred to as the CSSL, Honorable M. Mogale Letsiye, tables the committee's fourth quarter performance report for the 2022-2023 financial year. Honorable Deputy Speaker, the committee activities for the particular order unfolded as following with regards to lawmaking. In terms of the standing rules of the legislature and the Gauteng Scrutiny of Subordinate Legislation Act, regulations are referred by the executive to the CSSL for scrutiny and consideration. In the quarter under review, the committee considered the following subordinate legislation, which is the Gauteng Gambling Amendment Regulation 2023. The proposed amendments were in relation to Gauteng Gambling Regulations 2023. The amendments were in respect of the casino fees, bingo licenses, certificate of suitability, casino employee registration, key employee registration, amendment of license, bookmaster's license, bookmaker's manager registration, totalizer license, special totalizer license, manufacturer license, supplier license, amusement machine license, race meeting license, special license to hold race meeting, and transfer of licenses. The proposed amendment regulation have been increased by an average of 6%. This proposed increase was consistent with the 2022-2023 financial year amendment. The income that will be generated by these proposed amendments will certainly contribute to the fiscus of the province and thus improving much needed service delivery needs for the people of Gauteng. The Gauteng Department of Economic Development made a presentation on the purpose of the regulations. The committee further received a legal opinion and socio-economic analysis of the regulation, and after satisfying itself on the legality and the socio-economic ramifications, the committee adopted the report on the Gauteng Gambling Regulation 2023. On oversight and scrutiny, in the quarter under review, the committee conducted 2 meetings as follows. On the 4th of February 2023,
the committee convened a meeting to consider and adopt the following matters. That is the first term committee program, that is then to April 2023, report and update on the National Conference and International Study Tour. After due deliberations, the committee resolved to adopt the first term committee program and noted the update on the conference and international study tour. On the 17th of March 2023, the committee convened a meeting to consider the following matters, which is the Gauteng Gambling Amendment Regulation 2023, draft committee report on the Gauteng Gambling Regulations 2023, and update on the committee's international conference. On the stakeholder engagement in the quarter under review, there was one stakeholder engagement session which was conducted by the committee as follows. On the 30th of March 2023, the session was held for post-legislative scrutiny on the regulations relating to the Gauteng Gambling Regulation. The session was attended by a variety of stakeholders from the gambling sector or industry. On training and development, in the quarter under review, the committee attended the National Gambling Conference in the Eastern Cape. The theme of the conference was a roadmap for gambling industry regulation in a post-COVID-19 world. The conference was well attended by members and by support staff. Overall performance of the committee, the CSSL has managed to achieve its quarterly targets as set out in the annual performance plan for 2022-2023 financial year, as well as objectives, namely, that is lawmaking, oversight and scrutiny, and stakeholder engagement. On lawmaking, in the quarter under review, the Gauteng Gambling Regulations were referred to the committee for scrutiny and adoption. On oversight and scrutiny, the committee considered the report on the gambling regulation. On stakeholder engagement, the committee has engaged sessions with a variety of stakeholders in the gambling sectors. The activities of the CSSL were well supported and attended by all members and support staff. Moreover, the members of the committee showed commitment and contributed positively to the deliberations of the committee. On conclusion, the plans which were set out in the fourth quarter of the 2022-2023 financial year with regards to the implementation of the committee's strategic objectives have been achieved. On acknowledgement, I would like to take this opportunity to thank all members of the committee, including the support staff. And on adoption, after the due deliberation, the committee adopted the fourth quarter performance report for 2022-2023 financial year. And in accordance with Rule 164, the committee presents the report to the House and recommends its adoption. Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Is there a seconder to the proposal? Yes, Honorable Malim.
I rise to second, Madam Deputy Speaker. Thank you.
Okay, all those in favor, say yes.
Yes.
Those who are not in favor, say no. Thank you. Report adopted. However, I must apologize. I had not allowed the Secretary to read out this order before Honorable Letsi could present. Let's revert back to that for a second, Secretary. Read the order.
Okay, Honorable. Yes. I'm going back to it. Second order, Committee for the Scrutiny of Subordinate Legislation Oversight Report on the fourth quarterly performance report for the 2022-2023 financial year. Thank you.
Thank you. That was the second order. Let's move to the third order.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Consideration of the Finance Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the detail of the Department of Finance on the Gauteng Provincial Treasury, Budget Vote 14 of the Gauteng Provincial Appropriation Bill G001 of 2023 for the 2023-2024 financial year. Thank you.
Honorable Munyai.
Madam Speaker, I thought I'd
Honorable Deputy Speaker, I plead before this House that section that I didn't read must be considered and taken as read in the interest of time. Esteemed Honorable Deputy Speaker, Honorable Premier in absentia, Honorable MEC Mamabulo, Honorable members and the people of Gauteng as a whole. The principal purpose of the Finance Portfolio Committee Oversight Report of the Gauteng Provincial Treasury, GPT, on the detail of Gauteng Provincial Appropriation Bill, G001 2023-2024 financial year, is to examine the implication of the projected expenditure for the current financial year, with particular emphasis on alignment with the annual performance plans. The year 2023 medium-term expenditure framework is a significant one in that it is the final year of the sixth political administration, characterized by the formulations and implementations of the Growing Gauteng Together 2030 GGT 2030 plan, a roadmap to Gauteng City Region GCR for the future. This MTF period is also the last mile of the sixth political administration. Therefore, there is a sense of urgency in consolidating and delivering of the aspiration of the GGT 2030 interventions, if what is to be encapsulated in the GCR to be realized. Gauteng economy is on the mend since the devastating impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. Hence, the 2023 medium-term budget has been crafted within economic constrained environment. However, Honorable Speaker, the province continues to focus on the Growing Gauteng Together, with priority given on the following elevated priorities to achieve increased socio-economic impact. That is, number one, accelerating Gauteng's economic recovery and reconstruction, declaring crime and corruption, lawlessness and vandalism as an enemy that will be mercilessly dealt with here in Gauteng, drastically changing the living condition of our people in township, informal settlement and provincially owned hostels, strengthening the government capacity to deliver quality services and improving government communication to better communicate with the residents of Gauteng and improving the health and wellness of our communities. It is very clear that the budget allocation of 81.15 million is intended for the current financial year, with the increase of 886.3 million in a quarter of the MTF. GPT needs to continue to provide quality support on the Gauteng provincial government, departments and entities on continuous basis to ensure capacity building is conducted. With regard to the concern raised by the Portfolio Committee, the following issues were issues of concern: the lack of the detail of annual performance plan of both GPT and GFA on how key projects are going to be implemented, reprioritization performed to cater for unspecified approved contract that required funding, the effectiveness of capacity building programs provided by the GPT to be delegated to municipality in a view of the 2020-2021 local government audit outcomes, the protracted use of consulted without noticeable skill transfer and adequacy of resources allocated to Gauteng audit services for skill development to mitigate against the prolonged utilizations of consultant. With regard to the recommendation, Honourable Deputy Speaker, after assessing the detail of the schedule of Provincial Appropriation Bill for the Gauteng Provincial Treasury, vote 14, the Portfolio Committee recommends the following and requests the response by 2022 June 2023. Number one, both GPT and GIFA should submit a detailed roadmap on how key projects in their respective APP are going to be implemented for the ease of oversight. The GPT should provide information and detail regarding reprioritization performed under the goods and services to cater for an unspecified appropriate contract that required funding, and the same should be reported on a quarterly basis. The GPT should submit revised business case highlighting how it will enhance the effectiveness of capacity building program it provides to delegated municipality, considering regression in the year 2020-2021 local government audit outcomes. The GPT should also submit the proof that its utilization of consultant make provision for skill transfer, indicating the number of officials empowered by the consultant, the amount of money that has been expended on the consultant in the previous financial year, and when do they anticipate capacitating the internal staff to take over this specialized audit, and also that the GPT should provide a report highlighting to the extent to which the funds allocated to the training reflect its commitment to upskill and retain requisite audit skill, and to significantly reduce the cost related to utilization of consultant. On acknowledgement, Deputy Speaker, we acknowledge the cooperation of the Honourable MEC for Finance, Honourable MEC J. Mamabulo, Head of the Department, Ms. Mnyeni, as well as senior official from the GPT. This, in our view, is highly appreciated. We need also to appreciate for diligence, dedication and commitment shown by all honourable members with respect to processing the schedule of the GPT report for the year 2023. That goes to all members of the Portfolio Committee. Honourable Kanyile, Honourable Mokhale, Paladi Khamela, Honourable Masuku, Honourable Randall and Honourable Atkinson, and as well as Honourable Makwala and Madlenkob. The committee really extends its gratitude to the following supporting staff: the Group Committee Coordinator, Ntate Tibudiwe, Senior Committee Coordinator, Ntate Nzane, the Researcher, Mechilwane, Legal Advisor, Mengubani, Senior Information Officer, Menzibande, Media Officer, Medical Aid Caller, Mr. Aid Caller, Committee Administrator, Ntate Zwane, and services that are provided for us by Mem Simang, catering assistance, and also Hanside and Mercy. So therefore, after extensive deliberation, the Portfolio Committee unanimously adopted the report on the detail of the budget, vote 14, Gauteng Provincial Treasury of Gauteng Provincial Appropriation Bill, G001 for the year 2023, in terms of Rule 117, subsection 2C, with Rule 164, the Finance Portfolio Committee present to this House and recommend the adoption of the committee's oversight report on the detail of the budget, vote 14, Gauteng Provincial Treasury of the Gauteng Provincial Appropriation Bill, G001 for the year 2023. I thank you, the Deputy Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Honourable Munyai. I now put the question Oh, is there a seconder?
Yes, I asked a second.
Thank you, member. I now put the question. All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
Yes. Those who are not in favor say no. Okay, the yes have it. Report adopted. Yes. Let's go back to Honorable Tswalo. Please read out that order. And let's reset the timer here as well.
Oh, thank you very much. Madam Speaker, let me duly apologize. I was affected by load reduction and not load shedding. But maybe just to recapitulate, I will start at the beginning. In a 2009 academic journal titled Public Participation in Democratic South Africa, political scholar Professor Susan Boysen puts forward the idea, as I quote, "The practice of public participation needs to be assessed in terms of the creation of opportunities for participation, the ways it links with relations of power and authority, and the extent to which this link engenders results. If these links are adequate and listening combined with corresponding action happens at the top, public participation opportunities are likely to be perceived as meaningful," close quote. It enlightens me to table and present to the residents of Gauteng the committee's fourth quarter performance report for the 2022-2023 financial year. In this report, we demonstrate how Professor Boysen's ideas have been put into action, as the petitioning process is a mechanism that combines listening and action and creates opportunities for participation. The committee creates the platforms for engagement between petitioners and authorities, thus linking relations of power and authority. Through this process, citizens get heard and are offered access to power and partner with the committee in holding the executive to account. Madam Speaker, please note that this report is presented in summary, but members and residents are urged to make time to read through the entire report. Furthermore, I wish to invoke Rule 116 subsection 4 in respect of the difference between the spoken and written version. On the executive summary, it's worth stating that the fourth quarter was only 2 months, which adversely hampered the committee's planned targets. During the fourth quarter, the committee adopted 26 new petitions, which were referred to relevant authorities for consideration and reporting. The new petitions were added to the currently existing 138 petitions, therefore increasing the total number of petitions to 164. On new petitions, once more, there is a table in the report, Madam Speaker, that gives an indication of the authorities which were engaged as per the adopted petitions during the quarter under review. Of course, again, there are inadmissible petitions. This is a category of petitions which were deemed inadmissible by the committee. But even though these submissions get rejected as petitions, the committee communicates with petitioners and offers advice on more channels to pursue their matter. So this is more a public education, if you will. So you will see with the detail in the report as to how we'll have dealt with all those specific petitions. On bulk referral, as reported in the third quarter, bulk referral reports continue to trickle in, but COGTA has not compelled the submissions from municipalities. COGTA is responsible for coordinating the 336 historical petitions which were bulk referred to municipalities. The committee continues to review the reports. The process will be ongoing until all reports are submitted to determine the best course of action. This is critical as it complements our plans to clear off the historical backlog that is this current legislature will have inherited successively from previous administrations. On committee activities, there's a number of oversight visits as well as public engagement activities that were undertaken. On the 14th of February, the committee conducted a site visit in Etwatwa. The purpose of the visit was to follow up on a number of petitions raised by the local residents about development challenges. After consideration of the submitted report by the municipality, the committee decided to postpone this part of the site visit, as it was determined that the submitted reports were not satisfactory to be presented to the committee. So they were a bit scanty on a detail, and hence we deemed it impractical for them to be presented as such. The committee held 2 hearings during the quarter. A hearing was held in Tshwane on the 21st of February where 6 petitions were discussed. The focus was on road infrastructure, title deeds, zoning, as well as the housing issues. Another hearing was held on the 10th of March in the West Rand area. The hearing focused primarily on petitions regarding Marafong's sinkholes and service delivery challenges in the area. The strategy on the ongoing intervention to address the sinkhole issues was presented by the Premier during the hearing. Amongst other things, he outlined the strategy to be implemented, which includes, amongst other things, the rehabilitation of critical sinkholes, and repair of damaged infrastructure across the board, establishment of a permanent emergency disaster site at Morafong by the end of March. We are happy, Madam Speaker, to report that the Premier has lived up to that commitment and that that site has been established. And lastly, communication as well as a public awareness. On petitions analysis, you will see that there are 2 tables. Table 1 there illustrates the distribution of 26 new petitions in accordance with the authorities to which the petitions were referred to. Out of those petitions, 77%, which makes up 20 of the adopted petitions, were referred to the Department of Human Settlement, with the Department of Education and Youth Development, as well as the city of Joburg, each being referred to 8%, which is 2 for each of the departments respectively. As per the trend, the vast majority of petitions were RDP, housing allocations in nature. So you will see one of the role of the petitioning system is that it's used as a barometer. So you will see that there's a need for system efficiencies by the district offices responsible for the handling of RDP applications. Otherwise, there's a spillage into the legislature. And then on table 2, you will see that there's a demonstration of the regional as well as gender distribution of the adopted petitions. 65%, which makes up 17 of the adopted petitions, emanated from the city of Ekurhuleni. And as you will see, women in Ekurhuleni bear the biggest brand as it relates to a range of service delivery challenges. So a number of those petitions will have essentially been raised by women there. Evaluation of responsiveness, the committee achieved a 65% responsiveness rate. The committee is pleased with the increased level of compliance by the Department of Education and Youth Development, as led by MEC Kopano Chilwane, the Department of Human Settlement, led by the MEC Isaac Maile. COGTA, for the very first time, will have completed the petitions management section, which we introduced back in 2020. But unfortunately, the detailing was really just about some outdated information and in other instances unrelated. So we think MEC Elias Khumalo must look into that, including the MEC of Transport, Maggie Bonidial. But in essence, we are really urging all the departments to comply with the petition management section, because it gives a clearer indication of how departments are processing all the petitions that have been referred to them. Committee observations and concerns, the leader of government business, in her response to the committee's Quarter 1 2022-2023 resolution, committed to provide a comprehensive report on, firstly, the establishment of the Technical Steering Committee, and secondly, progress on aiding COGTA and municipalities in furnishing the committee with reports based on the bulk referral process. So remember, the bulk relates to the historical, petitions, and we have sought to clear off, so that at the end of the term, there's no longer any petitions lingering in the system. These reports were due at the end of March 2023, yet despite numerous follow-ups, the comprehensive reports are still outstanding. The committee will continue to track the submission of the outstanding report as committed by the leader of government business, Ralo Hogu. So if we can get that report, we think it will bring us closer to actualizing on the closure of a number of these outstanding petitions. On acknowledgements, I would like to take this opportunity to acknowledge and thank both the political as well as the administrative membership of the committee. And lastly, on adoption, in accordance with Rule 164, the Petition Standing Committee hereby presents its fourth quarter performance report for the 2022-2023 financial year to the House for adoption. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable Leswalo, is there a seconder?
I second, Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Who rose to second?
Honorable Nube.
Okay. I now put the question. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those who are not in favor say no.
Aye.
The yes have it. The report is adopted. Secretary, please read the next order.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Debate on the details of the Department of Gauteng Provincial Treasury Budget Vote 14 of the Gauteng Provincial Appropriation Bill G001 of 2023 for the 2023-2024 financial year. Thank you.
MEC Mamabolo.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker. To the Honorable Premier, colleagues in the Executive Council, honorable members of this House, the Chair of the Portfolio Committee, Honorable Mnyai, the HOD of the Gauteng Provincial Treasury, and all senior managers, the CEO of Gauteng Infrastructure Financing Agency, the people of the province, ladies and gentlemen. I'm deeply honored to be given an opportunity today to present the 2023-2024 budget vote of Gauteng Provincial Treasury, which I take this opportunity to dedicate to the revolutionary living legacy of Comrade Joe Mpisi, who was laid to rest over the last weekend and who served as the chairperson of the Finance Portfolio Committee. In presenting this budget, we do so at a time when our country, and indeed Gauteng province, continues to report low economic growth in an environment characterized by the deepening energy crisis, high rates of inflation, and the increase in our unemployment rate, as evidenced by Statistics South Africa's quarterly labor force survey released last week. As the Provincial Treasury, we acknowledge that we face a difficult task of managing public finances and support government not only to expand the delivery of services but also to facilitate the growth of the provincial economy. Honorable members, Gauteng's economy recovery to pre-COVID-19 levels gives us hope. But we also understand that in these difficult times, we must continue to do more with less. We must vigorously implement measures to address practices that lead to the province incurring irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure. And of course, I must add poor spending patterns. Honourable members, this will enable us to stress the rent and ensure that the 158.9 billion provincial budget that we're investing in the Gauteng space this financial year supports our priorities in areas such as social services, township economy, job creation, particularly for the youth, empowerment of women, and addressing the energy crisis. Gauteng has been consistently contributing about 35% to the gross domestic product for a significant period of time. Our view is that we must do more to increase Gauteng's share of the country's GDP and further strengthen our role as the engine of economic growth in South Africa. To that extent, we are currently engaging various stakeholders in this regard and developing partnerships to explore best ways to harness Gauteng's fiscal instruments to increase the province's contribution to the country's GDP to more than 35%. Let me just add that in the next few weeks, we will be unveiling and launching our partnership with the chief financial officers in the private sector and government in the province to make sure that we can leverage the fiscal instruments to grow the Gauteng's economy. Honorable members, the provincial treasury has been allocated a budget of just over 818 million for the 2023-2024 financial year. We will use these resources to ensure effective and efficient financial management in the province and to drive radical economic transformation. These policy directives are aligned with the Growing Gauteng Together 2030 plan and elevated priorities and are geared towards improving the living conditions of Gauteng citizens, particularly the poor, vulnerable who live in townships, informal settlements, and hostels. This is how we will spend the money and, of course, our priorities. One of the key priorities that we'll be focusing on is enhancing sound financial management in the province. Honorable members, in this financial year, we will continue to improve fiscal management and increase compliance that promotes clean governance and accountability, integrating and synergizing budget and planning processes and improving revenue collection. We will also look at increasing compliance with legislation and the relevant prescripts. And to this extent, the Financial Governance Business Unit is committed to promoting transparency and accountability by ensuring compliance with financial standards norms as contained in the Public Finance Management Act. We are also looking at promoting and implementing the internal audit and Auditor General of South Africa to improve on areas of concern in relation to governance, financial management through targeted interventions. As part of these interventions, the department held a Gauteng Clean Audit and Ethical Governance seminar in Ubuntu Krod in Soweto in March this year. One of the other areas of priority where I would like to spend the money is with regard to improving local government finances. And to this extent, we have done a lot of extensive work to make sure that we support our municipalities. With respect to alternative sources of funding, I'm very much pleased to announce that the Gauteng Infrastructure Financing Agency, which is GIFA, continues to implement the mandate of raising alternative funding for strategic infrastructure projects that will be financed off budget. GIFA is key focus in the 2023-24 financial years to support the elevated priority projects following the announcement by the Premier in November 2022. To this extent, the key projects that GIFA will be working on include the state-owned pharmaceutical company and the state-owned bank. Honorable members, I'm pleased to announce that we have constituted the panel for the pharmaceutical company. It's chaired by Mr. Amos Munyela, he's the chairperson. It includes Dr. Harsha Somaro, Dr. Ni Laveni Padayaki, Ms. Lisa King, Prof. Rudo Mativa, Prof. Stembiso Velapi, Mr. Sol Dihang, Ms. Swasti Somaro, Prof. Sitlare Makhetlaneng, Dr. Sibaitseng Tlatswayo, Dr. Sintle Makatini, and Mr. Kamusi Philip Mutoti. These are the members of the advisory panel that will help us to drive this project. We have an in-principle partnership with UNISA, which has a specialized faculty that deals with banking services to help us with research to drive and implement the decision to establish the provincial bank. GIFA implements a number of programs, such as the Gauteng School programs, in which they've raised 1.2 billion. the Innovation Hub, EP3, with the South African National Space Agency, and of course the Merafon Solar Farm, which the Premier spoke about this morning. Honourable members, a total of 63.7 million has been allocated from the Provincial Treasury to fund the operations of GIFA in 2023-2024 financial year. So far, 73% of the 157,544 million allocated to the project preparation facility has been committed. This money has funded over 20 feasibility studies of infrastructure projects that have been sourced from provincial departments and municipalities in the past 6 months. In conclusion, Madam Deputy Speaker, I hereby table and introduce the 2023-24 budget of the Gauteng Provincial Treasury. Thank you.
Honourable Randall.
Thank you. Possibly the most important priority for the Gauteng Provincial Treasury is to provide good governance by providing stewardship on all financial matters in the province. The total budget allocation for the current financial year is 818 million, as informed by the need to provide for the departmental plans and to implement DPSA's approved new organisational structure. Gauteng Treasury's headcount now totals 972 officials, with a personnel cost of a whopping 80% of total budget, compared to KwaZulu-Natal with a total headcount of 398 and personnel cost under 50% of total allocated budget. The mere fact that in-migration into the province is used to defend this outrageously high numbers in the Gauteng Treasury is a cause for concern. Ironically, National Treasury at the moment is working with DPSA and provinces to coordinate processes of identifying ways of restricting headcounts amidst the higher than anticipated wage agreements. Speaker, can Treasury achieve its priorities if more than 9 billion rand irregular expenditure was recorded in the 21-22 financial year, clearly indicating a severe lack of accountability and a political will? If municipalities remain in dire financial distress with unfunded budgets for almost all of them, the absence of a municipal economic review and outlook process makes an accurate spatial referenced MTEF nearly impossible. Treasury, together with GIFA, needs to find urgently the required alternative sources for funding for the SANRAL e-toll debt portion that Gauteng is responsible for. Various projects are currently being explored by GIFA and National Treasury, we are told. Treasury anticipate that there could be shortfalls in terms of how much revenue would be raised and or generated, and what kind of support could be expected through National Treasury if there was any. Will province ultimately have to compromise on its core priorities, that is health and education? This situation is of grave concern and putting a lot of pressure on the province's fiscus. A further concern is the failed IFMS system, which is a critical system for the automation of financial statements, and where National Treasury has already spent 2.8 billion rand, but has got nothing to show for it. A system much needed to improve the quality of financial statements and achieving clean audits. No evidence or data exists to indicate what the contribution to the Gauteng province's per capita GDP growth from the township economy is. One of the top priority budget decisions for the current financial year. The idea of creating a state bank, according to Premier Lesufi, is predicated on the principles of state intervening in the economy. To ensure an efficient and effective business environment for SME and township entrepreneur finance, it requires an orchestrated initiative by various public and private sector entities. Effective cooperation between the Department of Trade and Industry, National Treasury and various regulators of financial institutions are particularly important. You just have to look at the failure of the Post Bank as a public sector bank that has the potential to be developed along the lines of a second-tier banking. The province's growth path is estimated to reduce provincial poverty rate by 40% over the next decade, from 25.3% in 2019 to about 16% in 2030. No tangible indication of how the budget speak to reducing provincial poverty to 16%. There's also no or little evidence that exists to ensure effectiveness of skill transfers, especially where dire shortages of skills exist, to execute the priorities and ensure maximum benefit. But all of this said, behind all the words and numbers in this budget are decisions that will reflect the direction set and commitments made, and taken together, they will help shape the course of our journey. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Rana. Honourable Mdlankomo. Honourable Mdlankomo.
Thank you, Speaker. The primary task of the Provincial Treasury is to protect taxpayers' money and to ensure the efficient and effective expenditure of funds on government programs designated to alleviate poverty, build state capacity, and deliver quality services to the people of this province. The Provincial Treasury has a total budget allocation of 8.18.5 million in the 2023 and 2024 financial year. In light of this, it is imperative to indicate that the EFF rejects this budget, and here is why. The EFF family believes that Treasury should be steering the ship economically in terms of microeconomic policy, ongoing research, overseeing applications, and ensuring local economic development is prioritized. This department should be working closely with COGTA and the Economic Development Department to ensure the state has firm understanding of all the key economic sectors and how to help them create the hundreds of thousands of jobs desperately needed, instead of only working to disperse funds and managing the political battles of the governing party. Under MEC Mamabulo, this department has dismally failed to hold all provincial departments accountable for underspending on conditional grants, showing poor performance whilst we have high unemployment rate of over 34.3% in our province. The Premier made audacious promises in his SOPA that this department is yet to adequately engage. The rampant corruption in the public procurement processes gives a clear indication of the absence and prioritizing the marginalized and poverty-stricken people of this province, and it further deprives them of the much-needed resources to improve their lives. The allocation of 105 million in for the PSCM program has no guarantee of upskilling suppliers to participate in the procurement of goods and services as per the township economy revitalization strategy because of the lack of the transparency and effective consequences management in the province. Madam Speaker, it remains unclear why the department wants to explore alternative sources of funding for the province through the GIFA when it dismally fails to manage its current funds. The allocation of 65 million in the year 2023 to 2024 financial year to 66.8 million in the 2025-26 financial year places an unrealistic burden and expectation on GIFA to identify and develop strategic bankable ventures while exploring various alternatives and innovative funding and financing mechanisms to enhance and improve services delivery and economic development. This is the function that the department itself should handle internally. As EFF, we are expecting the department to play an oversight role on how the resources of the province are utilized and ensure that provincial government make a better life for all citizens. But the proposed budget does not inspire confidence that this department will be able to do so or even lead provincial departments towards fiscal prudence and good governance in the delivery of services while managing the municipalities of the province in terms of financial controls oversight. All provincial departments are failing to achieve planned targets, and there is a wastage of resources caused by poor financial management and lack of leadership. The Treasury has failed dismally to protect taxpayers' money. By playing an oversight role, municipalities are in a serious financial distress, and the department has failed to ensure that allocations resources to municipalities are used optimally to provide the necessary basic services. The department has failed to assist departments and municipalities to collect revenues. In a nutshell, the department has failed to take a greater control in the reindustrialization of the economy of Gauteng. The EFF rejects this budget. I thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Atkinson.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker and honourable members, the Gauteng Finance Committee has recently returned from the 8th United Nations International Public-Private Partnerships Conference in Athens, Greece. It was a fascinating experience to see how advanced many nations are across the globe in harnessing the power of private capital to help build infrastructure and to deliver a better life to all of its citizens. Indeed, one of the greatest surprises for all of us was the fact that there's not a lack of capital available for all the PPP projects envisaged, but rather a lack of decent investable projects to invest into for those with private capital. We were also surprised by the diverse range of projects and the efforts made by different governments to accelerate their implementation. Examples included schools in Estonia, a multi-billion-dollar bridge in Turkey, and a zoo in Bamako, Mali. The Energy Minister from Tajikistan highlighted their successful green energy PPP projects, with over 95% of the country's power being generated through hydroelectricity and financed mainly by triple Ps. Globally, it is recognized that national budgets face competing demands, and leveraging private capital is crucial for improving infrastructure and service delivery. Large projects often exceed the financial capabilities of individual governments. For instance, Ukraine's infrastructure repair after the illegal Russian invasion has been estimated at $1 trillion, and this can be expedited through triple Ps, avoiding the 72-year repayment period of the UK's post-war debt. How does all of this above affect us in Gauteng? And what actions can be taken to ensure that we enjoy similar benefits from public-private partnerships? Realistically, we can only improve on our current situation in Gauteng. Less than 3% of all infrastructure financing in Gauteng is through PPPs. Many of the problems the Gauteng Infrastructure Financing Agency, GIFA, faces in completing projects relate to the amount of red tape that needs to be navigated in triple Ps. As discussed in my previous budget speech, GIFA's ongoing struggle to finalise projects remains unchanged. The detrimental impact of load shedding on our economy and the resulting loss of 303,000 job opportunities highlight the urgent need for alternative job creation avenues. However, GIFA's inability to complete projects in crucial sectors like jewellery, special economic zones and tourism exacerbates job losses caused by load shedding. In Greece, triple Ps are accorded a different status, helping to bypass unnecessary red tape, which has resulted in significantly more triple Ps successfully operating. This needs to be investigated in Gauteng to help harness the power of private capital in our province to deliver more infrastructure and services to our people. The ANC should take a leaf out of the DA's book in the Western Cape, where our Education Minister, David Mainier, has managed to turbocharge the delivery of schools in the province through partnership with a private education provider. Where previously 5 new schools were built annually in the Western Cape, just listen to this, where previously 5 new schools were built annually in the Western Cape, 25 new schools have been built in the past year alone. Okay? To put that into perspective, during Premier Lesufi's term over 8 years as Education MEC, he managed 20 schools over 8 years. The Western Cape has done 25 in the last year alone. So carry on. To provide the residents of Gauteng with improved opportunities and a better life, I call upon this government to find all means possible to enhance private-public partnerships in the health, education and housing sectors. I also appeal to find ways to mitigate the effects of red tape on the operations of GIFA and all other government entities in Gauteng wishing to enter triple Ps. Let's harness the power of private capital in collaboration with the government to improve the lives of all of our citizens. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. Can we then have Honourable A.R. Mokhale?
Thank you very much, Chair of Chairs, Honourable Premier, members of the Executive present, Honourable members of the Legislature and the people of Gauteng. Honourable members, we are not worried about what the EFF and the DA have presented to this August House. About what member Mdonkomo is saying, but I can confirm to this House with facts, of course, presented to the Finance Committee, which members of the EFF don't attend to the committee meeting, that MEC Mamabulo has stabilized finances of our province since its deployment. And we are more than satisfied with all the plans that were presented to the committee by the MEC and his team, by Treasury and GIFA in particular. We are satisfied, and we know that all those plans will be implemented. Honourable members, Honourable Speaker, we debate the budget vote of the department, and we also pay tribute once more to the late Comrade Joe Mpisi, a real communist and compatriot to the end. He was a epitome, a dedicated social activist within Gauteng. His work of education transformation, more especially in education fraternity, was a great beacon of hope for millions of citizens of Gauteng. As a lasting tribute to this gallant hero, a true and revolutionary cadre, we must create a Gauteng which ensure that no kid goes to bed hungry. Those are the wishes of the late Comrade Joe Mpisi during the engagement within the ANC political political cycle to encourage economic challenges confronted the poor and the working class, particularly in our beloved province. May his soul rest in peace. Honourable Speaker, I'm humbled to debate the budget vote of the province Department Treasury in particular, which set a clear goal on financial cornerstone to alleviate a poverty across the boundaries of Gauteng province. Noting that this department has a fundamental mandate of providing comprehensive financial aspirations unashamedly, which is purely biased to the poor and vulnerable people in society. The Provincial Treasury also responded positively to the clarion call of Premier of Gauteng to growing Gauteng together. Our roadmap to 2030 with intention to address provincial growth and development strategy of the Gauteng City region is intact and gaining a momentum through all platforms of Gauteng government. Honourable members, the clarion call to reigniting the Gauteng economy cannot be emphasized enough. Indeed, The Treasury dwelt on the performance at length during the implementation phases, guided by the massive provincial budget to respond positively to the service delivery, pointing out that the Gauteng City region is taking a lead in the implementation of the economic reconstruction and recovery plan announced by the Honorable President, Comrade Ramaphosa, and social compact to respond to inequality and societal challenges. This can be seen in the continued focus on high-growth priority sectors and infrastructure investment projects that will be instrumental in unlocking the transformation, modernization, and the reindustrialization of the different corridors and districts of our Gauteng City region. We also acknowledge the innovative effort of the Department of GIFA to employ rigorous project screening processes to identify and include projects in its pipeline that have the potential to attract investors. Furthermore, we commend Gauteng Provincial Treasury to issue cost guidelines to department and entities to pave the way towards the standardized budget approach and processes in the determination of financial information. The guidelines will be applicable to all Gauteng provincial government departments and their trading entities and provincial public entities as listed in the Public Finance Management Act of 1999. These guidelines will include categories of infrastructure, information technology, leases, acquirements of land, goods and services being produced. Madam Speaker, Madam Chair of Chairs, equally important that the Treasury Department must find innovative way to ensure the rotation of suppliers, which is a serious challenge that has continued to be sharply raised by the township suppliers in their interaction with government, becomes a reality. Our efforts as ANC-led government is to contribute to the growth of the small businesses sector and create much-needed jobs. Treasury must also intensify monitoring to assess whether funds allocated to projects in local communities are used correctly to deliver essential public services to citizens. Honourable members, the department must interact directly with communities to understand their views about service delivery and intervene immediately if there are challenges, such as a fundamental approach will ensure that the department play an active role in facilitating proper usage of public funds at a local level and contribute to improve relation and interaction between communities and municipalities in Gauteng. We commend the performance plan for the department, which echoes objectives and priorities for economy, jobs, infrastructure, education, skills revolution and health, integrated human settlement and land release, safety, social cohesion and food security, building a capable, ethical and developmental state for better place in the province and sustainable development for future generation. We also commend a departmental outcome during this implementation and effective performance phases in the current financial year, which seeks to address the following critical issues in line with the budget vote for finance period. which is enhance sound finances in the province, increase compliance with legislative prescripts, sustainable local government finances, reduce youth unemployment, alternative sources of funding. Madam Chair of Chairs, much as we are confident and complimenting the achievements of the department, we want to indicate categorically clear that those objectives must always realign to strategic objective of the ANC as, as vindicated during ANC provincial Khotla earlier this year, to realize a social compact and economic emancipation in real principle for poverty alleviation. Honourable members, while the department is working towards the realization of the outcome set out in the performance plan and budget vote of the Treasury to achieve the strategic objective, the department must also not forget to focus on the following deliverable aspect of 2022-2023 financial commitment as outlined in the budget speech for economic growth. Ensure the effectiveness and efficient administration of provincial fiscal resources and obtain value for money. Provide support to provincial departments and entities to promote improved legislative compliance in line with financial regulations and improve audit outcome. Promote and enforce transparency and effective supply chain management in the province and provide oversight on the implementation of the, of the open tender system. We also encourage the department to monitor increased supplier participation in a high-value government contract to achieve targeted 30% spending of government procurement should be directed to township suppliers for economic empowerment. Lastly, the department must provide independent, objective assurance and consulting services that add value to the operations of GPG institutions through a systematic evaluation of government risk management and control to enhance and protect organizational values. Honourable Chair of Chairs, the ANC-led government acknowledged the challenges encountered by the department, and through oversight, we will ensure that the department implement accountability measures and consequence management to avoid poor performance of the Gauteng Provincial Department during the process of implementation of budget vote. ANC-led government believes in integrity, accountability, ethical and morality of leading transformation agenda under the auspices of Treasury as a cornerstone to change the lives of people for economic emancipation and redress the inequality for social challenges, which was demonstrated on many occasions for historic legacy to pursue the sixth administration mandate given by the people of Gauteng effectively. As the ANC, Madam Chair of Chairs, we do have confidence on our provincial government to lead Gauteng communities for a better life. We therefore commend a hard work of the department to continue introducing innovative ideas to help the poor and the working class. I thank you for the opportunity to engage this August House, Honourable Chair of Chairs. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Mohale. Can we then have the MEC to respond to the debate?
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair of Chairs. Let me thank members for the debate. But obviously, as everybody can see, I think the opposition side, it seems that I don't think they've even properly prepared for the debate, because you can hear the quality of the issues that have been raised, that they have not really understood what we're dealing with. I must thank Honorable Mohale. I think you have a well-prepared quality of discussions. I think the issues that you are raising are quite substantive, and we will take into account the issues that you have raised. We will look into those issues and make sure that we improve our work. But I think you have gone quite extensively to raise the issues that we think are very critical to the work that we are doing. Let me just indicate Honorable Atkinson is not here. You can also just see the, he just came in now. Let me just clarify, you say that as you are taking your seats, the jewelry manufacturing precinct is not a what you call a failure. More than R1 billion has been invested over the last 2 years. So you need to get your facts right. Don't come to the House and just say things because you're on the speaking list. Get your data correct. If you can't such a hugely successful project say it has been a dismal failure. More than R1 billion invested in the precinct. Where did you get your facts? And I think the third part is that you've got to decide whether you are in Gauteng or you are in the Western Cape. I think that's going to be very much important, that you can't be a representative of the Western Cape in Gauteng. I don't think that is correct. But I think the list said about the EFF, I'm not sure what exactly the honourable member of the EFF was saying. I think we shouldn't comment on that. But in conclusion, I just want to take the opportunity to thank the HOD and the senior managers in the department for an excellent work that they are doing to maintain the proper public finance management system in the province, for making sure that particularly in running a proper, efficient and effective system that is able to discharge its legislative mandates. I think we should thank you for that, maintaining clean audit in the department and continuing to do transversal oversight across the province. I really want to take this opportunity today to sincerely thank you for the good work that you continue to do. Honourable members, we will continue to make sure that we promote good governance, clean audits, and that we ensure efficient and effective management of public finances in the province. And to that extent, I would like to thank the committee for very robust, good discussions. And I would like to thank all honourable members for the debate and the discussion. Thank you very much, Honourable Chair of Chairs.
Thank you very much, Honourable MEC. We now move to the next order. Secretary, please call the next order.
Thank you, Honourable Chair of Chairs. Order number 5 is the consideration of the Economic Development Portfolio Committee's Oversight Report on the detail of the Department of Economic Development Budget Vote 3 of the Provincial Appropriation Bill G001-2023 for the 2023-2024 financial year.
Thank you. Member Matseke, kindly present your committee report.
Thank you very much, Chair of Chairs. Am I audible enough?
Yes, you are audible.
Thank you very much, Chair of Chairs. I hereby table the report on the Economic Development Portfolio Committee on the detail of the Gauteng Department of Economic Development Vote 3 of the Provincial Appropriation Bill 2023 as follows. On the executive summary, the 2023-2024 financial year budget report is tabled in the 5th calendar year of the 6th administration and the budget allocated for the Department of Economic Development. In the current financial year, the department is allocated an amount of 1,860,185,000. The allocation composes of mainly the equitable share with no conditional grant. Similar to the previous financial year, the committee noted that the Trade and Sector Development Program is allocated a greater share of the budget with the amount of 820,154,000. The second largest share of the appropriation is allocated to the Economic Planning Program with an amount of 435,657,000, followed by the Administration Program with an amount of 269,822,000, and Integrated Economic Development Services Program with an amount of 197,710,000. The least funded program is the Business Regulation and Governance with an amount of 136,842,000. In light of this allocation, job creation is key, and thus the committee is of the view and also implores the department to focus on job creation initiatives for the current financial year through the department and entities based on the allocated budget. Reports on the number of jobs intended to be facilitated in the current financial year should be submitted to the committee, and these jobs should be in all sectors of the economy. Economic infrastructure projects led by the GGDA should also contribute in creating the number of jobs required, especially focusing on youth, women, and people with disabilities. Expectation from the committee is that the Gauteng Tourism Authority should be repositioning itself to play a role in making Gauteng province a destination of choice, and in doing so, the entity should be well capacitated financially with human resources to fulfill its tasks as previous advised by the committee. In addition to this, the committee implores the entity to seek additional funding through the adjustment process and the outer years of the MTEF with the intent of attracting tourists, enhancing the province's status as a destination of choice, and creating sustainable jobs. In addition to this, the committee continues to hold the view that the Ga-Rankuwa Hotel School should be fully operational and add value to the tourism sector as it's a key sector to the economic recovery. Thus, the Gauteng Tourism Authority and all its partners should ensure that part of the allocation for the current financial year should be utilized for the operationalization of the Ga-Rankuwa Hotel School. The alignment of the department plans to the radical transformation, modernization, and re-industrialization programs, which aims to contribute to the township economy revitalization, should be strengthened. As such, SMMEs and cooperatives should be at the forefront of creating decent employment for the youth, women, and people with disability within the province, and the previously disadvantaged communities in Gauteng should benefit through vigorous implementation of the Township Economic Development Act. Thus, the Gauteng Enterprise Propeller plays a critical role in achieving this, wherein its allocation should stretch as much to service the many SMMEs in the province. Madam Chair of Chairs, may I request the part of the report that I'm not going to be tabled be considered as tabled, then I will go directly to committee concerns. Under committee concerns, there are about 5. The first one is on transfer to entities. The budget allocation accorded to the Gauteng Tourism Authority and its roles in creating employment and repositioning Gauteng as a destination of choice is a concern. On Program 2, the reduction of the budget allocated for 2 Gauteng Enterprise Propeller for the 2023-2024 financial year. Program 3, the full operationalization of the Ga-Rankuwa Hotel School. On Program 4, the mandate and operations of the whole room Technical Advisory Committee, including remuneration of the TAC, which is not in line with the legislation that governs agencies. On job creation, the department challenged in reporting on job creation initiatives. Therefore, the committee recommends the following, and all these recommendations should be responded to the committee by the 28th of July 2023. On transfers to entities, the GTA should be well capacitated financially with human resources to fulfill its tasks as previously advised by the committee. In addition to this, the GTA should seek additional funding through the adjustment process and the outer years of the MTEF with the intent of attracting tourists, enhancing the province's status as a destination of choice, and creating sustainable jobs. A report on the measures to be taken in order to achieve this should be submitted to the committee. The committee retaliates that this recommendation, noting the importance and position of the GTA in creating the necessary employment in the province. On Program 2 recommendation, the department working together with the Gauteng Enterprise Propeller should, during the adjustment period, request for additional funding from Treasury. Additional funding in this regard will allow Gauteng Enterprise Propeller to ensure that it executes its mandate of supporting SMMEs and cooperatives, and also align with the objectives of implementing the Township Economic Development Act. Furthermore, the request for additional funding for the entity should not be limited to the adjustment period, but be considerate of the outer years of the MTEF period, wherein a greater allocation should be allocated to Gauteng Enterprise Propeller in support of the small businesses. A report on the measures taken should be submitted to the committee. On Program 3, the Gauteng Tourism Authority, in conjunction with the department, should, in the next adjustment period within the 2023-2024 financial year, request additional funding from Treasury to allow for the full funding and operationalization of the Garangua Hotel School. The report on the plans to engage Treasury related to the additional funding should be submitted continuously to the Portfolio Committee. On Program 4, the department should submit a detailed report on the mandate and operations of the War Room Technical Advisory Committee. The report should include the total budget allocated for the War Room, the cost of the remuneration of each of the Technical Advisory Committee members, including the legislation that governs this War Room / Technical Advisory Committee. Furthermore, the department should investigate and thoroughly scrutinize the need to keep the War Room Technical Advisory Committee active, including the possibility of discarding the project as well. This is because the department could not attain the job creation targets as outlined in the previous financial year, whilst one of the set mandates of the War Room was to assist the department and its entities on creating employment opportunities and achieving job targets. A report on this should be submitted to the committee. On job creation, the department should focus on job creation initiatives for the current financial year through the department and its entities based on the allocated budget. A report on the number of jobs intended to be facilitated in the current financial year should be submitted to the committee. Such reporting on the number of jobs to be created in various sectors should be made by the department and entities in every reporting quarter. On general recommendations, the department should make a presentation before the committee as they review their annual performance plan for the 2024-2025 financial year. This will assist the committee in channeling and making sure that the department attends to key projects that will benefit the people of the province. This presentation should be done by the 31st of August 2023. On acknowledgements, let me appreciate all the members and support staff for their commitment to the oversight process, as well as MEC Tasnim Motara and the HOD and all officials of the department, inclusive of the CEOs and CFOs of different entities of the department. On adoption, after due consideration, the Economic Development Portfolio adopted the Gauteng Department of Economic Development Budget Vote 3 report for the 2023-2024 financial year. In terms of Rule 117, Rule 2 subsection C, read together with Rule 164, the committee presents to this House and recommends the adoption of the committee's oversight report on the Gauteng Department of Economic Development Budget Vote 3, the report for 2023-2024 financial year. Chair of Chairs.
Thank you very much, Honorable Matsake. Is there a seconder? Yes, ma'am.
I rise to second, Madam Chair of Chairs.
Thank you very much, ma'am. And now put the question. All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
Yes. All those not in favor say no. The yes have it. The report is adopted. Secretary, please call the next order.
Thank you, Chair of Chairs. Order number 6 is the budget speech and debate on the detail of the Department of Economic Development Budget Vote number 3 of the Gauteng Provincial Appropriation Bill G001-2023 for the 2023-2024 financial year.
Thank you very much. Can I then call a member, Honorable MEC Mutara, to present a budget speech?
Thank you very much, Chair of Chairs, Honourable Speaker and Deputy Speaker, Honourable Premier and members of the Executive Council, Chief Whip of the Majority Party, leaders of political parties represented in the Legislature, MMCs and councillors, senior officials of the GDD led by the Acting HOD, distinguished guests, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen, and the residents of Gauteng. I'm honoured to be tabling this budget vote to the Gauteng Provincial Legislature on behalf of the Department of Economic Development, which inherently includes its entities. This we do as we prepare to draw to a close the sixth administration of the ANC-led government, an administration that was given support by the majority of those who chose to exercise their constitutionally enshrined right, the right to vote. The right which was fought for on many fronts, separating families, tearing down communities. A right that was fought for when its exclusion meant the economic disenfranchisement of the majority of South Africans. A right once won would and should ultimately mean the economic emancipation of that same majority. A right which must be protected at all costs as we continue to intervene both legislatively and programmatically to bring about this economic emancipation that we all seek to be part of. This budget is tabled under very unfavourable structural conditions. As the Finance Minister recently indicated when tabling for adoption the Treasury's budget vote, and I quote, "Inflation globally has remained stubbornly high, pushing up the cost of living for households and governments' borrowing costs." Close quote. In addition, he remarked that the persistence and severity of load shedding domestically remains a binding constraint to production, investment, and employment. Fortunately for the sixth administration, our collective response to these structural conditions continues to be guided by the growing Gauteng Together Vision 2030. The GGT 2030 is being implemented decisively as a plan of action and from which the 5 elevated priorities emerge. As Premier Lesufi has underlined on several occasions, our priority is to transform Gauteng into an inclusive and competitive economy with a determined focus on townships, informal settlements and hostels in the Gauteng city region. Madam Chair of Chairs, the sixth administration is realizing economic emancipation in our lifetime. And allow me now to detail for the GDD how that public money has been allocated in the past financial year, where have we facilitated economic inclusion, and what are the spending priorities for the 2023-2024 financial year. On economic recovery acceleration, the department and its entities have created 23,628 jobs across the different sectors, including jobs created in the creative sector. In response to meeting the target of 2 billion rand by implementing the VAL SEZ pipeline, the department, through the VAL SEZ, was able to secure investor commitments to the value of 4.6 billion rand. 2 investment commitment letters have been received from one, Mitochondria Energy Pty Limited, on green hydrogen innovation for a total of 750 million at the start of the project and a total of 3.5 billion rand over the next 5 years. Blue Drop Energy valued at 1.1 billion rand and Mark Capital valued at 150 million rand. The Tshwane Automotive SEZ, Phase 1 and Phase 1A are now fully subscribed, with us having successfully realized 3.4 billion rand out of the 4.3 billion which was committed. Phase 2 will see a billion rand investment interest within the automotive and renewables industries. We are currently processing 2 letters of intent in this regard. On the Tshwane SEZ, it saw an increased vehicle and automotive component exports that accounted for 12.5% of total South African exports, despite the COVID-19 pandemic and supply chain disruptions. There are currently 12 investors housed at TAZES. 3 of the 12 investors have started production on the current Ford model, with the remainder of the investors being operational since November 2022. On the other hand, Phase 1 of the OR Tambo SEZ has advanced tremendously, with practical completion for 8 additional tenants to be realized at the end of May 2023. This milestone will realize the successful delivery of the jewellery manufacturing precinct. The precinct will enhance the manufacturing and export of minerals mined in South Africa, allowing for much-needed jobs and investment in this sector to be realized. Thus far, over 1 billion rand worth of investments have been secured for Phase 1 alone, and these investments include the re-entry of one of the leading Belgian diamond companies back into South Africa. Last week, we, together with the Minister of Mineral Resources and Energy, were part of officially opening the De Beers Sightholder Sales South Africa Sky Park. Here, we interacted with young, qualified and professional South Africans who are involved in key aspects of the diamond mining, sorting, polishing and setting value chain. This investment is a demonstration that the mining sector remains one of the 10 key sectors of our provincial economy and is not a sunset industry but has potential to keep on rising. The SEZ's investment attraction efforts have also resulted in investment interest from various sectors, including a potential 400 million rand investment in respect of the Springs Precinct for purposes of hydrogen energy production by an IPP concluded with the city of Ekurhuleni. DED is in a process to establish the Lanseria Smart City, which is designed as a model of an inclusive, sustainable and urban future. The envisioned LSC will comprise a cluster of new commercial, industrial and residential developments with an estimated population of over 3.5 million people by 2035. Over and above the investment of over 15 billion rand to be driven by both the public and private sector, the City of Johannesburg has committed over 300 million rand in the next 2 financial years to expand the capacity of wastewater treatment plants in the area. The Gauteng Management Agency is investing over 9.5 billion rand in expanding the network in and around Lanseria Smart City development and anchoring the Lanseria International Airport 200 million rand expansion program. In terms of our implementing agencies, allow me to provide a snapshot on progress to date. The GGDA facilitated a total of 30 billion rand worth of investments during the 2022-23 financial year, consisting of foreign direct investments and domestic direct investments from 42 investments collectively, facilitating 7,776 jobs, both new as well as retained. The department acknowledges the fact that the SMMEs play a major role in the economy by creating jobs and creating a vibrant economy. An SMME partnership program valued at 400 million rand was formed between the Gauteng Enterprise Propeller and the Industrial Development Corporation to support SMMEs within our province. The Automotive Industries Development Center will roll out 2 more township automotive hubs in the south and eastern corridors. This in an effort to expand the already successful AIDC hubs operating in the northern corridor, Winterveld in particular, and the western corridor in Shamdo. We further acknowledge the Gauteng Gambling Board's increased revenue collection from the gambling taxes that has since improved to 1.2 billion rand for the 2022-23 financial year. The GGB has since issued 43 bookmaker licenses with a projected 1,738 potential jobs in the province that will further positively augment our revenue collection. Madam Chair of Chairs, the 6th administration is realizing economic emancipation in our lifetime. We continue to improve the living conditions in our township informal settlements and hostels. We were able to pass the Gauteng Township Economic Development Act, the first of its kind in our country, a game-changing act which aims to prioritize the economic development of these areas through leveraging of the government expenditure to improve economic activity in township spaces. Strategic objectives have been implemented, which include installation, repairs and maintenance hubs, the township backyard real estate, and enhancement to the taxi economy. Madam Chair of Chairs, strengthening the battle against crime and in response to this outcome on an enabled business environment and creating an inclusive and sustainable economy, DED continued to pay its suppliers within the prescribed timeframes. In the period under review, 250 SMMEs were empowered to comply with consumer protection laws, whereas 100% of the cases referred to the Consumer Affairs Court were successfully prosecuted. This led to a reduction of 100 unfair business practice incidents. To ensure that consumer rights are protected, we have to date enlisted the help of 100 young people who serve as consumer champions on the ground, educating our provincial citizens and communities. Moreover, the Gauteng Liquor Board has designed the Liquor Transformation Charter to address the issue of transformation in the province in this sector. In efforts to curb the mushrooming of illegal gambling activities in the province, the Gambling Board has partnered with law enforcement agencies in the province and have since managed to conduct 478 raids on illegal gambling outlets. In the process, 661 illegal gambling machines and equipment were seized. The DED was able to leverage off its targeted partnerships and raise around 1 billion rand in resources from a combination of small, medium and micro enterprise fund that was established through a partnership with IDC, the Retail Partnership Fund and the Rebuilding Fund. Now to our targets for 23-24 in terms of inclusive employment. As a family unit, we have the responsibility of creating an overall target of 69,050 jobs. The breakdown are as follows. The breakdown is as follows. Our annual target, 69,050 jobs from the sector industry development, inclusive economy and consumer affairs sub-programs. The target for entities is 4,917 jobs, and those will come from the Cradle of Humankind World Heritage Site, the GGB, GGDA and its subsidiaries, and from the Gauteng Tourism Authority. What else have we achieved to radically transform, modernize, and reindustrialize the GCR? We have managed to utilize global business services as a catalyst to develop the township economy. We've also been able to mitigate load shedding and ensure energy security with a continuation of uptaking of alternative and renewable energy sources in the province, included embedded generation and microgrids. A partnership agreement has been signed with different renewable energy producers for the Protea Glen Development Cluster Project to activate and enable up to 100 megawatts
I'm the only chair
of
here.
alternative energy through a microgrid model. Thank you, Madam Chair of Chairs. When I come back, I'll also conclude.
What's your problem? Thank you very much, Honorable Mutala. Can we all keep to our time, please? Member Silius.
Thank you, Madam Chair of Chairs. I've been privileged to serve on the Economic Development Portfolio Committee since 2014. So for 9 years, I've observed the department, its operations and its entities. The MEC may not remember this, but it was not long ago that a Gauteng Enterprise propeller vehicle was found carrying a ballistic missile in its boot. But this is not the reason why I stand to oppose the budget. You see, the world is not the same anymore. We are in a post-pandemic era of generative artificial intelligence that will see whole professions, such as accountancy, law, administration, and the creative arts go out of business by 2027, according to the World Economic Forum. Just in the last quarter, Gauteng shed 18,000 jobs. The Gauteng Department of Economic Development, to be fair, know the importance of allocating resources wisely. The department is not badly run. They don't get bad audit outcomes. They don't raise flags with the AG. And most of the expenditure happens in the entities, so everything looks okay at first glance. But the world has changed, and this budget perpetuates outdated policy choices that inhibit economic growth. Allow me to directly address the policy pivots, those hard decisions that seem counterintuitive to the ANC ideology, but essential to our actual future success and resilience. Firstly, the entities operate in an environment with excessive regulation, burdensome bureaucratic processes, and high barriers to entry that suffocate our businesses and stifle their potential to thrive and create jobs. Rather than adopting a pro-business approach that encourages entrepreneurship and innovation, the budget perpetuates this hostile environment for businesses to operate in. We must slash the red tape, simplify and automate most of the workflows, and redirect the money to a future that actually exists and not a mid-century Soviet-era dream. Additionally, this budget fails to adequately address the urgent need for new skills development and education. Fortunately, the skills required for this new world of work are no longer reserved for the elite. You don't need a fancy and expensive tertiary education to become a data scientist or robotics engineer or a full-stack developer. Any person of any age can learn and reskill because thousands of free resources are available from your smart device. Our young people specifically need to be connected to these kinds of opportunities. With generative AI already raising concerns about the traditional powers of a curriculum vitae and the potential to plagiarize even advanced research, we must be aware that our children will need a new approach to access economic opportunities. Your CV and your kids' CVs and your certificates and degrees are going to mean less and less. Instead, it will be about what you've applied, where you have deployed solutions to problems, and how others can replicate your solutions. All of these things are open source. In addition to these hard skills, our workforce will need to learn how to think critically, connect to people, and lead with emotional intelligence. Unfortunately, these realities are going to come for us, and they're not reflected in your budget. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Mukwebo.
Thanks, Chair of Chairs. Abanye siwabona namhlanje maku debate lapha. But le angizanga ngayo lapha. Ngize ngendaba lapha yokuthi Chair of Chairs, in this current financial year, the department is allocated almost 2 billion. Chair of Chairs, as the EFF, we cannot support budget vote 3, reason being the department doesn't meet their target. As the EFF will reject this budget, there is a project and construction which is happening in Tshwane SEZ. We saw there, we are allocating over 42 million of diesel to this place whereby the target are not met. We reject this budget, Chair of Chairs, as the EFF. There is an agency called Gauteng Growth Development Agency, GGDA. This agency deals with economic infrastructure of this department. And we allocate over 600 million to this agency. But there's a mess which is happening in this agency because the MEC, she's so involved in this department, in this agency. How can we have economic infrastructure in the province whereas MEC doesn't do her role there? She dissolved the board. The board was reinstated through the court processes. As the EFF will reject this budget because now the department ought to challenge the board again. Where are we going to get economic infrastructure in this province, where we have got the bigger chunk of our budget allocated for this entity which is busy going up and down at the court processes? We reject this budget, Chair of Chairs. Gauteng Enterprise Propeller is one of the biggest elephant in the room in this department. They can't implement the turnaround strategy which the Premier once spoke about, which is going to happen as it's called township economic, where our people are going to benefit. Now, the strategy we normally ask as the committee, I agree with the chair of the committee, you must not crucify him. He's correct. They can't reach the target. That is the recommendation of the committee. Gauteng Tourism Agency, it's a mess on its own. Doesn't appetize us when you enter even the airport of OR Tambo, whereby you must see the tourism of this province. Entities in this department, all of them, they are collapsed. I can mention one of it, which is called Marupini, whereby spends almost 4 years without financial statements being given. What a mess of this department. We tell the people of Gauteng that we reject the budget because we have got entities which can't reach the target. Lastly, this department is being rewarding all the failed mayors of West Rand. All the mayors of West Rand, I can't be surprised because Calvin Serrano was a mayor there in Mogale City. He's been rewarded to run West Rand SEZ. There is a failed mayor from Merafong called Papi Mulukwane. He's busy now with the Nuken, which we can't even know. I was in Amaskra yesterday, people that don't even know what is the Nuken agency. It shows how these people, they can't even run these projects. I won't be surprised, Chair of Chairs, when we'll see Muzi Kumalo, the failed mayor from Rand West, to join this department. I won't be surprised to see the failed mayor from Merafong, Mapi Folitiye, to join this department because even Nawa is there, the West Rand former mayor. So it's the mayors of West Rand in this department. The people of West Rand are failing the people of Gauteng unless you can transform this department.
Thank you very much.
My time is still here. I know you are targeting me. I've got 33 seconds. Pause. We reject budget vote 3 because there is a war room which is allocated over 14 million and technical advisory council which doesn't assist us in creating the jobs in this province. These millions allocated to these people are not assisting us with service delivery in our province. We reject this budget. Thank you very much.
Honorable Tiplisi.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair of Chairs. I hope that I am audible and that you could see it as me. In May 2022, it was reported that about 53% of the people in Gauteng have skipped at least one meal because they do not have the economic means to buy food. This translates into approximately 5.6 million people who live beneath the breadline. And just for some context, this is more than the population of the city of Johannesburg. It is further reported that the majority of these people live in metros, an area where, ironically, billions of rands have been spent by this department with little or nothing to show. And when you consider that the narrow unemployment in Gauteng is 36.7%, you can begin to join the dots. You can blame COVID-19 or foreign nationals as much as you like, but show me another developing country or have the same issues that is facing the damning reality of almost 6 million people unemployed and hordes of starving people just in one province. No amount of money can fix the problem if there's no accountability. No amount of money, planning, or public engagements can fix the problem if the legislation discussed will destroy businesses and complete industries. On a recent study tour to one of our partners in BRICS, we encountered an unemployment rate of 8% post-COVID. And still the government and its officials are panicked. As any responsible government, the economic well-being of its residents, all its residents, was front of mind in any discussion that we had. Every engagement that we had with the government in Brazil centered around legislation that builds the private sector and does not hamper it. They focused on budgetary accountability that contains theft, that will contain theft, and they also have a very welcome whole of society approach. Brazil is a country that has pulled itself out of economic ruin through the separation of the economic players and the government. The government provides services in service delivery, and it only creates an environment for all industries to flourish. It does not play in the economic field. We can make it work here in South Africa. If a government is not a player on the economic field, but a referee and an enabler of the private sector. This happens in Midvaal, Moyamgeni, and the Western Cape. All of them have stellar employment rates. Why do we not do this in Gauteng? As long as the basics of economic growth are not the central driving force of this department, we cannot support the budget. People cannot eat political promises. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member Du Plessis. We now have Honourable P. Malema at the podium.
Thank you, Madam Chair of Committees. Allow me to basically start off by extending my hand of profoundly heartfelt fraternal greetings to yourself, Madam Speaker, and a Deputy in absentia, Honourable Premier of Gauteng in absentia, Honourable Chief Whip of Majority Party and his Deputy, members of the Executive Council, leaders and whips of other political parties represented in this House, honourable members of this August House, our distinguished guests, members of the public joining us through various social media networks and fragments, the people of Gauteng at large. In essence, Madam Chair of Committees, it is important to inform this House sitting that the ANC at its 55th National Conference placed upon itself the need for the organization to truly embrace and reinforce its role as a strategic center of power for socio-economic transformation in this country. This assertion, Madam Chair of Committees, is premised on an organization which is capable to manage its policy implementation. The ANC is a revolutionary organization characterized by the ability to evaluate how it continues to serve the mandate of the people, and to this end, it has resolved to declare 2023 as the year of the decisive action to advance the people's interest and renew our movement. Honourable Chair of Committees, I'm truly humbled and privileged to debate this budget vote 3 of the Gauteng Provincial Government on Economic Development for the year 2023-2024, yes, for the financial year 2023-2024 appropriation bill. Madam Chair of Chairs, This is one of the most critical departments carrying the hopes and aspirations of the people of Gauteng for economic emancipation to attain economic freedom and salvage them from the bondage of hunger and poverty across the boundaries of the province. Madam Chair of Chairs, as the ANC, we are aware that the ANC-led government is implementing the Gauteng 4th Industrial Revolution growth and digitalization strategy, which has 4 pillars, namely digital infrastructure, enabling environment, enabling technologies, and human capital development. This will enable our city regions to build a dynamic digital economy that offers employment to the youth and opportunities to entrepreneurs, particularly those who are from the previously disadvantaged communities. Notably, Madam Chair of Chairs, you will be aware that the ANC government is rolling out several initiatives to achieve reliable connectivity that provides inclusive access to digital technology, supporting new business, creates new players and markets, and enhances government services to improve Gauteng's competitive position through 4th Industrial Revolution and other technologies, also considering improvement on research, development, and innovation to develop skills for the future economic growth. Madam Chair of Committees, we highlight key challenges confronting the department and successes attained by the Department of Economic Development. The work undertaken by the department is guided by the policies and priorities adopted by the Gauteng provincial government, which are related to the transformation, modernization, and reindustrialization of the Gauteng economy. In light of this, the department and its entities are set to develop and implement programs that will ensure decent employment, revitalize township economies, stimulate growth and investments as part of its mandate for economic empowerment. Honourable members in this August House, the year 2024 is the year of a critical period in which our energy as the ANC will be reinforced to shine and win the provincial and national general elections with an outright majority to continue to serve the people of Gauteng with distinction driven by the following economic priorities for effective and efficient service delivery. 1, igniting the social compact demystified by the acceleration of economic recovery, growth and investment to boost the significant role of the special economic zones. 2, to strengthen the battle against crime, corruption, vandalism and lawlessness in our beloved province. 3, embarking on the reform to improve living conditions in townships, informal settlement and hostels to realize economic emancipation and create conducive environment for a better life for all in this province. Lastly, increasing contribution to townships, SMMEs, to the GCR economy and employment target through support for procurement from township businesses. Madam Chair of Committees, we have noticed as the ANC that the department has a clear aggressive intervention strategy to strengthen the capacity of the state to deliver services for the commitment of 95% compliance by Gauteng Department of Economic Development agencies to good governance principles and 100% spent against the budget allocation by the entities. Madam Chair of Committees, the budget committed by the department in this financial year seeks to change the lives of the people of Gauteng and make everyone to participate on reconstruction and development of township economy with inculcation of business to thrive and create job opportunities to all sectors of our society. The ANC noted some of the unattained targets were related to service delivery imperatives in the main strategic economic infrastructure projects aimed at implementing the transformation, modernization, reindustrialization program, particularly the Township Economic Revitalization Program. The ANC, through its oversight mechanism, will continue to closely monitor the department's ability to deliver services and align with the provincial priorities. Furthermore, we are impressed by the determination of the department through its entities striving to create an enabling and conducive environment for job creation. The attainment of targets related to foreign and domestic investment remained a concern, and such investments are critical in creating employment opportunities. Madam Chair of Committees, the budget vote of the department provides an overview of the departmental mandates with alignment to the national and provincial priorities through the National Development Plan 2030, as well as working towards the realization of African Agenda 2063. aspiration on a prosperous Africa based on inclusive economic growth and sustainable development. The aspiration will be attained through fostering economic transformation, growth and industrialization of the economy. President Ramaphosa announced during the State of the Nation address that the Lanseria Smart City Master Plan has been signed off by all stakeholders, including the private sector, the 4 municipalities involved, and the DPSA, which is funding the bulk infrastructure, without which the project will not succeed. The project will pave way for good success of the special type of Lanseria Smart City and promote the economic beneficiation amongst the citizens of Gauteng. The Gauteng provincial government and municipalities are tackling all issues that will improve the ease of doing business and enhance the attractiveness of our city region as the preferred destination for domestic and foreign direct investment. Madam Chair of Committees, the Premier of our province, Honorable Lesufi, in his State of the Province address, has made a clear commitment to have Gauteng ANC-led government to support massive increase in local production by identifying 42 products, ranging from edible oils to furniture, fruit concentrates, personal protective equipment, steel products, and green economy inputs that can be sourced locally, and SMME's focused localization policy framework, which identified the 1,000 products to be sold and being promoted by Proudly South African. African Continental Free Trade Area, which came into operation on the 1st of January 2022, following the adoption of the Johannesburg Declaration by the African Union, gives a platform for South African businesses to expand into markets across the continent, and for South Africa to position itself as a gateway to the continent and the world as a whole for trading purposes. Madam Chair of Committees, we want to reflect on the milestone achievements made by the Department of Economic Development through Gauteng Industrial Development Zone at the OR Tambo Special Economic Zone. Honourable members, ANC-led government is proud to announce the milestone achievements under the auspices of Department of Economic Development through Gauteng Industrial Development Zone by igniting and delivering a food factory with the second largest refrigeration plant in the world. The facility, which is 22,735 square meters in size, the factory created over 2,256 jobs, where the high number of participants are youth and women, taking a center stage for a possible economic growth and sustainability. Furthermore, Chair of Committees, the food factory is projected to export 1 billion rand worth of products by 2025. We further announced that the Gauteng Department of Economic Development facilitated delivery of 102 million rands gold refinery with the capacity to support South Africa's gold product export for 20 billion rands worth of exports per annum. The refinery has state-of-the-art infrastructure that has been introduced in South Africa through the investors' capability initiatives to grow Gauteng economy. Successfully conceptualization and clustering of mineral beneficiation industry in South Africa was also done. This is in direct response to the mineral beneficiation strategy and will result in enhanced export of mineral beneficiation products in South Africa. Imminent construction conclusion on the jewelry manufacturing precinct will bring to life mineral beneficiation and tenants occupancy from June 2023. The department already gazetted other 2 precincts, bulk design finalized and awaiting funding to go to market for bulk development as part of response to Gauteng Township Economic Revitalization Strategy, which complemented the Gauteng Township Economic Development Act to effectively protect local businesses and ensures that certain sectors are set aside for local people for economic participation. Chair of Chairs, this is an indication that through the ANC-led government, we reaffirm the commitment of giving the people of Gauteng decent services with a clear intention to fight poverty and improve livelihood. Honourable members, indeed, this is a good story to tell. Chair of Chairs, the ANC-led government acknowledges the challenges encountered by the department, and through oversight, we will ensure that the department implements accountability measures and consequence management to avoid poor performance of the Economic Development Department during the year under review. The department is continuously supporting and capacitating the affected entities the affected entities for them to comply with PFMA and other funding requirements model which are related to minimum norms and standards for different fields of services. Despite the challenges, Gauteng Department of Economic Development remain committed in its service delivery objectives to advance the struggle of human emancipation for economic empowerment, to alleviate poverty and improve socio-economic conditions of Gauteng city regions, to advance social welfare services and service delivery in general. In light of that, in light of all what we have already said here, Madam Chair of Committees, we want to support the budget. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Malema. We will now have the Honorable MEC to reply to the debate. MEC Mutara.
I have many. Thank you so much, Madam Chair of Chairs, and let me take this opportunity to thank all members of the legislature who participated in the debate. I'd like to first, through you, Madam Chair of Chairs, respond to Honorable Mokwevu. I'm not sure, Honorable Mokwevu, what you want. You bash us every day about not creating jobs, especially for those in the West Rand. You're also from the West Rand. And fortunately, it means that there'll be a job for you when you are fired here from the legislature at DED. But thank you so much for your contribution to the debate. It was extremely difficult for you to critique. You were really, really struggling, but at least, like I say, there is a position for you at DED. When your boss follows you, it's imminent. So thank you so much. Honorable Cilliers, I think the points that you make are well noted. However, nitpicking is not going to assist us. So thinking that if we resolve one issue, we'll be able to address all economic challenges in the province is not, I think it's a bit myopic. And I do think that we need to be more broad in our approach. So of course, yes, the fourth industrial revolution, fifth industrial revolution, AI, the skills required, the jobs and the businesses that will be out of circulation in 2027 must be and are definitely a concern. But what should be more of a concern to us is if we don't change the structure of our economy, and if we don't structurally adjust the disenfranchisement and the large numbers of those who are excluded. It doesn't matter how much you attend to the skills in one area. That exclusion, if it continues to exacerbate, that exclusion is not going to stop and affect everybody. So I think that while, yes, we can address the skill shortages, yes, we can address what needs to be done in education, working with our partners both in the Department of Basic and Higher Education, as well as creating education and skills for certain industries, we have to be broad in our approach and ensure that we have as much inclusion as possible. The fact that, Honorable Mokwevu, the fact that the department transfers 72% of its total budget to entities must mean that both me and yourself as an oversight body must be interested in what happens to that budget, how it is spent, whether it is that the entities are creating an enabling environment and not necessarily creating jobs, and back to creating an enabling environment. You speak of excessive regulation. We are all regulated by the PFMA, and I think it's perhaps time we have a debate about whether PFMA is restrictive, is it sector supportive, and is it assisting us in creating an enabling environment and allowing us to attract more external investors. So excessive regulation, the Department of DED is not a regulator of anything. Where we have a lot of challenges is in the municipalities, but we are working together with the municipalities. Where we need to be able to address a lot of the regulation and red tape is those regulatory authorities outside of DED. But DED has a responsibility to bring everybody together to be able to address those concerns and look at minimizing, cutting out duplications, cutting out long processes. We've been able to do it here in the province with those that are within our purview, and I invite municipalities and other regulatory bodies to be able to do the same. Of course, the issue is that we've got to address capabilities and capacities within the state, whether the state has got those capacities and capabilities in-house. We have agreed, Honourable Mukwevho, with the Portfolio Committee, of which you are a member, that we will re-look at whether we are getting value for money for the war room. So that is a commitment from the department. We've addressed it in the committee, and we owe the committee a report on the same. Targets not being met should and are a pain to all of us. And I think all of us must be able to work together to be able to address those where we have not met those targets. But equally, our targets must be realistic, they must be attainable and achievable, and take into consideration the real situation that we find ourselves in. Post-COVID, many industries were decimated to the point of almost non-existent. They are now recovering, which is something that we must celebrate. They are now recuperating, and those jobs is what we need to celebrate. What we need to be able to support is continued growth and continued support, not only for SMMEs, but for new industries, new sectors, and sectors that are now recovering post-COVID. With that, Madam Chair of Chairs, I'd like to table the budget to the legislature and wish to take this opportunity to thank the House for its support.
And thank you very much, Honourable Mutela, for your response. May I take this opportunity to request that those that are online who are attending the meeting through hybrid, please make sure that your video is off, except when you are about to speak. You'll be on just for a few minutes for us to be able to see that you are actually present, but otherwise, please make sure that it is off. It affects the system. Yeah, thank you very much. Can I then request the Secretary to call the next order?
Consideration of the Environment, Agriculture and Rural Development Portfolio Committee's Oversight Report on the detail of the Department of Agriculture, Rural Development and Environment Budget Vote 11 of Gauteng Provincial Appropriation Bill G001-2023 for the financial year 2023-2024.
Thank you very much, Honourable Kekana. Kindly present your committee report, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Chair of Chairs. Greetings to you. Greetings to Madam Speaker, the Deputy Speaker, Honourable Premier, members of the Executive Council, the Chief Whip, fellow honourable members, all officials, both in the GPG and the GPL, including the people of Gauteng tuned in on various social platforms. Chair of Chairs, please pardon me as I'm unable to switch on my camera at this stage. I hope I'm audible.
You are audible, ma'am. Thanks.
Yes, thank you very much. Madam Speaker, due to time limitation, I will request that parts of the report that I will not go through be taken as read. I, Rufilwe Kekana, Chairperson of the Environment, Agriculture and Rural Development Portfolio Committee, presents the Committee Oversight Report of Budget Vote 11 allocation for the Gauteng Department of Agriculture, Rural Development and Environment of the Provincial Appropriation Bill as follows. And I will start with the executive summary. This report, Madam Chair of Chairs, is an analysis of the 2023-24 medium-term expenditure framework of the Gauteng Department of Agriculture, Rural Development and Environment, referred to as Vote 11 as presented by the Gauteng Treasury. The aims of the report is to determine whether the proposed inputs fit to the government priorities in realizing the required outcomes. The budget framework provides resources that support the strategic priorities and objectives of the department and government. The 2023-24 financial year budget follows a period of weak economic growth brought about by the COVID-19 pandemic, with the world economy starting to recover amidst disrupted supply chains, which led to inflationary pressures and high prices of commodities. The Department of Agriculture, Rural Development and Environment's total allocation for the 2023-24 financial year revenue is set as at 1.066 billion, which marks a 5.3% reduction from the previous financial year's adjusted budget of 1.125 billion. The department's budget in relation to the total provincial budget continues in its downward trajectory, albeit slight this year, and decreases from 0.68% of the previous year's total provincial budget to 0.67% in the current financial year. The proportion of compensation towards employees to total budget increased from 49.4% in the previous financial year to 53.7% in the current financial year. The budget proportion of conditional grants in relation to the total budget decreases from 14.8% in the previous financial year to 14.1% in the current financial year. The department sponsors 3 programs, namely administration, agriculture and rural development, as well as the environmental affairs. These have received budgets to the tune of 2.75 million, 4.94 million, and 2.95 million respectively. The budget is meant to help in reversing the effects of COVID-19 pandemic on the provincial economy so that economic activity is taken to as close as possible to where it was prior to the occurrence of the pandemic. This budget coincides with a period when the country is still battling the impact of the war in Ukraine, the increasing inflation, as well as the impact COVID-19 pandemic has had on the economy. It will be important for the sector to contribute towards the lifting of the economy with absorbing people in jobs created, especially as it is a workforce-intensive sector. The committee acknowledges the budget allocation for 2023-24 financial year and will continue to monitor the performance of the department on a quarterly basis and over the MTEF period on funded programs. On assessment per program, on Program 1, which is administration, the administration program consists of 4 sub-programs, namely Office of the MEC, Senior Management, Cooperative Services, and Financial Management. The program provides service delivery quality, human resource management and development, efficient and effective governance, as well as business processes. The compensation of employees allocation over the 2023 MTEF increases from 161 million in 2023-24 to 175.2 million in 2025-26 financial year due to the cost of living adjustments. Goods and services expenditure over the MTEF increases from 106.3 million in 23-24 financial year to 111 million in 2025-26, mainly for lease payments for office building, fleet services, legal costs, and internal audit services. An amount of 1.3 million was transferred to Sector Education and Training Authorities, the SETAs, between 2019-20 and 2022-23. The allocation increases from 1.4 million in 2023-24 to 1.7 million in 25-26 for capacity and talent management initiatives. The allocation for households increases from 822,000 in 23-24 to 937,000 in 25-26 to accommodate household benefits such as external bursaries and leave gratuities. Capital asset expenditure increased from 4.3 million in 2019-20 to 12.9 million in 2022-23 for plant equipment replacements. The allocation ranges from 6.5 million to 6.8 million over the 2023 MTEF and caters for the procurement of tools of trade. The committee continues to observe with concern that in the previous financial years, some service providers were appointed late, while some rendered work of poor quality to farmers. It would be critical that the department monitors service providers and ensures that they do not breach their contract, especially on the delivery of production inputs. On Program 2, which is Agriculture and Rural Development, the program aims to optimize the contribution of sustainable agriculture towards the equitable development of all communities and the economy in the province by enhancing food security, income generation, job creation, and the quality of life, and also to control and manage health risks of animal origin, thus stimulating economic growth and contributing to poverty alleviation and international trade. This program consists of 6 sub-programs, which is agricultural economic services, farmer support and development, research and technology development services, rural development coordination, sustainable resource management, and veterinary services. The committee continues to be concerned with the backlog faced with the establishment of infrastructure projects brought about by the IDMS policy and encourages the department to ensure that the backlog is reduced in the year under review. Under Program 3, which is Environmental Affairs, this program is responsible for promoting equitable use of ecosystem goods and services and contributing to the economic development by managing biological diversity and its components. The program also ensures that the province implements the principles of integrated waste management, promotes sustainable development and quality of life by ensuring acceptable ambient air quality and sustainable mining practices, and manage hazardous chemical and industrial related activities. The program consists of 4 sub-programs, namely environmental policy, planning and coordination, environmental quality management, compliance and enforcement, as well as biodiversity management. The committee is still concerned with the challenges experienced by the Suikerbosrand Nature Reserve and urges the department to collaborate with the Gauteng Department of Infrastructure Development on the turnaround strategy to improve the nature reserve. On committee concerns, the committee is further concerned about the continuous inability to eradicate the backlog faced with the establishment of the infrastructure projects brought about by the IDMS policy. The inadequate support given to smallholder farmers and agricultural cooperatives, the lack of reporting and plans relating to environmental affairs in the province, particularly on climate change, the lack of creation of employment in the agricultural sector, lack of plans to address the impact of climate change on food security in the province, the continuous failure to identify available land for rehabilitation and agricultural production and the implementation thereof, and lack of assisting smallholder farmers to gain access to land for agriculture and agro-processing purpose. Lack of improvement on spending the allocated budget continuously and not achieving a planned targets. Finally, the lack of spending on conditional grants on the agricultural industry. On committee recommendations, the Portfolio Committee recommends that the following reports be submitted to the committee by the 30th of August 2023. 1, provide the committee with a detailed and remedial plan in terms of how the various infrastructure projects will be supported in the current financial year through the IDMS policy. Further, provide mitigation measures and progress report on the implementation of the projects by the DBSA. Secondly, provide the committee with a detailed plan on enhancing functionality of subsistence smallholder farmers, youth and farmers, women and youth farmers. I will jump to the last 2 ones. The department
the adoption.
Okay, sorry, Chair of Chairs. I acknowledge all the members of the committee as well as the support staff, and after due consideration, the Environment, Agriculture and Rural Development portfolio unanimously adopted the Gauteng Department of Agriculture, Rural Development and Environment Budget Vote 11, and in terms of Rule 117, subsection 2C, read together with Rule 164, the committee presents to the House and recommends the adoption of the committee oversight report on the Gauteng Department of Agriculture, Rural Development and Environment, Budget 11. Thank you very much, Chair of Chairs, and my apologies for taking your time. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Is there any seconder?
I'll second, Chair.
Thank you very much, ma'am. I now put a question. All those in favor say yes.
Yes. Yes.
All those not in favor say no.
Yes.
The yes have it. Secretary, please call the next order.
Budget speech and debate on the detail of the Department of Agriculture, Rural Development and Environment Budget Vote 11 of the Gauteng Provincial Appropriation Bill G001-2023 for financial year 2023-2024.
Okay, thank you very much, ma'am. Honorable MSC Hlophe, kindly present your budget speech.
Thank you. Chair of Chairs, if you will allow me to skip the salutations and move straight to the input. We have attempted to summarize the input because of the time constraints that are there. However, the full report will be given. Madam Speaker, while South Africa is a food secure at national level, the country is still insecure at household level, as not all households can access adequate food. According to the Gauteng City Region Observatory, a research institute in the province, approximately 18% of the Gauteng population faces food insecurity, and 7.3% face inadequate food access. It is for this reason that part of the recently launched 6,000 EPWP Gauteng Green Army, as part of the cleaning and greening task, will focus on supporting food production initiatives through the establishment of household food gardens, community and school food gardens, especially within the 50 poorest wards in the province. Our Green Army will drive a green mandate, ensuring the promotion of a paradigm shift within our poorest communities, where many households have covered good agricultural land with pavement or grass within their backyards, yet residents in the house remain poor and with no food. By turning these pieces of land that they have within their household into food production spaces, we'll ensure that many are able to sleep with a nutritious meal in their belly, reducing our current stats of food insecurity in the province. We have started this work in earnest, and as during the launch, the EPWP Green Army, we visited some of the homes of SASSA and DSD food beneficiaries in Dobsonville, Soweto, and embarked on establishing household food gardens within the homes and further teaching them the importance of agriculture and food production and maintaining a healthy diet. To this effect, the department further aims to expand access to agri-food value chain opportunities and ensure the economic inclusion of townships, informal settlements and hostels for sustainable livelihoods. In line with the NDP, the kind of city region we want for 2030 is one where no one goes to bed hungry. To this end, the department aims to maximize food security in the TICH areas, ensuring we reduce food security by 50% in the province. These efforts and focus on TICH in terms of eradicating food insecurity does not in any way negate the work we continue to do in terms of strengthening the commercialization prospects of our emerging farmers and growing our agro-processing enterprises. The department has further, in its interventions on the 5 value chains, mainly on livestock, grain, poultry, vegetables and piggery, to ensure access to markets and finance. These interventions are premised on pursuing partnerships with industry towards realizing the objective of commercialization of smallholder farmers and agro-processors. Our goal remains the focus of achieving sustainable and inclusive agri-food value chains which contribute to food security, increased contribution to the economy and fostering new opportunities for young and future food producers. Madam Speaker, we have expanded our market days from simply focusing on GPG employees as clients to TICH Farmers Market Family Days, which has enabled the department to reach a broader society by creating market access platform for farmers to interact directly with communities and sell their produce. We can proudly indicate that the 3 farmers markets that we've had to date in Soweto, in Sidibeng, and in Tembisa have thus far received great feedback from community members and farmers alike, who appreciate learning and interacting with farmers on their goods, and further the ability to buy fresh produce at a reasonable price as the middleman has been reduced. Our commitment to growing the TICH economy is evident. Today, Madam Speaker, we have Ms. Monki Musehle, Lokshin Juices Mr. Lungelo Mgaga, and Sila Millers Mr. Kolani Nzaba, outside to showcase and sell their products. They form part of the entrepreneurs the department invites to the monthly Farmers Market Family Days on a rotational basis. We believe these initiatives will grow their client base and play a key role in promoting healthy livelihood. We'll also have items from recycled material to promote the waste management. On our waste management and pollution, further within the mandate of the Gauteng Green Army is to clean our TICH communities, ensuring environmental sustainability. The status quo analysis indicates that Gauteng is experiencing severe constraints regarding the availability of land space. Simply put, we are running out of landfill space. Further compounded by challenges in operating and decommissioning landfills in a manner compliant with licensing conditions. Over the past year, there has been an increase in adverse incidences at municipal landfills that sometimes led to deaths, as these landfills have become a site of conflict amongst waste pickers. Post-COVID, municipalities in Gauteng have faced challenges in running effective waste management services due to budgetary constraints and low revenue collection for waste services, a situation likely to be exacerbated by the current energy crisis, posing a threat to the revenue drawn from provision of electricity. The inability of municipalities to collect waste has led to increased littering and illegal dumping in communities, resulting in a filthy environment posing health risks to residents. Waste minimization, recovery and recycling programs before waste disposal are therefore a must under the current situation. We need to work collectively to minimize the amount of waste that enters our landfills. The 6,000 Gauteng Green Army has the additional task of helping us to reach our waste management tasks in addition to the agricultural work they have been doing. Madam Speaker, we have spent time deliberating on the task ahead of the Green Army, not because this is the only and the sole work that we'll be focusing on as a department, but because this massive human resource we have employed will help the department to reach its primary mandate of entrenching and growing agriculture in the province, whilst driving waste management agenda to ensure environmental sustainability. To this end, an amount of 224 million has been allocated towards the EPWP program, out of which the 494 million allocated towards agriculture, rural development, and the 296 million allocated towards environmental affairs. Madam Speaker, we are joined today by 5 young people from Spikeng who requested to be assisted to establish waste management buyback centres and food production open spaces as identified. The team has, in this regard, began to work on the ground with these young visionaries. Buyback centres play a critical role in ensuring the reduction of waste within our landfills, and the department is massifying on the task, ensuring that we establish as many of these within Titch communities in line with our cleaning and greening work that we have embarked on. To this end, the department program for supporting waste entrepreneurs, buyback centres and cooperatives with recycling equipment with a minimum of 75 waste enterprises supported each financial year continues, albeit we are likely to see an increase to this. Further, the above integration of waste pickers into cooperatives through the registration with their DTIC will continue, with 50 cooperatives established annually. These cooperatives will further be supported through the training, including of budget management, financial management, health and safety. There is still no significant waste minimization and segregation programs across the Gauteng municipalities. To this end, the department is developing regulatory instruments to mandate waste minimization and waste separation at source. On climate change, Madam Speaker, climate change predictions are now translated into everyday reality, and we need to demonstrate in action a just transition towards a carbon-free society. The department has finalized the Gauteng City Region Climate Change Implementation Plan to ensure horizontal alignment of climate change in Gauteng in both public and private spaces. I'll move straight to, because I see I've only got 1 minute left. Safe to say the areas around biodiversity, air quality management, as we had indicated, will be submitted accordingly. Madam Speaker, GDAT continue to implement our 2030 vision of growing Gauteng together as the blueprint of the current administration, with specific focus on our Titch communities. The department remains committed to improving food security by ensuring a reduction of food insecurity in the province, supporting township businesses, providing market access to our producers, reducing factors contributing to climate change, and greening and waste management initiatives. And lastly, but not least, skills development and youth training through food production initiatives as part of the rehabilitation program. To this effect, the department has allocated a budget of 106 billion for the financial year 2023-2024, which is increasing by 4% and 5% in the outer budget year allocation for 2024-2025, 2025-2026, respectively, translating to a nominal increase of 41 million and 55 million in the respective years. The 2023-2024 budget is costed and aligned to our departmental APP, expressed in 54% of the budget being allocated towards the compensation of employees, whilst 44% is allocated towards goods and services, 1% of the budget allocated towards transfers and subsidies, and a further allocated to procuring of capital goods. In conclusion, the Gauteng Department of Agriculture, Rural Development and Environment, we are at work to deliver our core mandate and prioritize improving the lives of all in Gauteng, especially within our Titch communities. And as we embark on this last step of the 6th administration, we wish to invite all hands on deck and ensure that services are delivered to the people of Gauteng, especially the disenfranchised and impoverished. As Mahatma Gandhi charged, the best way to find yourself is to lose yourself in the service of others. Our departmental agenda requires all on board. Let us serve Gauteng and the nation together. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Khatebe. Sope, sorry. Now I'm looking at the list. There is a Khatebe that is supposed to speak. Thank you very much, Honorable Engelbrecht. It's your opportunity to speak.
Madam Chair of Chairs, the Gauteng Department of Agriculture, Rural Development and Environment's allocation for the 23-24 financial year is 1.066 billion, a reduction of 59.3 million from the previous financial year. I would have congratulated the department on the increased revenue generated from sales of goods and services, but this small gain has been negated by a massive 56% drop in revenue from fines and penalties, dropping from 9 million rand to 3.9 million. With a huge number of transgressions taking place across the province, especially in the environmental space, there is no justification in this huge drop of revenue. This failure to collect on fines and penalties clearly indicates a lack of management and control. Madam Chair of Chairs, history has a habit of repeating itself, and sadly, this department spent only 78% of its budget in the previous financial year. A significant disgrace when hundreds of emerging farmers are crying out for assistance. After several years, the same lame excuses are being used for underspending, which has become a norm, as the department is unable to conform fully to the supply chain management principles, and for some unknown reason, using the infrastructure development management system as a scapegoat. My logical conclusion can be that top management cannot effectively run this department. Only 51% of the conditional grants were spent in the past financial year, and the excuse, the conditional grants were approved late. This, when smallholder farmers after 3 years have still not received a borehole pump, but only given a hole in the ground. And that's not gossip, MEC. Despite the above and continued underperformance, 53.7% of this budget goes towards compensation of employees. In a corporate environment, employees get rewarded only when targets are met and exceeded. Yet, as in previous years, this department has again underperformed and not reached the targets. However, the officials were awarded with 39 million being allocated for a 3% wage increase plus a 1.5% notch salary progression. The DA is concerned about the following department's failures: not adhering to supply chain management policies, inadequate support, which includes inadequate mentorship of smallholder farmers, failure of the IDMS system with poor quality of infrastructure projects, lack of reporting and effective planning on climate change and its impact on food security, the failure to identify land for rehabilitation, and the failure to provide land for agriculture and agro-processing. Continual underspending on conditional grants is the norm, and not spending the budget effectively and not achieving planned targets are all problems. In this province, with 1 in 4 people being food insecure, this department should be the beacon of hope for our farmers. Tragically, they have failed to deliver on their promises, and it is the citizens of this province that suffer, and therefore, Madam Chair of Chairs, we cannot support this budget. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Can we have Honorable Khatebe from the EFF?
Madam Chair of Chairs, as the EFF, we reject budget vote 11 because it is not geared towards empowering our own black people especially under the current economic conditions where the unemployment rate has reached its highest, particularly amongst our very own young people. With a budget allocated of 1.1 billion in the previous financial year, the department continues to underspend and again failed to achieve the planned target for the year. No wonder the budget had been reduced to 1.06 billion in the 2023-2024 financial year, because this just as a useless department that lacks capacity and is notorious for poor financial management. In the 2021-2022 financial year, this department underspent 100 million of the allocated budget. In 2020-2021 financial year, they underspent by 42.8 million. Why are they developing the targets they cannot achieve? If you cannot achieve the targets you set yourself, then you must just ship out because you are a failure. This is an opportunity for the department through the Farmer Support and Development Program to start taking lead. Madam Chair of Chairs, the land question is paramount for a successful agriculture and rural development. The ANC has failed to amend law to ensure the protection and advancement of land expropriation without compensation for equitable distribution. Until the land is restored to most of our people and they are in turn empowered to produce food and goods for themselves, agriculture development will continue to be an unethical and exploitative exercise that keeps white power in place at the expense of black people who want land to sustain themselves. There is no doubt that the land reform program have hopelessly failed the indigenous people and dismally failed to restore the dignity and humanity of the oppressed African masses of the province. This department is dysfunctional, poorly and ill-equipped to deal with land reform and agrarian revolution. It does not even have any plan to address the problem of unemployment through agriculture production. During the State of the Province address in 2022, then the Premier said this province had been particularly focused on the cannabis industry and has set up a dedicated team to deal with the issues around these commodities. We will have expected this budget vote to outline its plan towards empowering and preparing black emerging farmers to seize this opportunity. As always, this department is waiting for the white monopoly capitalism and imperialistic to take this country that has an enormous medicinal and industrial potential. They are reactionaries and instead of being proactive. We have for the past year been raising the continued failure by this department to complete capital-funded projects which are running for long periods, year in and year out. These projects receive budget allocations but never get completed. We cannot support budget vote that lacks vision. You can deny it and whatever way you like it. You have reached yourself by date. A new government of people is coming in 2024 to show you how it's done. The ANC have expired. Instead, they opt for shortcuts by giving our people short-term jobs and handouts through the EPWP. I thank you, Madam Chair of Chairs.
Thank you very much, Honorable Khatebe. Can we have Honorable Miller, please come in?
Thank you. Madam Chair of Chairs, the Environmental Affairs Programme has suffered a 14% budget share cut. This when the province is still recovering from the devastating effects of the COVID-19 pandemic. Gauteng residents are trying to navigate life amid rolling blackouts and the prediction of an El Niño before the end of the year. Many subcommittees, including environmental policy, planning and coordination, environmental quality management and biodiversity, are receiving reduced budgets due to reprioritisation. Illegal dumping and littering and its ripple effects are a constant plague to the province and its people. Our landfill sites across the province are fast reaching capacity and becoming increasingly unsafe, as was seen at the Ennerdale landfill site collapse, where a man tragically lost his life. The build-up of solid waste is polluting our streets, rivers and dams and conservation areas at an alarming rate, and our municipalities' waste removal programs are buckling under the pressure. An outbreak of cholera was declared earlier this year in Gauteng and again this week as a result of the poor state of our water bodies. The Gauteng province can and must do more to clean and maintain our rivers and dams and educate our people about the dangers of polluting our water bodies. There is still much to be done in creating a cleaner and safer environment. Reducing solid waste, recycling and education on these topics must become a priority of this programme. As MEC Mbali Hlophe often says, waste is gold. Recycling is a win-win when our people can earn a living for themselves while cleaning up our communities. Deforestation, while often overlooked, is a major and growing issue in Gauteng. Destruction of indigenous trees for firewood and the unabated spread of alien vegetation is taking over our once fertile areas. The loss of fertile soil makes land less productive for agriculture, pollutes our waterways and can potentially make flooding more common. Controlling the spread of alien vegetation and destruction of indigenous trees through education and community collaboration can safeguard our agricultural expansion prospects and food security. Planting new trees and protecting our indigenous trees is one of the simplest and most cost-effective ways of tackling climate change. Public-private participation has the potential to dramatically increase the department's ability to plant new trees. The newly formed Green Army will hopefully go a long way in assisting to clean up and replant our province. While it is a short-term program, it is a start in the right direction and will hopefully yield long-term effects. As a province, we must implement long-term solutions to address the root causes of food insecurity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Honourable Dos Santos.
Thank you, Madam Chair of Chairs. I rise today to express deep concern over the proposed budget cuts that will significantly impact the efficiency and effectiveness of several crucial departments. In the administration program, the budget has been increasing to accommodate the provision of support services to the department. However, these proposed budget cuts will hamper the department's ability to deliver quality service, manage human resources effectively, and maintain efficient governance processes. The Agriculture and Rural Development Programme plays a vital role in enhancing food security, income generation and job creation. These initiatives are essential for empowering communities, stimulating economic growth and alleviating poverty. Similarly, the proposed budget cuts in the Environmental Affairs Programme will severely impact efforts to promote sustainable use of ecosystem goods and services, manage hazardous substances and improve air quality. It is clear that these proposed budget cuts will impede the department's ability to fulfill their mandates effectively.
Thank you very much. Only 1 minute. Honourable Ndlovu. Ngicountela wonke umuntu. So please set on the time so that Honourable Soli must not accuse me of not counting.
Thank you very much. Chair of Chairs, uthathina lesikhathi sakamkwebo lesa angimoshela sona. Yeah, it's important. Honorable Chair of Chairs, the Honorable Premier in absentia, members of the Executive Council present here, Chief Whip of the Majority Party in absentia, honorable members of the legislature, the people of Gauteng. Madam Chair, I want to start by saluting the workers in this important Workers' Month. The workers of South Africa are an important asset in the building of our envisaged national democratic society. Workers are a driving force for change and social transformation. The workers of South Africa have been significant to the history of the ANC, and their role continues to be important in the life of the organization. Under apartheid, it was a working class in conjunction with the progressive unions that drove mass mobilization and organization of the oppressed to oppose the apartheid state and fight for national liberation and democracy to attain the freedom in our lifetime. Subsequently, create a conducive working environment for the better life to push back the frontiers of poverty. Indeed, we celebrate the Workers' Month with diligence and commitment to change the circumstances. Honorable Chair of Chairs, I'm humbled today to debate the budget vote of the provincial government on agriculture, rural development and environmental in this current financial year, which will also seek to address the challenges of youth sector and unemployment as reflected on the recent statistics South Africa for unemployment rate. Madam Chair, the Department of Agriculture, Rural Development and Environment also responded positively to the clarion call of the Premier for growing together, for growing Gauteng together. The ANC government has placed the South African people at the center of its concerns, reflecting a return to our Ubuntu-based core values through igniting service delivery excellent path. Since the dawn of democracy in 1994, our mission as the ANC has consistently been the creation of a better life for all South Africans, with a greater focus on those who cannot afford to provide for themselves. Honorable members, our goal has always been to provide a decent food security and champion agricultural value chain. The recent budget vote of Agriculture and Rural Development and Environment outlined numerous achievements in the last financial period, despite the challenges that confronted the department and the people of Gauteng on the economic uncertainties ranging from crime and corruption in different sectors of our economy. Madam Chair, the budget vote for the Department of Agriculture, Rural Development and Environment emphasizes that the department will continue to implement the GGT 2030 vision as the blueprint of the current administration, with a specific focus on TISH, as the MEC would have said, in the province. It further emphasizes the continued commitment of the department to its mandate in relation to improving food security and environmental sustainability, while at the same time supporting township businesses, ensuring market access and skills management. Before I go on to focus on the plans the department has put in place for the 2023-2024 financial year, it will be important to highlight the department's achievements that were supported through CASP. A total of 37 women smallholder farmers were supported with agriculture production inputs. 5,255 women subsistence farmers were supported with agriculture production inputs. 7,919 subsistence producers were supported with agriculture production inputs. 1,025 smallholder and subsistence farmers were trained on skills development in the agricultural sector. A total of 3,148 hectares of land were put under production during the 22-23 financial year, mainly for grains production. A total of 115 schools, food gardens, were also established. To promote safe and hygienic slaughter of meat by small-scale farmers, The department launched the eight movable poultry and 2 mobile red meat abattoirs. The red meat mobile abattoirs are operated by Sizalo Ponsmara and Events Eden Farm, and these 2 businesses were linked with the buyers from large retailers as possible aggregators of produce from smallholder farmers. The markets include township retailers as well as franchise stores of selected large retail chains. The department also played a significant role in bringing the outbreak of foot and mouth disease under control. The 2 Gauteng abattoirs designed to slaughter foot and mouth disease infected cattle are now in the process of evaluation to reinstate their export status. 3 agri-parks in Aikenhof, Randwest, and Taralton were upgraded with renewable solar energy of 30 kilowatts each. The energy installed is adequate to pump the boreholes and provide water for irrigation and light for the security purposes in the evening during load shedding. The agri-parks production inputs support coupled with agro-logistics has enabled 30 enterprises to be fully included in the horticultural value chain. Agri-parks production and aggregation was optimized, resulting in more than 606 tons of horticulture produce, which equates to an additional 22% increase from the previous year's production. Those are facts, not gossip. The department expanded its market days beyond Gauteng provincial government employees and held 3 family market days in the Tish areas. This has enabled the department to reach communities that want to play a part in growing the economy and fighting poverty. The department continued to support waste SMMEs, buyback centers, and cooperatives with recycling equipment, with a total of 75 supported with recycling equipment during the financial year throughout the 5 corridors of the province. In addition, a total of 3,000 bulk bags were issued to various facilities. A total of 50 cooperatives were formalized through registration with the DTIC. Training was provided for 48 waste enterprises in financial management, project management, health and safety, as well as first aid. The department also continued to support, monitor, and audit the waste management services of the municipalities in the province. Madam Chair, it is obvious that the department is cognizant of the need to accelerate its programs as we move towards the end of the 6th administration. To this end, it has committed to undertaking various value chain-based stakeholder engagements to ensure it engages both small and large producers, while at the same time ensuring its interventions are aligned to the industry in each of the priority value chains. The department has also committed to continue to support the red meat enterprises with processing equipment, especially in the Tish areas, to encourage and develop Tish-based meat processing, distribution facilities, and butcheries. The department plans to expand access to agri-food value chain opportunities and ensure the economic inclusion of townships, informal settlements, and hostels for sustainable livelihoods. By establishing community-based food gardens and supporting smallholder farmers and agricultural cooperatives within Tish areas. The department aims to reduce food insecurity by 50% significantly. This goal will be achieved by promoting urban farming, smart agriculture, and a sustainable food system as part of the GCR inclusive food security agenda, and by implementing targeted interventions within Tish areas in partnership with key sectors, with key departments and the private sector. The department will continue with its plans to strengthen pathogen reduction programs that aim to reduce the disease burden in the livestock population and improve herd and flock immunity and productivity levels. In the environment sector, the department, through the Gauteng City Region Climate Change Implementation Plan, seeks to ensure horizontal alignment on the climate action in Gauteng in both public and private sectors. The Climate Change Implementation Plan outlines specific interventions linked to the climate change strategy, which must be implemented and championed by all provincial departments, local government, private sector, and non-governmental organizations. It will be crucial for all provincial departments and municipalities in the province to steadfastly implement the specific interventions that have been outlined in the Climate Change Implementation Plan. Gauteng Province continues to face challenges in running effective waste management services, particularly by the municipalities. In this regard, it is notable that the department is prioritizing several interventions on waste management that will promote waste minimization and ensure effective and sustainable waste management, as well as support green economy initiatives through SMME development and enterprise development in the water sector, in the waste sector. These interventions include the development and implementation of regulatory instruments to mandate waste minimization, including waste separation at source, collaboration with producers in the extended producer responsibility scheme to ensure the maximum recovery of recyclables and beneficiation, continued support for the waste enterprises, buyback centers and cooperatives with recycling equipment with a minimum of 75 waste enterprises to be supported each financial year, and continuation of a program to formally integrate waste pickers into cooperatives through a registration with the DTIC, with 50 cooperatives established annually. Madam Chair, the department has been allocated a budget of 1,066,204,000 for the 23-24 financial year, with an increase by 4% and 5% in the outer year's budget allocation in the 24-25 and the 25-26 financial year respectively. The department is urged to ensure that it spends its allocated goods and services budget, and in particular its allocated conditional grants, noting the fact that it did not fully spend its allocated conditional grant in the 2022-23 financial year. Honorable members, the recent launch of the intake of 6,000 EPWP Green Army by the department is laudable, and as it is aimed at job creation, which indirectly positively addresses food insecurity. The department is urged to ensure that the purpose for which the Green Army has been established is achieved through close monitoring of the activities of young men and women that have been employed. Madam Chair, the initiatives for agricultural producer support and development program is very profound and paramount to expand access for agri-food value chain opportunities, promote agricultural development within the land and agrarian reform initiatives in the province, and maximize food security. Through provision of sustainable agricultural development support to subsistence, smallholder and commercial farmers, provision of agriculture infrastructure support coordination, rendering of extension and advisory services, training and capacity building for farmers to advance economic empowerment. Honorable Chair of Chairs, the ANC-led government acknowledges the challenges encountered by the department, and through oversight programs, we will ensure that the department implements accountability measures and consequence management to avoid poor performance of the agricultural reform and rural development to strengthen the capacity for value chain supply. The department is continuously supporting and capacitating the affected entities for them to comply with PFMA and other funding requirement models which are related to minimum norms and standards for different fields of services. Despite the challenges, the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development remain committed in its service delivery objectives to advance the struggle of human emancipation for economic empowerment, to alleviate poverty and improve socio-economic conditions of Gauteng city regions, to advance social welfare services and service delivery in general. I therefore stand to support the budget vote for agriculture, rural development and environment with intention to move South Africa forward, particularly Gauteng city region. I thank you for the opportunity to address this august House, Madam Chair.
Very much, Honorable Ndlovu. We'll now have the Honorable MEC Hlophe to respond to the debate.
Thank you, Madam Chair of Chairs. Maybe let me begin by acknowledging and thanking the comments that would have come through, and further to indicate that, Madam Chair, it's always quite disappointing when the DA attempts to cast doubt on the work that the ANC does where it governs. Yet the very same Environmental Affairs Department in Western Cape is accused of nepotism and ignoring townships and informal settlements where they reside. In Gauteng, we are not ignoring where the problem areas are. And that is why we have taken this TITCH approach, ensuring that there is greater environmental sustainability within our townships, informal settlements, and hostels. So we don't gloss over issues. We target them head on. We don't conceal the likes of Guguletu simply for advertising purposes and act as if everything is okay. We target the issues head on. As things would be, that with the work that we are doing and the alignment of this Green Army is that it's not, yes, albeit it may be a short program of 12 months, but what it does do is that it is part of a broader ecosystem. And this ecosystem entails the work that we are doing with our buyback centers, which we had indicated are a critical part of ensuring there's greater sustainability within waste management within these TITCH areas. But two, it is also aligned to the work that we're doing with the waste pickers by ensuring that they're registered and they have collaboratives in place. And finally, it goes with the policy work that we are doing of strengthening and ensuring that there is separation at source for the greater society, because this is critical and this allows us to remove items that are waste to make sure that they don't go towards landfills, but we're able to ensure that they move towards recycling. So this is a broader plan that we're talking about. It's not something that we're putting together as some electioneering purposes as what the DA would have accused or any other political party, but it is part of a well-thought-out program that is collaborative and is holistic in approach. Indeed, the department has areas of improvement, and we've never shied away from these, and that is why we are the first to acknowledge where we have weaknesses. We have indicated that, of course, in terms of our expenditure, there's great improvement that needs to take place there, but that is why the administration and the stewardship of the HOD, together with the CFO, are hard at work to make sure that systems are put in place to ensure that there's greater expenditure. And it goes without saying that with the 6,000 that we have placed on the ground in terms of the human resource, the amount of work that they have to do will inevitably result in greater expenditure. I mean, this is logic. It's simple. We indicate that we've put additional human resource on the ground, 6,000 to that effect. It can only then multiply to the work that they need to do because, as we indicated, part of the work that they need to do is to ensure that there is household food gardens, school and community food gardens, and so forth and so forth. But also the waste management that needs to take place. What does that result into? Expenditure. So we are all on the same plate, and that is why we say we are not the first to shy away, and that's why systems have been put in place to ensure that we're able to deal with these accordingly and ensure that our expenditure goes up. And this also pertains to the work that we're doing in terms of the grants. We've had various engagements with the National Department, and part of what we have identified was that Gauteng is unique, and so the proposals and the work that we ought to do that will be directed towards the grant must speak to the uniqueness of Gauteng. We are not Eastern Cape, we are not KZN, we are not Limpopo, we don't have large pieces of land. But what we still do want to promote is that within the congested terrain that we have, that is the province, agriculture does need to take place because of the severity of the issues that we have as it pertains to food insecurity. And so, as we had indicated, as we massify on that work, we need to ensure that we're able to direct even our grants towards that space so that there's greater levels of agriculture that do take place. However, it is agriculture that will take place with a unique touch of Gauteng, mindful of the context within which we find ourselves. Perhaps just in closing, Madam Speaker, is to indicate that it is without a doubt that there's lots of work that this department is doing. It has a huge mandate. It is also without a doubt that in terms of the environmental issues that are taking place, we as the province have had to step in where municipalities are failing. And the municipalities as in Tshwane, which are under your governance, is where we have serious problems, like the cholera outbreak that is taking place. But here we are as a province and a department ensuring that we're able to come in and assist where there are challenges, because as a province, we need to make sure that everybody is aligned and that the work is done. And so we've had to step in on waste management, just as the Department of Health and ourselves are having now to step in terms of the cholera outbreak that is taking place in Tshwane. Issues that could have been resolved had the Tshwane government listened and been able to ensure that it implements on the strategies that were placed as it pertains to cleaning of water and so forth. But, Madam Speaker, if I may, I see that I do have 4 minutes left. However, is to indicate that with the work that we are doing, we are quite comfortable that in terms of ensuring that there is greater environmental sustainability and food security in the province, we certainly are on the right track. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Hlophe. Secretary, please read the next order.
Oversight Committee on the Office of the Premier and the Legislature's Oversight Report on the detail of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature Budget Vote 02 of the Gauteng Provincial Appropriation Bill G001-2023 for the financial year 2023-2024.
Okay, thank you very much, ma'am. May I then call Member Malema to present the committee report?
Thank you once more, Honorable Chair of Committees. In essence, I precisely deem it appropriate and befitting in the premises, Chair of Committees, to basically start off by placing it on record that indeed I have the honor of the Chairperson of OPPOL Committee, Honorable Dlamini, to stand in on his behalf in tabling Committee Oversight Report on the Gauteng Provincial Legislature's budget for 2023-2024 financial year. In the interest of time, Madam Chair of Committees, may I graciously request that part of the report that I'm not going to read be considered as read and duly tabled. The budget oversight includes a number of activities that aim to measure whether public resources have been used appropriately, effectively, and efficiently. The budget for 2023-2024 financial year is tabled during the recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic with extensive budget reprioritization for adjusting to a post-COVID-19 reality. The committee noted that the GPL received a budget of 857.1 million rands in the 2023-2024 financial year to finance its programs and strategic projects, and this shows an increase of 31.9 million rands, which constitute 3.9%, from 825.2 million rands that was allocated in 2022-2023 financial year. The GPL receives its allocation from the provincial equitable share in line with the Constitution, as it is not a revenue-generating institution. The GPL's main source of revenue comes from interest earned on investments from unspent allocated budget and revenue. A small percentage is collected from leasing out parking space and the city wall, as well as from sales of goods and services such as memorabilia and disposed assets. Madam Chair of Committees, in terms of budget allocation per program, the committee noted that a sizable share of budget is allocated to Program 3 on corporate support services and Program 4 on core business at 418.4 million and 288.9 million rands, respectively. It is noted that the budget for corporate support services is inclusive of political parties' allocation of 198.4 million rands, comprising of transfers, salaries for political support staff, members' training and travel, and the core business budget is for activities central to the core mandate of the institution, which include house committees activities, as well as public education participation programs. The budget for Program 1 on leadership and governance increased slightly from 62.9 million rands to 63.7 million rands. Program 2 on Office of the Secretary received a very slight decreased budget of 27.8 million rands from the 27.9 million rands that was allocated in 2022-2023 financial year. And Program 5 on Office of the Chief Financial Officer received a budget allocation of 58.3 million rands with a slight decrease of 2.8% from the 58.9 million rands that was allocated in 2022-2023 financial year. It is noted that the programs and committees' initial budget proposals exceeded the allocated budget, and this necessitated strict adjustments and reprioritization of funds from non-performing areas and non-core items. Madam Chair of Committees, in terms of budget per economic classification, compensation of employees substantially increased from 385.4 million rands in 2022-2023 financial year to 421.7 million rands in 2023-2024 financial year due to provision made for cost of living adjustments on salaries and performance incentives which were not budgeted for in 2022-2023 financial year, but were reintroduced to align with the repositioning and performance-driven institution. The allocation is inclusive of pay progression for employees in the bargaining unit, 35 interns, 47 political support staff, as well as other employee benefits. Madam Chair of Committees, goods and services increased slightly from 262.9 million rands in 2022-2023 financial year to 266.6 million rands in 2023-2024, and the budget will fund committees and house activities, public participation and educational programs, institutional events and sector parliaments, transversal mainstreaming programs, operational costs and contractual obligations, members' facilities, as well as participation in legislative sector activities and parliamentary exchange programs. The budget also makes provision for project maturity assessment and ongoing operational projects comprising records management, space optimization, and the mid-term evaluation report. Madam Chair of Committees, transfers to political parties increased from 158 million rands in 2022-2023 financial year to 160.7 million rands in 2023-2024 financial year. This classification comprises of support for constituency work and political party work, and the allocation aims to support members to fulfill their constitutional obligations, reduce dependence on private funding, and enhance multi-party democracy. Payments for capital asset budget declined from 18.8 million rands in the previous financial year to 8.1 million rands in 2023-2024 financial year. The budget is earmarked for laptops, accreditation equipment, national key point security fence, audio-visual equipment, and office furniture, Madam Chair of Committees. With regard to overall assessment, the budget was developed in line with the 2023-2024 annual performance plan, and the committee is of the view that it responds adequately to the priorities as set out. The committee acknowledges the budget allocation, and as part of its mandate, it will continue to conduct oversight on GPL on a quarterly basis as determined by the House rules and guidelines on how the allocated budget is utilized in realizing the planned targets. Madam Chair of Chairs, with regard to the concerns, findings, and recommendations made by the committee noted that the external service provider that was dealing with the SNT investigations submitted a report to GPL, but it is concerning that there is still budget allocated in the 2023-2024 financial year. The GPL further reported that it cannot currently indicate how much the investigations will cost and that the funds might be more. On recommendation, the committee recommends that the GPL submit the following by the 30th of June 2023. 1. A detailed report from the external service provider on S&T investigations. 2. A report on why the GPL is not unitized in the Special Investigations Unit on this matter, especially since some of the cases involve allegations of fraud. On acknowledgement, Madam Chair of Committees, the committee acknowledges the cooperation of the Speaker of Gauteng Provincial Legislature, Honorable N.L. Mihwe, the Provincial Secretary, Mr. Peace Kosana, and the senior management team during the deliberation on Budget Vote 2 for 2023-2024 financial year. On behalf of the chairperson of the committee, I would like to thank honorable members of the committees, Honorable L.E. Makubela, Honorable F. Hassan, Honorable W. Macheke, myself, Honorable P. Malema, Honorable D. Lidwaba, Honorable S.T. Msimang, Honorable J.B. Bloom, Honorable P. Makwala, Honorable L. Masilela, Honorable D.K. Adams, and Honorable A. Alberts. The committee would like to thank the Group Committee Coordinator, Ms. M. Vass, Senior Committee Coordinators, Ms. N. Muntisi and Ms. B. Machato, Committee Researchers, Mr. O. Mohole and Ms. N. Dlamini, Senior Information Officer, Ms. A. Nechibuyo, Committee Administrators, Mr. X. Sitole and Ms. E. Soni, Hansard Recorders, Ms. N. Zondo and Ms. R. Sin, Service Officer, Ms. M. Katisi, and Communication Officer, Mr. S. Milani, for the commitment they have shown during the process. On adoption, Madam Chair of Committees, after due consideration, the committee unanimously adopted its report on Budget Vote 2 for the 2023-2024 financial year. And in terms of Rule 164, the committee presents to this House and recommends the adoption of the committee's oversight report. Thank you very much, Madam Chair of Committees.
Thank you very much, Honorable Malema. Thank you very much, sir. Is there any seconder? Thank you very much, Honorable Nsima.
I second.
I now put the question. All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
All those not in favor say no. The ayes have it. Secretary, please read the next order.
Thank you, Honorable Chair of Chairs. Order number 10 is the tabling of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature Budget Vote 2 of the Gauteng Provincial Appropriation Bill G001-2023 for the 2023-2024 financial year.
Honorable Speaker, Ms. Ntombi Mekwe, please deliver your report.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair of Chairs. Let me acknowledge the Deputy Speaker, the Deputy Chair of Chairs, Premier of Gauteng, Honorable Lesufi, members of the Executive Council, leaders of political parties, members of the legislature, distinguished guests, people of Gauteng. It is indeed an honor and a privilege to stand before you today in this August House as I present the Gauteng Provincial Legislature Budget Vote number 2 for 2023-24 to the people of Gauteng. This day, exactly 29 years ago, after the first fully democratic elections, South Africa was officially admitted as the 53rd member of the Organization of African Unity at a summit held in Tunis, Tunisia. South African delegation was led by the late Foreign Affairs Minister, Mr. Alfred Nzo, who was applauded after membership was authorized at an OAU Council of Ministers meeting. After joining the OAU, South Africa participated actively in all activities and structures such as the Secretariat, the Center for Conflict Prevention, Management and Resolution, the Central Organ, the Council of Ministers, and the annual summit. The OAU was superseded by the African Union. The inaugural session of the AU was held in Durban in South Africa on the 10th of July 2002. Currently, Gallagher Estate in Midrand, South Africa, here in Johannesburg, is the venue for the Pan-African Parliament consisting of all AU member states. The AU continues to carry the aims of the OAU to promote unity and solidarity between African countries. The organization furthermore aims to achieve political and socio-economic integration of the continent. In this regard, in 2 days' time, on the 25th of May 2023, we will celebrate the Africa Day, which epitomizes the 60th anniversary of the African Union under the theme, I quote, accelerating the implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Area to bring greater prosperity to the continent. I close quote. This theme was adopted by the Assembly of Heads of States and Governments, the highest decision-making body of the AU, and it is informed by the Vision of Africa Agenda 2063, which is the Africa we want, the future we envisage. It is therefore only apt that as we deliver this budget speech, that the GPL draws lessons from the close to 30 decades of our democratic breakthrough, consolidate the gains made and chart a new path of GPL of the future. We do so with the understanding of the huge responsibilities that we face as a preeminent organ of state, which is the cradle of democracy and the beacon of hope to the people. My address today, therefore, is dedicated to an institution that has and continues to be the foundation of our democratic breakthrough, charged with the responsibilities contained in the preamble of our democratic constitution, which calls, among others, for the healing of the divisions of the past and establishing a society based on democratic values, social justice, and fundamental human rights, laying the foundations for a democratic and open society in which government is based on the will of the people and every citizen is equally protected by law. Improving the quality of life of all citizens and free the potential of each person, and building a united and democratic South Africa able to take its rightful place as a sovereign state in the family of nations. The Constitution makes provisions, obligations that all of us in the House must focus on and use every effort and our strength to ensure that implementation of our constitutional mandates of oversight and scrutiny of executive actions, lawmaking, interlegislature relations, and public involvement contribute to the outcomes and impact that our founding mothers and fathers envisaged. The recurring theme of our speech today focuses on creating value for the citizens of South Africa who reside in our beautiful province, Gauteng, through repurposing and repositioning of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature. We aim to enhance our role as purpose, people, and performance-driven institution that fosters democracy and improve the quality of life of citizens. We aim to achieve these lofty ideals by becoming an effective, efficient, ethical, and productive institution. Our approach is driven by both macro and micro factors, which require that the legislature should find creative and sustainable outputs and programs to address the declining public confidence in South Africans in public institutions, including the legislatures, but also to enhance the capacity of legislatures to fulfill their constitutional mandates and address the findings of the Justice Zondo Commission on Parliament and by implication provincial and local legislatures. To also respond to the challenges brought about by the amendments of the Electoral Act, which provides an opportunity for independent members to address the unconstitutionality of denying Gauteng legislature to be truly representative of the population of the province over a long time. As a result of the amendments to the Electoral Act, Gauteng and other provinces will have an opportunity to increase the number of seats and be representative. It is an achievement that we must celebrate, as it was always driven by Gauteng legislature for over many years. We need to be alive to the political dynamics that may be brought about by the outcome of the 2024 national and political election and future-proof the strategy, policies, system, processes, and structures to be agile and resilient to the political or administrative changes. At a micro level, the legislature should ensure that it enhances its response to the recommendations of numerous studies conducted, such as perception audit, perception survey, which was done by external stakeholders, re-engineering of public participation, effectiveness of oversight, effectiveness of lawmaking, impact of COVID-19 on GPL operations, lack of trust between management and organized labor, general low staff morale, feedback from oversight structures, organizational development by PwC prior to COVID-19 pandemic, but also improving performance, effectiveness, efficiency, and productivity as part of continuous improvements. Based on what I've alluded to now, the 2023-24 performance plans, GPL continues to implement commitments made in the 6th legislature strategy, including emerging political priorities, commitments, and our constitutional mandates. Our mandate of accountability and oversight is critical in contributing to the improved quality of life of the people of Gauteng. To ensure accountability, the legislature will continue to apply a broad range of oversight instruments at its disposal, including those detailed in the sector oversight model, including the review of SOM as part of the South African Legislative Sector Review. This includes the ongoing oversight visits to determine if the service delivery commitments made by the executive are discharged accordingly. Other tools of oversight to be enhanced include ongoing review of the reports from the executive and conducting FIS to probe critical areas of governance and service delivery in Gauteng. To ensure improved accountability, transparency, and confidence in government, the legislature will use robust questions for oral and written responses, resolutions, motions, public hearings, and committee inquiry where necessary on matters of service delivery to ensure that the executive remains accountable to the people of Gauteng on the approved plans, allocated budget, and commitments. Lawmaking is another key function of the legislature. Through this prime function, the legislature further holds the executive accountable, reviews the gaps or obstacles to service delivery brought about by unintended consequences of laws made, and enhance service delivery. We will intensify our efforts to formulate, debate, and pass legislation that responds to the needs of the people of Gauteng and improve the quality of their lives. In this fiscal year, the legislature will ensure that public hearings are exploited further as a critical forum through which the public can participate meaningfully in the lawmaking process and in the general business of the legislature, as well as oversee the work of the executive arm of government. We will be proactive by identifying policy and legislation gaps, and where necessary, initiate and enact laws that enable efficient and effective service delivery to improve the quality of life of the people. Further mechanisms to support members will be explored to enable members to initiate private members and committee bills. The lawmaking processes will focus extensively on portfolio-specific laws through scrutiny and oversight over departments to facilitate the achievement of provincial and governing party priorities. By continued participation in national lawmaking processes in an effective manner, the GPL will also make important contributions that benefit the people of Gauteng. Public participation mechanisms play a critical role in ensuring a transparent and accountable democratic government. The discharge of our constitutional mandate can also improve through forging partnerships with the people of Gauteng and through public participation in initiatives such as traditional media and social media. Portfolio committees should utilize public engagements and educational workshops to educate communities and respond to challenges faced by our communities. Each public involvement will be informed by the continuum or levels or spectrum of public participation adopted by the International Association of Public Participation. These mechanisms require that specific objectives must be determined or adopted for each of the mechanisms: inform, consult, involve, collaborate, and empower. To improve the visibility and promote the work of committees and the House, the legislature will mobilize the public by using technology as well as by intensifying public and civic awareness programs. The GPL will intensify the facilitation and engagements with various sectors of the community, including the marginalized, to promote effective awareness and access to information. The reviewed integrated communication and public participation strategy will be implemented in line with the plans of the House as well as its committees. In the coming budget year, our petitions process will be streamlined to encourage public submissions. The GPL will continue to use the petition systems which provide citizens with a legal platform to present their service delivery concerns directly to government and to demand answers. The petition system is an effective tool which gives citizens the power to hold government accountable through legitimate and peaceful means. Honourable members, as we draw to the end of the sixth political term towards the 2024 national and provincial elections, it gives us a sense of relief that the strides we have made to deepen democracy through, amongst others, enhance representative democracy by ensuring that the residents of Gauteng are equitably represented by a full complement of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature in line with the Constitution. In having the maximum 80-seat allocation, it is closer to being a reality. The GPL will be making representations to the IEC in this regard, also taking into account the various traditional engagements we have had with other provinces and the national sphere through the NCOP, especially since GPL was the lead province on this matter. But I also need to indicate that in our past engagement with the IEC, already that principle has been adopted. All what needed to be done is to take it further. Madam Chair of Chairs, we are grateful that through support and partnership between GPL and eGov, we can confidently say that an integrated e-petition system is being prepared for piloting. The system will in future also be linked to local municipalities to streamline, and as well as department, to streamline petitions, ease the application process and reduce duplication. I also need to indicate, I'm sure Honourable Bloom and Honourable Dikhamela, including the health portfolio, will know of an issue of one member of the public, or I will say a member of or staff in the health department, who actually used one of our members to come bring a matter in terms of questions to the House, but also there were a number of complaints that were raised. We processed those complaints to various members, chairpersons of committees, but every day without fail, if you don't receive a call, you receive an SMS. If not an SMS, is an email. If not an email, or even all those processes are used by this particular person. But we're not even resolving, because when you try to resolve, he goes somewhere else and goes all over, and even insult all those that are trying to actually assist him. So this petition system will try to ensure that we actually cut down that abuse of our processes. I think that is one example that I can think about. There are many others that I can mention. Let me just save time in terms of that. I know, Honourable Bloom, you know the person that I'm talking about. There is also intention to work closely with the constituency offices as extensions of the GPL to reach more people of Gauteng who will in turn participate in the business of the legislature. Strengthening cooperative governance to advance parliamentary oversight is also a key theme of our legislature. Cooperative governance gives effect to the full realization of socio-economic goals across different spheres of government and promotes coherent decision-making between spheres of government in support of service delivery. As such, we will strengthen collaboration and work with various organs of state in targeted interventions to enhance sector relationships and coordination towards strengthening the legislative sector and to contribute to sector development locally, nationally, continentally, and globally. With regards to learning and sharing of the best practices at various levels, committees will continue to engage other organs of state and institutions supporting democracy to improve the work of the legislature. Relations with various organs of state will also be reinforced to foster cooperative governance and to deliver public participations, initiatives and programs to the Gauteng community. We need to explore mechanisms to ensure that the work conducted by Chapter 9 and 10 institutions find effective expression in the work of committees to enhance oversight and improve the quality of life of the people. We'll enhance our participation, role and influence in the sector fora such as SALS, the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association, the Gauteng and National Speakers Forum to ensure alignment of processes and programs within the sector. The CPA exists to empower African legislatures through sharing of best practice in lawmaking, oversight and other legislature work. The GSF aims to bridge the gap between the people of Gauteng and the government to address the citizens' needs and further entrench GPL's public participation mandate. All our municipalities and GPL have signed the MOU and adopted the GSF 5-year strategic plan. The GSF sub-forums and task teams have been established, and the GSF is focused on implementation of the strategy. Good governance practices have been entrenched within the GPL through sound policy and compliance with relevant legislative frameworks. However, specific attention will be paid towards improved efficiencies in the context of improving institutional operations and organizational arrangements to support the discharge of the GPL mandate and to facilitate improved service delivery in Gauteng. We will continue to build and strengthen the effective and efficient institution by increasing the rate, effectiveness and quality of strategy execution and compliance to applicable legislation. Furthermore, current and innovative technologies will be leveraged to meet the information needs of members and staff to ensure efficiencies through timeous provision and access to quality information. To fund these commitments, in 2023-24, GPL has received a total budget allocation of 877 million. Almost 200 million of the budget is allocated to represented political parties, and 55%, which translated to about 448 million rands, is allocated to compensation of employees, including political party support staff. Overall, the budget for compensation of employees has been declining by over 150 million over the past 3 years, while the cost of living continues to grow and more demands of the budget made. We are in the process of implementing the outcome of the feasibility study on the Money Bill amendment in line with Section 120 of the Constitution, and the legislature will finally have the mechanisms to amend the plans of the departments and the budget and exercise its constitutional responsibilities of the power of the purse. These groundbreaking mechanisms will require a review of our standing rules, our capacity of the legislature, the value creation project, additional committees and revised timelines for submissions of draft departmental plans and budget prior to tabling of appropriation bills, amongst other, in partnership with research and academic institutions as well as civil society. Honourable members, as I mentioned in my introduction, this address is not about rands and cents. It is also not about how our plans will be funded. But it is not about how our plans will be funded. It is about creating value for the members, staff, and most importantly, the people of Gauteng. In this regard, we have embarked on a groundbreaking and ambitious plan of value creation to ensure sustainability of this enabler of democracy that we know as the GPL. The reality is that our institution, like the rest of our country, finds itself in a period of economic downturn. This is the undeniable and unexplainable truth that we are facing. Another truth is also that the needs of our people is not on any downturn, and as such, our responsibilities have increased, but enabling resources have decreased and will decrease further still. We need to cut our suits in accordance with the cloth. We must make hard and tough decisions, including the economic efficiency and effective measures that must be put in place to manage our budget. These measures include targeted public participation, use of municipal and community venues for meetings. I want to repeat that. Use of municipal and community venues for meetings of committees as well as administration. Introduce further controls to manage local and international travel, accommodation and catering, improve efficiency and effectiveness and productivity of employees, automation of some of the services, and review of policies to cut down on fat and wastage that may be embedded in the policies. We'll make difficult choices to ensure that this tribune of the people remains sustainable and continues to serve the people of Gauteng well into the future, long after our time has passed. We have revised the committee's travel policy and associated schedule to manage the frequency of committee and institutional travel undertaken in the term and will identify further refinements to reduce costs even further and maximize the value of travel accrued to the institution. We are grateful to the support provided by GIFA, which have assisted us by funding the development of feasibility study to implement space optimization and address the findings of the 2015-2016 financial year conditional assessment of the main building. Consultative processes are underway to finalize GPL options and financial model to be adopted. The contract of SAGE is coming to an end in June 2023, and a decision not to renew it has been taken. Additional workspaces are being created to accommodate staff at the main building. On the regulatory side, talent attraction, management and retention, time and attendance, revised supply chain management, and asset management policies have been adopted by the LSP. We have continued with our commitment to reduce the usage of consultants, and I am pleased to announce that the SOM implementation assessment project will be implemented fully using internal capacity only, with no usage of consultants at all. We have already begun piloting direct booking of travel services by passing of intermediary agents for some services. This will allow us to develop a GPL of the future comprised of members who are public representatives in every sense of the word. In this way, we will be able to extend our oversight deeper and penetrate our public participation even further. While we are allocating substantial constituency allowances per member, our usage and optimization of the constituency system to reach out to communities still has much more room for improvement. It is essential that the legislature is able to hold members and parties to account for resources allocated to engage communities and deepen democracy. Similarly, we will relook at all our processes, procedures, systems and structures to optimize their effectiveness and productivity. We will focus heavily not only on planning and strategizing, but on implementing and deriving real value. We will bulletproof our strategy and associated processes to withstand any situational context, political or other. While we can never say what the political or circumstantial future may hold, we will reposition into such an institution that is people-centric and as such relevant and applicable in any circumstances. This is bulletproofing our strategy. This is value creation. Honourable members, this is what this budget speech is about, using the funds entrusted to us by the people for the service and improvement of the lives of the people. Through this budget, therefore, and the projects that I have referred to, I am confident that we can deliver a purpose, people, and performance-driven institution that stands as a beacon of hope and cradle of democracy well into the future, so that our generations and theirs after them will be able to enjoy the fruits of our oversight, public participation, lawmaking, cooperative governance, and good governance. As I conclude, Chair of Chairs, allow me to thank this August House, all presiding officers, members of the LSP and its committees, all our partners, new and old, and all the administrative staff led by the Secretary to the Legislature for the commitment and strides already made and those yet to be made in ensuring we derive value and offer that very value to our people. With those words and through this budget speech, I say on behalf of all members, staff and the people of Gauteng, whatever the future holds, bring it on. Here's to a future of continued and sustained democracy. Cheers.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Is there a seconder? Solwan. Presa kakhulu. Okay. Member.
I rise to second.
Thank you very much. I now put the question. All those in favor say yes. All those not in favor say no. The yes have it. The report is adopted. Secretary, please call the next order.
Oversight Committee on the Office of the Premier and the Legislature's Oversight Report on the detail of the Office of the Premier. Budget Vote 01 of the Gauteng Provincial Appropriation Bill, G001, 2023 for the financial year 2023-2024.
Okay, now thank you very much. I'm going to call Member Malema to present the committee, but I need to communicate the apology of the Premier. We have requested that he will join us online due to the challenges that he's actually attending to the cholera challenges in Tshwane. So when the time for the Premier to present, please don't be surprised when he does so online. Thank you very much. Honorable Malema, please present your committee report.
Thank you once more, Honorable Chair of Committees. Am I allocated 10 minutes? Oh, okay. In the interest of time, Madam Chair of Chairs, please note very kindly that once again I have the honor of the Chair of OCPOL Committee to act on his behalf in tabling the Committee Oversight Report on the Office of the Premier's Budget for 2023-2024 financial year. And in the interest of allocated time, which is being used to police debates, please consider part of the report that I'm not going to read as duly read and tabled. Allow me to also say, all protocol observed, Madam Chair of Committees. The Chairperson of the Oversight Committee on the Premier's Office and the Legislature, herein referred to as OCPOL, Honorable B.W. Dlamini, tables the Committee's Oversight Report on the Budget Vote 1 of the Office of the Premier for the 2023-2024 financial year as follows. 2023-2024 financial year marks the third year of office of the 6th administration of Gauteng Province for the MTEF 2022-2023 to 2024-2025 planning period. The committee knows that the Office of the Premier undertook an environmental scan to assess its annual performance plan and consider changes in the performance environment which will impact the execution of its mandate as well as the electoral mandate of the 6th administration. It is noted that the GCR continues to implement and execute the GGT 2030 priorities of action through the TMR program to transform, modernize and re-industrialize the province. It is further noted that the budget allocation of for the Office of the Premier has increased by 10.2% from the adjustment budget of 803.9 million rands in 2022-2023 financial year to 886.1 million rands in 2023-2024. This increase is mainly to implement the elevated priorities for the brand repositioning of the Office of the Premier. The focus will be on TISH transversal campaigns through intensified communication system, hotline for managing capacity demand in respect of 24-hour anti-substance abuse contact center and high volume of calls on service delivery inquiries and to accommodate carry-through effects of wage increases. In terms of the aggregate program budget allocation, Program 1 on administration budget decreased by 28% from 212.7 million rands to 153.1 million rands in 2023-2024, and further decreases to 130.1 million rands to 2025-2026 due to the completion of claims for the acutely mental health care users and the ceased hotline contract in respect of TEACH. The budget allocation for Program 2 on institutional development amounted to 258.6 million in 2022-2023, with an upward adjustment to 269.2 million rands to cater for legal fees, rollover for the ICT laptops and assistive devices for employees with special needs to support To support expenditure for elevated priorities over the MTEF, the budget increases by 50% to 404.2 million rands in 2023-2024 and decreases to 277.5 million rands in relation to diminishing costs of TEACH transversal campaigns over the period. In 2022-2023, the budget for Program 3 on policy and governance decreased from 330.1 million rands down to an adjustment budget of 321 million rands due to tender cancellation and moving funds to the centralized program responsible for acquisition of machinery and equipment. Over the MTEF, The budget increases by 2.2% to 328.7 million rands in 2023-2024 financial year and to 346.9 million rands in 2025-2026 financial year. The budget allocation continues to support the GGT 2030 priorities. Madam Chair of Committees, in the current term of office, the newly elected Premier Honorable Panyaza Lesufi outlined the GPG vision of elevated priorities which focuses on townships, informal settlement and hostels. The elevated priorities include economic recovery and acceleration, increased drive on service delivery to improve the economy, and the redirecting budgets to township hostels and informal economies to strengthen the battle against crime, corruption, vandalism, and lawlessness. This immediate action is required to improve living conditions in townships, informal settlement, and hostels. Prioritization of health and wellness of people and strengthening the capacity of the state are additional key emphasis during this period. The committee knows that 1.1 million rands has been budgeted to intensify the military veterans program to mainstream this targeted group into existing socio-economic and governance programs. The Office of the Premier should update the committee on the existing socio-economic and governance programs earmarked to ensure the inclusion of military veterans into the mainstream economy for oversight and tracking purposes. The committee knows that 33 million rands has been reprioritized within goods and services by scaling down various projects to ensure that all service delivery projects outlined in the APP are aligned to the priorities of the province to ensure that departmental performance indicators and outputs are properly funded. The committee is interested to know whether the outcomes of projects that experience scaling down of funds will be achieved to avoid leaving projects unfinished and with no impact made on service delivery. The committee notes further that the reprioritization of funds was due to lack of government funding. It is concerning that the Office of the Premier's report is not clear about the investment plans with other SA provinces and or countries outside of South Africa to Gauteng. It is a problem to rely on government alone to resolve economic challenges that the country is facing. There is a need for the provincial government to look at other interventions from external investors that can assist in growing the country's economy. On overall assessment, Madam Chair of Committees, the committee is of the view that the Office of the Premier's budget aims to respond to the plans as set out in the APP for 2023-2024 financial year. The overall budget was prepared in line with the elevated priorities as well as the strategic objectives set by the office. It is noted that the budget allocations are aligned to targets planned for implementation in the delivery programs of the Office of the Premier as per the revised APP. Madam Chair of Committees, it is noted further that the budget for Programme 1 on administration has experienced 28% decrease in the 2023-2024 financial year, while both Programme 2 and Programme 2, Programme 2 and Programme 3, which are the Office strategic programs, reflected an increase in their budget allocations, with Programme 2 on institutional development receiving a 50% bulk increase, mainly to cater for the newly elevated strategic priority on teach. The committee knows that the Life as a Demand project, referred to as acutely ill mental health users, is still ongoing. However, the office highlighted that it is working towards phasing out this project. Most of the claims have been paid. However, delays were encountered in processing all payments due to the obligation to adhere to the High Court and master of the High Court processes. Close working relationship between the Office of the Premier and the master of the High Court are underway to find solution for compliance on the inquest matter. As Life as Demand inquest is close to completion, a total of 36 witnesses have already testified, with one left who was scheduled to testify today. The total amount paid towards Life as Demand claims as of 31st of March 2023 was 414.4 million rands, inclusive of claims from the arbitration. It is noted that government is consulting families and legal representatives who represented families during the Life as Demand arbitration proceedings with regards to the order to construct a monument. The issue at hand is that of family representatives requiring a living monument and not a stone, while the arbitration award has not ordered a living monument. The committee knows that government will be discussing this aspect as per the order of the arbitration award in line with the availability of resources. The committee knows further that There are several projects in the Inclusive Economies Research Program to address various aspects of the township economy that are in the framing stages. Some of these projects include a research project that GCRO is undertaking in collaboration with DED and co-producing outputs related to township economy issues titled Township Economy in the GCR, which will be unfolded in 2 years in 2 parts. The first part unpacks various revitalization programs in the province and ways of addressing challenges identified. This project is at an advanced stage and will culminate in the publication of occasional paper during the 2023-2024 financial year. The second part of the project investigates various ways of intervening in townships to revitalize the economy, focusing on 3 main aspects, namely infrastructure, regulation, and entrepreneurship programs. In terms of projects that cut across various departments, clear lines of performance reporting and accountability should be outlined. In this regard, the committee is interested to know which department between DED and Office of the Premier will be accounting on delivery of outcomes of the project. Since 4 million rands is transferred to GCRO through the Office of the Premier each year of the MTEF to the DED to fund research. On findings, Madam Chair, the committee is concerned about radical steps that have been taken by the Budget Committee to reprioritize 33 million rands from goods and services by scaling down various projects to ensure that all service delivery projects outlined in APP are aligned to the priorities of the province to ensure that departmental performance indicators and outputs are properly funded. How is the Office of the Premier envisaging to achieve the outcomes of projects that experience scaling down of funds to avoid leaving projects unfinished and with no impact made on service delivery? The lack of detailed information on the existing socio-economic and governance programs earmarked to ensure the inclusion of military veterans into the mainstream economy, where 1.1 million rands has been budgeted to intensify the military veterans. On recommendations, quickly, Madam Speaker, I'm running out of time. The Premier should, by no later than the 31st of July, provide a report on measures put in place to avert ramification resulting from scaling down various projects and reprioritizing 33 million from goods and services to ensure that all service delivery projects outlined in APP are aligned to the priorities of the province to ensure that the departmental performance indicators and output are properly funded. The Premier should provide detailed information on the existing socio-economic and governance programs earmarked to ensure the inclusion of military veterans into the mainstream economy, where 1.3 million rands has been budgeted to intensify the military veterans program. As I conclude, Madam Speaker, there is no findings that have implication on lawmaking or policy development during this period. I want to quickly move to adoption, Madam Chair of Committees. In accordance with Rule 164 of the Standing Rules of the GPL, the committee hereby presents a report to the House for adoption. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Malema. You really tried your best to make sure that you cover everything in that report. Doesn't make sense that the Premier and the Speaker have 30 minutes to present their reports, and the Chair of the committee is actually given 10 minutes. I hope that will actually be looked at. Thank you very much. Sir, any seconder?
I ask to second, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Msimang. I now put the question. All those in favor say yes. Yes. All those not in favor say no. The yes have it. The report is adopted. Secretary, please call the next order.
Budget speech and debate on the detail of the Office of the Premier, Budget Vote 01 of the Gauteng Provincial Appropriation Bill, G001-2023 for financial year 2023-2024.
Okay, thank you very much. Please remember the apology of the Premier that he is in Tshwane addressing the issue of the cholera outbreak. Premier, I hope that you are now connected. Please present your budget speech.
Thank you so much, Chair of Chairs. I hope I'm audible. Am I audible, Chair of Chairs? Am I audible, Chair of Chairs?
We can hear you, Honourable Speaker, Premier.
Oh, thank you so much, Chair of Chairs. Let me take this opportunity to acknowledge the presence of Madam Speaker, Linton Ntombi Mekwe. Let me also acknowledge Deputy Speaker, Nomvoyo Mhlakasa Mandamela, the Chief Whip of the governing party, Honourable Lesego Makubela, the Chair of Chairs, Deputy Chair of Chairs, members of the Executive Council, leaders of political parties represented in the legislature, honorable members of the Gauteng legislature, compatriots and fellow residents of our beautiful province of Gauteng. We come to you this afternoon limping, sad, and disappointed with what has just happened in Tshwane Hammanskraal with matters related to cholera. It's indeed sad to note that by end of business today, almost 16 people lost their lives. These are lives that we could have saved, and these are lives that would have not been allowed to leave this world if all of us, as all forms of government, were doing their work. As we've indicated, Chair of Chairs, currently visiting Hammanskraal, I visited the hospital and met those that are patients at Jubilee Hospital, and later on visited families of the deceased. And there's one common message across all these families: why this matter of water is not resolved. They're asking us as government, we have been aware about this problem for so long, and why is it that is still not resolved? I've assured these families, Deputy Chair of Chairs, that we'll do everything within our powers to resolve this matter. We'll convene an urgent matters with national government and further convene an urgent meeting with the city of Tshwane, that all of us collectively can start the process of resolving this matter. It will assist no one to point fingers. It will assist no one to score cheap political points when people are perishing. I further assured the MEC and the hospital, Jubilee Hospital, that will leave no stone unturned to unleash all the resources that the state can offer to ensure that those that are in hospital are cared, supported, and given the necessary medication so that they don't add to this long list of those that have passed on. I also assured the families of those that have passed on that this government will not fold their arms but will play a constructive role in supporting them during this difficult period. Chair of Chair, I also want to take this opportunity to thank members of this House who came in their numbers to bid farewell for a committed member of this legislature, Honorable Member John Peace. Their presence indeed consoled us, supported us, and it is also appreciated by the MPC family. This morning, Chair of Chairs, we formally introduced Mr. Edward Musue as the new Director General for the Gauteng Province. Mr. Musue, who was previously the HOD for the Gauteng Department of Education, is an experienced administrator that we believe will assist us in channeling and directing the entire GPG towards what we have termed Growing Gauteng Together 2030. Brought this person of impeccable credentials, a person that understands the need to grow Gauteng, but most importantly, a person that has been within the leadership of departments in our province for quite some time. I believe his presence will strengthen the administrative machinery of our province, but will also strengthen the relationship between the office of the DG and the HODs. This year's budget vote for the office of the Premier is taking place during what is designated as an Africa Month, and 2 days before the continent-wide celebration of Africa Day on the 25th of May. This year marks the 60th anniversary of the founding of the OAU, a seminal event in Africa's history. Symbolically and practically, Africa Day is synonymous with continental unity and progress. We therefore join all other countries across the continent who will be celebrating this important day. We'll also celebrate this day as an affirmation of our connectivity and our connectedness with the continent. It has been a distinct honor to serve the people of Gauteng over the last 7 months as the Premier of this province. The vision of the Office of the Premier illustrates the Gauteng of our dreams, the Gauteng we all want, and the Gauteng that wants to live for our children. The mandate of the Office of the Premier during the 6th administration is informed by Growing Gauteng Together 2030 plan, relevant legislation and policies, as well as the decisions that we have taken to elevate certain priorities in our province. In this regard, the role of the Office of the Premier in relation to the medium-term strategic framework priorities is twofold. One, to lead the alignment, implementation, monitoring, and evaluation of the 7 priorities of the medium-term strategic framework and Growing Gauteng Together 2030 plan. 2, to lead the delivery of specific medium-term strategic framework and GG 2030 priorities and its outcome. In assuming office, thereof chair, we pronounce key areas which we have identified as elevated priorities for the remainder of this 6th administration term. We announced the 5 elevated priorities which will take our province to the end of the term. We did this while committing that GGT 2030 will remain the blueprint of this administration. These elevated priorities included economic recovery and acceleration so that all the challenges that we had before COVID can be rectified and we can restore the economy of our province to pre-COVID targets. We committed ourselves to fight crime, vandalism and lawlessness, as well as corruption, to ensure that our province is clean, but most importantly, we can attract new investment because our citizens will feel safe. 3, committed ourselves to improve the living condition of our communities in the townships, formal settlements, and hostels. 4, committed ourselves to strengthen the capacity of the state and also to invest in the communication machine. For this purpose, we want to give a preliminary update of the work that we've done in these particular sectors that we've just identified. I want to start with the issue of crime. Chair of Chair. We committed ourselves to fight crime and to ensure that those that are committing crime must feel our presence. When we make this statement during the State of the Province address, those that didn't understand our vision claimed that we're not only dreaming, but all these things that we announced about fighting crime was a pie in the sky and that are not going to be achieved. I want to give you feedback, Chair of Chairs, of what we've done thus far. During the State of the Province address, we committed to recruit 6,000 young people who will be at the forefront of fighting crime and be a force multiplier with the police and all law enforcement agencies. When we made an advertisement for this particular post, we received almost 21,000 applications from young people that were ready to serve their province and serve their country. We are proud to announce that we have now finally unleashed 4,000 young people that have been deployed to all our townships, informal settlement and hostels, and they've been well received by our communities and are doing an excellent job in pushing back the frontiers of crime. We are excited that these young people are already committed to deal with crime and they have been applauded in various communities as people that are starting to resolve all challenges of crime in our communities. The remaining 2,000 will hit the streets before the end of June so that we can have the full complement. So it's to go for special training in anti-land invasion so that they can be in a position to assist us when there is land invasion. The other unit is working on crowd control, but if there are disputes, they can be in a position to protect our communities. We've also put additional team so that it can be deployed in areas where the provincial government feel that we need additional manpower to resolve problems in our community. So we are proud that within 3 months after we've made this announcement, we can introduce this new force of young and committed people to fight crime in our communities. In the same state of the province address, we indicated our willingness to ensure that the police get the necessary vehicles so that they can fight crime without any limitation. We are proud thus far, giving the South African Police Force almost 75 new cars. This consists of police cars, mobile police station, police vans, highway patrols, and cars that can be utilized to fight crime in our province. We are further pleased in the state of the province address to committed ourselves to release 400 cars by the end of this financial year. To date, 200 new cars have been given to our wardens, with 200 additional cars ready to be released so that they can be utilized by our wardens. Committed that will ensure that we release what we said at that time, it's e-panic button. When we spoke about the e-panic button, others in this particular house indicated that this was a far-fetched dream. We are proud to report that the e-panic button is now operational. We are starting the first phase with the staff of GPG, and then the second phase will incorporate members of our society in Gauteng. These panic buttons will be utilized and will have people responding to these panic buttons. The number of people that will respond to these panic buttons starts from the South African Police, the Gauteng Police, the peace wardens, private security firms, and all law enforcement agencies that are coming from our local authorities. We further made a commitment during the State of the Province address that will ensure that each and every inch of Gauteng will have a CCTV that can recognize faces and can be linked to all databases of government so that we can identify those that are committing crime in our province. We are proud that from the 1st of June, we'll start to release these CCTVs across all our communities. We are now connecting CCTVs in major strategic areas at the entrances of our townships, as well as areas that are identified by police as problematic areas. This will assist us to eliminate crime in these communities. We further made a commitment to ensure that we'll acquire drones so that areas that could not be policed because of difficult transport or difficult roads and difficulties of transport to enter those areas, that these areas will also be policed. We are proud that these drones have been procured and there is a process to get additional drones so that each and every community in our province can be policed. We made a firm commitment that we are intending to buy 2 helicopters to supplement the work of the police, and I'm proud to report to this house 2 helicopters have already been delivered and already been used by the police. We also made a huge commitment that will establish an integrated command center that will serve as a nerve center of responding to either crime incidents, but also to incidents of nature that need our immediate response. We are proud that the integrated command center has been procured and it will be made available to us so that it can be an integrated center that can watch CCTVs, but can respond to panic buttons, and it can also be utilized when we have a crisis within our province. So we're excited that the commitment that we made in fighting crime are now yielding dividends. We've got our wardens, we're about to release the CCTVs, we also have our panic buttons, we now have helicopters, and we've got wardens that are equipped with the necessary training, as well as the cars that they are utilizing to police our areas. And we've already equipped the South African police with the necessary motor vehicles so that the issue of crime can be taken serious and can be fought. We are also proud that as part of our commitment to improve townships, informal settlement, and hostels, we've made huge investment in these communities. Starting with hostels, 6 of our hostels are now fully connected to the internet. Residents of these hostels are no longer struggling to get connectivity or speak to their families outside our province. They are fully connected to the internet, and they are now getting electricity, and their hostels are cleaned almost daily. And now we've got mobile clinics that visit these hostels and provide medical assistance through permanent doctors and nurses in these communities. This is a support that was unthinkable 3 months ago. We want to also indicate that we are providing all the necessary support outside the 6 hostels that we identified during the State of the Province address. We are now moving to clear informal settlements that were identified as areas that need our immediate intervention. We are starting a process of acquiring, we are concluding a process where we've acquired land, and we are now in the middle of ensuring that the park services are installed so that we can hand over these stands to our people, and thus starting a process of eliminating informal settlement in our communities. We are also in the middle of distributing title deeds so that our people can get the houses that they occupy so that their dignity can be restored. In terms of the capacity of the state, Chair, we're excited that we are now finalizing a call for proposals that will allow us to receive proposals of getting electricity so that we can deal with the demon of load shedding in our province. We are at the tail end of appointing 6 independent power producers that will build a solar farm that will assist us to ensure that we get 800 megawatts as pronounced during the State of the Province address. We are also at an advanced stage to have a state bank that will be responsible for providing the necessary support to our communities. As we have committed earlier on, the pharmaceutical company that we committed to establish is now at an advanced stage with the necessary guidance and support from Treasury. In all these particular things, we've achieved them within the target dates that we committed ourselves as we tabled the State of the Province address. So, Chair of Chairs, the Gauteng provincial government remains steadfast in its commitment to the elimination of corruption as a matter of top priority. Continue to focus on building ethical governance and eliminating corrupt practices and the culture of corruption generally. We've released all the reports that the SIU has investigated and are taking disciplinary steps in dealing with corruption in centers that have become a shame for our province, in particular Tembisa Hospital and other areas where we believe or we have identified acts of corruption. We remain committed to uproot corruption within the mandate of our government. We want to thank all those that are serving within this committee, Ethics Committee, that it's led by the former AG, Dr. Nombembe, and is supported by the Public Protector Office, SIU, and many other law enforcement agencies that continue to provide support and guidance on this matter. We are further aiming to eliminate corruption from the public service by aggressively implementing the Gauteng Anti-Corruption Strategy overseen by the Premier's Ethics Advisory Council. We have taken a decision that all staff members that are working within the SCM must go through a full lifestyle audit. We have also mandated the Department of Treasury to ensure that all people that have been working within SCM for the last 4 years without applying for upper post or requesting to be appointed in upper post, all those particular people must be vetted so that their interest can be identified. This will be carried out across all departments and agencies within the Gauteng provincial government. So, Chair of Chair, we are building an efficient and smart systems. We're building processes and points of access that provide seamless integrated services across the province, with the government functioning as one. Amongst others, this approach helps us institutionalize issues like Interesano to ensure that government works within our communities and can also receive immediate feedback from our community. As we conclude, Chair of Chair, we speak without fear of contradiction when I state that the implementation of GGT 2030 is firmly on track. The implementation of the State of the Province commitment is also on track, as we have alluded of what we have done thus far within the shortest possible time. On a broader scale, our focus is centered on the vision of transforming, modernizing, and reindustrializing the Gauteng city region. We are on track to meet our strategic goals as set out in our development vision, which in letter and spirit is consistent with our continent's Agenda 2063. Despite disruptive contingencies beyond our control, which strike us now and again within the broader geopolitics, we are proud that we are on track and we remain firmly on track to advance towards our key goals and the commitments that we have stated during the State of the Province address. I would like to take this opportunity to thank all the MECs who have demonstrated the capabilities, the skill and talent to implement our commitment, and also thank the Director General, the special advisors, and senior management team and staff in the Office of the Premier for the exciting way that delivering the targets that we have set out. I also want to thank the ruling party, the African National Congress caucus, who have deployed me and assigned me this huge responsibility to make the decisions that we are making to ensure that our people are indeed serviced and given the necessary support. As we continue to do our work, we do so because of the support of the committees in the legislature, especially the OPPOL committee and the chair, and members of this particular legislature for their continued support and guidance in raising questions in this legislature. I want to take this opportunity to thank all of you. Thank you so much, Chair of Chairs.
Thank you very much, Honorable Premier Lesufi. We now call Honorable Nsimang to also participate in the debate.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and to Honorable Premier and members of the legislature and the public of Gauteng at large. Good afternoon. Madam Chair, it will be amiss if I don't start by addressing something that is of a concern to me. We spend millions of rands, and you are given a headache. You are given a headache of always having to sign off on international tours to go and study. Yet in this house today, we are told we are not going to learn from another government. We are not going to be told, and we are being booed when we say another sphere of government here in South Africa is looking at doing things very, very differently. For me, that is very much problematic. And this is something that I think we need to then start asking. Are we doing these international tours because we want to go and learn something and come and implement, or are we doing that because we get the SMTs when we go on international trips? And you know, the comments that we've had here suggest the latter here. Let me also indicate, Madam Chair, that you know, somebody said, "Don't tell me what your values are. Show me your budget, and I'll tell you what your values are." Now, Premier, a number of things have been said today earlier on, and you have said a number of things. One of the things that for me is of greater importance is the ability of this government at a provincial level to not only say it is not our responsibility to find ways of generating electricity, but to also work hard with the private sector to make sure that we're able to then generate electricity, because all these other plans that you have, if we are not able to then generate electricity for the residents of Gauteng, we will end up failing. Whether you're talking job creation, whether you're talking safety and security, whether you are talking development, we will indeed fail. And I'm glad that you're beginning to then mention some of the initiatives that you will be embarking on. A little bit too late, because right now in the Western Cape, they're already talking about 200 megawatts of electricity that they're already putting in the pipeline. They're already now isolating small municipalities, those that are able to then require only 30 megawatts or less. They're already beginning to then get plans to isolate those municipalities. And this is why, Madam Chair of Chairs, at this point in time, when the rest of South Africa is at a certain level of load shedding, you find that Western Cape is actually two levels down. So these are things that we should be learning. Not because the Western Cape is perfect, but if there's something that is being done better somewhere, let's learn. Let's learn from that and be able to then implement where we are. Another thing that I think is a problem, we're talking about employment, and when we're talking about this TISH issue, and we have said that until such time as we're able to then isolate certain industrial areas, we're able to isolate certain areas where the electricity that is needed in those particular areas. If we're not going to begin to then isolate those, we are going to be bleeding jobs more and more. I know now of a number of companies that are saying they are ready to start closing down. These are companies that are employing hundreds of our people. So this cancels anything and everything that now the Premier is trying to do. The Premier is now giving 6,000 temporary jobs. It's one thing, it's welcomed. But at the same time, we are losing hundreds and thousands of permanent jobs because we are not able to then start insulating and isolating where there is a problem. This is something that we now need to look at and make sure that we're able to then start addressing. So I want to then also say that, the former executive at Eskom, Alois Lester, tells us that we are now already at 60% of load shedding that was experienced in 2022. So if this is the case and we're not even in winter, what is going to happen in the winter months? What is going to happen to the rest of the year? So one of the things that needs to happen, Madam Chair and to Premier, we need to also start talking about what happens when we go to higher stages. What happens? God forbid. What happens should we have a total blackout in Gauteng? Are we going to be able to restart the capacity here in Gauteng? It's one of those things that I have been asking. And I've said to the Premier, one of the things that needs to happen here in this province is that we need to have a disaster management. Because I can tell you right now, we have been given a scenario of what happens if we were to be without electricity for about 3 days to about a week. First of all, you are not going to be able to have your cell phone working. The second part is that the banks are not, because most of the nerve centers of the banks is lying here in Gauteng. Most of the banks will then not be able to then operate. That becomes a case. You can go to the garage and try to then fill up. They will not be able to then take your card because they will not have communication access. They will not be able to then give you the electricity even if you have a generator at home. They will not be able to then sell you the diesel or the petrol that you need. You will not be able to walk into a shop and be able to use your card to then buy whatever groceries that you might need. That is a problem that we need to then gather around and say, what is the disaster management plan or program that we need to be putting in place if, and God forbid, this should happen? The South African Police Service is not going to be operational. As it is right now, Bekele is telling us that 7,000 of the 10,111 calls are actually being dropped. And 62% of those are actually happening here in Gauteng. And it's all because of connectivity problems that we are experiencing. So you would see that all aspects, should the disaster strike, we are going to be sitting with a major problem. And I think, Premier, all the plans are grand, but until we address the most basics, we are going to find ourselves in some serious problems going forward. Madam Chair of Chairs, we've been told that the budget this year is at 886.1 million rand for the 23-24 financial year. This will also include, or this will also have an additional 174.4 million rand in this financial year, which will also include, get this, 142.7 million for the rebranding of government in Gauteng. So we know what this is. Rebranding of government in Gauteng in election year, you're spending 142 million. And then immediately after the election year, it goes then back to normal. This is very much suspicious. And this is, again, begs the question, why are we now rebranding? What have we been doing all these years? Why haven't we spent this money to the rebrand government if there was a need? If we had been actually delivering and servicing the people, there wouldn't be a need to rebrand. The job would be speaking on its own. You wouldn't be needing over 140 million rand to then communicate what you have been doing. We are taking money that is supposed to be going to the townships, informal settlements, and hostels. We are hearing the Premier now telling us that the hostels are actually now being upgraded. Somebody sitting in a hostel that doesn't flush, that has sewer running over it. The only consolidation that they're getting is that they have an internet connectivity coming from government. This is not something to be proud of. Go and visit some of the hostels. It's getting into winter now. Windows are not there in some of the hostels. Some of the roofs are actually then falling apart in some of the hostels. Security is an issue at some of these hostels. Yet at the same time, we are told that there's an upgrade that is taking place and people should be happy that things are happening. Earlier on, I asked questions, and I was deliberate about asking these questions about the township economy and how we're tracking the money that we're spending. Harambee has spent over 766 million rand since 2017 up to date. If you ask how much did we get out of the Harambee initiative that we spent, you find that very little has been received in terms of the benefits and the impact that was had. And this is why I've said time and time again, Madam Chair, we can go and say we're spending money, but what is the impact of the money that we're spending there? Is it felt by the communities? Is Ukoko feeling that? Is Abuti Thabo, who is trying to get a business going on the township, really feeling the 766 million rand that we have spent up to date? And already now there's 144 million rand that is supposed to be spent again as we wrap up Harambee. And this is why I asked the question, how much are we paying this company or this entity? What did we get out of this entity? Was it really worth the money that is being spent? And I know now that Lesufi wants to then divert and start another initiative called, I think the SA Youth something that is now being called. We want to then caution that we're not going to have a Harambee 2.0, where again, something that didn't work is put aside and then we are now going to bring in something new and do the same thing again. Because the people of Gauteng, especially the young people, are growing more and more impatient by the day. They are not going to tolerate a government that is spending money but is not delivering, or actually the expenditure doesn't impact them. I want to also then tell you, Madam Chair of Chairs, that part of growing the economy and making sure that things do work is to also have an infrastructure master plan. And I've been hammering on this point about the infrastructure master plan. And we were told that there's an existence of an infrastructure management master plan. I can tell you right now, I can give you the questions that I sent to MEC Maile and the answers that we got. Gauteng doesn't have an integrated master plan. It doesn't have an integrated master plan. We are now responding to issues that are all over. If there are people that are going to say we want a school there, we rush and we implement, we build a school. If there are people who are saying we want a clinic there, we then rush and we then go and build or upgrade a clinic there. But what we haven't done is to then say, what is our backlog? What is it that is going to take for us to get rid of this backlog? And how are we going to then address the 15, 20-year future plan that we have? To me, that is how you then address the master plan. And this is something, according to the answers that I got, and I can share this with the House from the office of the MEC, there is no such a plan. They don't even know what is, the 15-year projection in terms of what they're going to spend and what is it that they're going to be spending on. That, for me, you can talk about all these plans, but until you address these issues, we are not going to be going anywhere, Madam Chair. I want to then say to Ntate Lesufi, part of the problem that we're sitting with is that there are all these grand plans that are being announced, and now we're hearing of a state-owned bank. And I'm asking myself, where's the money for the state bank coming from that is going to be funding these projects that are coming up? Gauteng doesn't have any new money. I've said this when we were dealing with the issue of the e-tolls. To say Gauteng doesn't have any new money, it means that you're going to take money from somewhere else. It's either we're going to build less houses, less clinics, less hospitals in order to fund then the e-tolls. Now we are being told there is now an element of the banks that is now being introduced. Where is money going to be coming for that? Where is money going to be coming for the pharmaceuticals to also now get operating? Once we get to knowing where the answers to these questions are, perhaps we'll be convinced that we are on the right track. I want to also say to you that corruption still continues to be a major issue. And instead of answering the questions that have been asked even in the office of the Premier in terms of how we deal with these issues and how we can play an oversight, we have always been told that issues are sub judice. And it looks like this is the term that everybody wants to run behind, to then say matters are sub judice, instead of then saying, here is where we are with certain issues. These are the people that have been implicated, and this is what we are doing. One of the questions that we have asked is to then get a report on the decisions that had been taken in terms of the Anglo-Ashanti. We are waiting still on that particular issue. We are in fact now being told now this report cannot be made public. We want to know who were part of the people that took the decision to invest 500 million in that hospital that nobody gained anything out of in the people of for the people of Gauteng. These are some of the things that makes us doubt the commitment by Ntate Lesufi to then say he's serious about fighting crime and corruption in Gauteng when we are not seeing real results beginning to then take place. We want to see some real results taking place, and then perhaps we will believe in what he's saying. But so far, we haven't really been convinced that we are on the right track. Let me also say, Madam Chair, that we've been told now that 328 million rand is actually being budgeted for the policy and governance. And of that, we are going to get 174.9 million rand. That is going to go towards research. 174.9 that is going towards research. The question is, what research if we are already talking about winding down part of the Harambe, part of the Tshepo 1 million, and 174 million rand is going to go towards that Tshepo 1 million Harambe project? We need to get answers into that as to what is really happening there. And I'm hoping that the Premier will come and respond to that, and we will need to make sure that from the OCPOL position, from all the departments, we begin to play a bigger oversight role, because I can tell you, colleagues, this is going to be an election year that the governing party know that they're already on the back foot. Every little cent we need to gather. We need to guard and make sure that money is not spent and money is not siphoned towards the coffers of electioneering and towards ensuring that the governing party is actually then using state funds for its own political expedition. So I want to then conclude by saying to you, Madam Chair, all the plans that the Premier spoke about, all the budgets that the Premier has spoken about, are things that we need to ask ourselves, are they really talking to the transformation of the lives of our poor people, the destitute, those that had been forgotten? Or is it now just an election ploy as we go towards 2024 elections? Thus, the question that the people of Gauteng must look at this budget and then begin to then answer. But we will meet on the ground, we will go on the ground and debate this, and we'll make sure that we play an oversight role in terms of what has been presented here today. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Simang. I now call Member Mokwebo, who will actually debate on behalf of Member Makwala. Member Mokwebo.
Thank you. We are being managed somewhere because we can't even put this thing on and off. I'm sure there is arrangements here. Chair of Chairs, we come even today as the EFF caucus to highlight this province with the populist stance of our Premier, the Premier who's called now on the ground, Barakimestema 6,000. Because one asks a question to say, these 6,000 people you are busy hiring in our province, we agree with other people to say it's an electioneering mode, because we are members of this legislature. We don't even know where the advertisements were done and where budget was taken from, because we never adjusted any budget in this city. So when you reply to us after we debate, you can even highlight those spaces. But, Premier, it's an embarrassment because you just went to Hammanskraal now, after our people are dying very painfully, and you know you have been in this system of government for long. We are still waiting to hear what you are going to say. But your office, it underspends on the budget we give them. You can check on program 1 and 2, you spend only 76%. And then in program 3, you overspend by 14%. Worse embarrassment, which you are continuing to do. Someone who doesn't know will think that you are a good premier for this province. You know to launch projects. I served with you when I was in the education committee. You know to launch projects, but you don't know how to sustain them. We still have got to see, because when you went to Mamelodi, there were COVID staff people who their contract were terminated and they were looking for your head. Health workers in this province from Tshwane, they are still saying our contract were terminated without knowing what's happening. Security guards in the health department terminated without knowing what happened to them. You know how to start, but you don't know how to finish. But all these people, when they're having problems, they come to their only organization, which is the EFF. We'll continue to rally them and expose your weakness because you don't have solutions to our people. There is no land invasion in this province. There is land expropriation. We'll continue to expropriate land for our people because you as a government, you can't give them land which they want to use for food produce, for residential purposes. You can't even within your departments, to create the playing field because we are failing even in that department. Actually, your executive is failing this province, Premier. You need to do something, but our people, they will do in 2024 when they will usher a government of economic emancipation movement. Because it's only the EFF we can lead this province. We are seeing you following our campaign of Andries Tatane here in this province. You are saying you took another 6,000 Green Army. The issue took them, but what is the end? The cleaning of our communities must be a voluntary process for all the public reps. We urge your caucus of the ANC in all municipalities where the EFF put motions which says let's all public reps go and clean our communities for free. They must not reject these motions, as they did in Ekurhuleni, supporting that we must not go and clean. We must take care of our people on our own and go and clean as public representatives. That shows that the love of our people. We still have got to see progress on that. But it's a concern which sometimes you can address in your province when you move forward. Let's see the people of life as Dimeni, the chapter being closed in this province. Because budget is allocated, but rightful owners or rightful people to get those services, they're not getting it. They're complaining to us. And we're asking ourselves to say, who's going to resolve this matter once and for all and it become closed? Because here people have died, and then there are people who are still struggling to get what they deserve to get as it has been recommended. The EFF won't support your budget in your office because you are failing to spend what we normally give you, and we can't even increase or reduce or become part of yourself. In those people you employed as wardens, we can tell you now, budget, where does it come from? Because you are not telling us where the budget comes from, but we know at the end of it, those people that are going to come to us and say, we are struggling, our contract are terminated. You start as the ANC government, you don't know how to finish it, and then people, they come back and cry. We reject this budget as the EFF caucus. Thank you very much.
Okay, Honorable Bloom.
Thank you, Madam Acting Speaker. I've been critical before in this House of the Monitoring and Evaluation Unit in the Premier's office. And a prime historical example of this is the failure in the Life of Sedimeni tragedy, in which 144 mental health patients died and others were abused in unsuitable NGOs. Now, I think it's very significant that the judicial inquest into these deaths is now calling former Premier David Makura to testify as he was implicated in evidence by former Health MEC Badani Mhlangu. There were many warning signs that the cancellation of the Sedimeni contract would be a disaster, but the Premier's office at that time failed to pick this up, even though there were court cases, demonstrations, questions in this House, and journalistic exposés, including carte blanche. Now, this contract was supposedly cancelled to save money, but 7 years later, the Premier's office is still budgeting compensation payments to the victims. And the latest total figure given by the Premier's office is 414 million rand, 414.4 million rand to be precise. Now, I think with other costs of the Judicial Commission and arbitration costs, it's probably about $500 million, just, really wasted money, blood money that we've had to pay because of this government's, tragedy in the life of Sedimeni money. But it reminds me of the $500 million wasted on Anglo-Ashanti, again, not Anglo-Ashanti Hospital, again not picked up by the Premier's office. So I'm raising this because officials are often blamed for the poor decisions of politicians. This is exactly what we're seeing at the Life of Sedimeni inquest. Now, we really nearly had a repeat of the Life of Sedimeni tragedy when the Department of Social Development cut 416 million rand in funding to non-profit organisations looking after the poor, the elderly, the disabled and needy children. This was because of a radical shift of money to the Honourable Premier's stated priorities of drug abuse and youth skills development. Now, it actually took about a month of public protests before the Honourable Premier reversed course, and he claimed it was all just a, quote, misunderstanding. Look, I think we should be grateful that he did reverse course, but it was surely something that could have been easily foreseen as much as the original Life of Sedimeni tragedy could have been foreseen. Now, I think that the biggest failure of the Premier's office over the years is with the Gauteng Health Department. It should surely be the highest priority of the Premier's office to fix this department and stop the constant stream of scandals that affects the treatment of sick people in our hospitals. Now, the former Premier appointed Dr. Nomondi Nolochungu as the head of the Gauteng Health Department in May last year. She received death threats in August, and the former Premier promised she would receive extra security and whistleblowers would also be protected. We all know what happened to Babita Deokaran, who was murdered after exposing massive corruption at the Tembisa Hospital. It turns out, however, that Dr. Nolochungu only got a driver, but no extra security. And I suspect she resigned recently because she feared for her health, for her life. She cited health reasons, but I think it was more mental health reasons because of the stress, and she wasn't being protected and she had threats against her. And you know what? Nobody else in this department is getting extra security either. And just as we heard earlier when in the questions time, I noted that the acting head of this department is now facing allegations of bribery by another whistleblower. So we should be grateful to whistleblowers to coming forward. What is the purpose of the Premier's office if it cannot intervene effectively to clean out corruption in the Gauteng Health Department? The least that can be done is to encourage and protect whistleblowers, but this isn't happening. You know, it seems that the Premier's real priorities lie elsewhere. We're 1 year away from elections, and suddenly the budget is increased by 143 million rand for what is called brand repositioning of the Gauteng provincial government. And it's a whole brand repositioning campaign. It lists advertising, billboards, venue hire. You know, I really have to ask, money is found for this, but NPOs were threatened with subsidy cuts. Now, the DA is not supporting this budget. This is because the Premier's office is ineffective in areas where it needs to be effective, like fixing up dysfunctional departments and rooting out rampant corruption. And the reality, of course, is that you wouldn't need to have to spend a huge amount on brand repositioning if you got this right. Thank you.
Honourable Malema, it's now your chance to participate in the debate.
Once more, Honourable Chair of Committees, allow me, in the interest of time, to say once again, all protocol observed. Honourable Chair of Chairs, when the ANC signed a social contract in 2019 with the people of Gauteng, which gave it a mandate to lead the Gauteng provincial government, we had our vision clearly illustrated in our manifesto. Our focus for the 6th term was and remains growing Gauteng together. In this effort, we are guided by 6 priorities, namely creating new and decent jobs, as we are currently doing. Le haba ka re bitsa ma 6,000, but we are busy implementing, creating new and decent jobs. Secondly, transforming the economy to serve all our people, ensuring universal access to quality health care, providing comprehensive social security, and building safer communities, fighting corruption and strengthening governance, uniting South Africans and embracing our diversity. What the ANC did not know at the time of accepting the mandate given to us by the people of Gauteng was that soon thereafter, the world will be engulfed by a deadly pandemic that will cost many lives, wipe out some families, destroy people's livelihoods, and destabilize the economy, that being COVID-19. Madam Chair of Chairs, speaking in Angola in 1977, President Oliver Tambo, the president of Africa's oldest liberation movement called the ANC, the African National Congress, said, and I quote, "Comrades, you might think that it is very difficult to wage a liberation struggle. Wait until you are in power. I might be dead by then. At that stage, you will realize that it is actually more difficult to keep the power than to wage a liberation war. People will be expecting a lot of services from you. You will have to satisfy the various demands of the masses of our people. In the process, be prepared to learn from other people's revolutions. Learn from the enemy also. The enemy is not necessarily doing everything wrongly. You may take his right tactics and use them to your advantage. At the same time, avoid repeating the enemy's mistakes," close quote. Honorable members, President O.R. Tambo was right. Our meeting today takes place at the time when the economy around the world is struggling. Minister Godongwana indicated in his budget speech early this year that our very own economy is facing significant risk and that uncertainty is on the rise. We are debating this budget vote at a time when unemployment is very high, youth unemployment particularly, is at an alarming high level. This happens amidst the rising cost of living and limited resources available at our disposal. People are looking up to us for solutions to their challenges. They are looking to us for answers. We are also debating this budget vote at a time when our country is calling for leaders of integrity, men and women who are selfless and who stand for the truth, even when it puts them out of favor and even when it threatens their own ambitions to prevail. We remain unshaken in our commitment of transforming the economy to serve all the people of our province. This is the reason why the ANC has put this commitment at the top of the agenda of this budget. Madam Chair of Chairs, against all odds, and for many years, the ANC-led government's Office of the Premier has undeniably demonstrated that it is capable of budgeting and aligning its budget to the needs of the people. The Office of the Premier has further proven beyond reasonable doubt that it can manage the public purse in line with statutory requirements and its mandate of being the center of government. This is evidenced by the Office of the Premier's record of obtaining clean audit outcomes for 8 years in successive years. Today, I'm standing here debating the Office of the Premier budget with confidence, not singing praises. I am not a praise singer, Madam Chair of Committees, but speaking the truth supported by facts. Allow me, Madam Chair of Committees, to illustrate that the ANC-led government Office of the Premier budget means to the people of this province. The Office of the Premier has allocated its budget to various programs, but I want to highlight just a few areas that indicate that the office has taken into cognizance the times within which we live and responded accordingly, because the ANC government is an activist government that is responsive to the needs of the people. It remains people's driven and people-centered government. Madam Chair of Committees, According to Statistics South Africa, a quarterly labor force survey, which was released last Tuesday, almost 250,000 young people lost their jobs in the first 3 months of 2023. This means that a total of 4.9 million young people were unemployed in the country during the said period. This was an increase of 1.1% compared with the previous quarter. The Premier, in his State of the Province address in February this year, committed the ANC-led provincial government to continue to place youth development at the center of its planning. As the ANC, we are pleased that the Premier was not paying lip service, and that in line with the integrated youth development strategy, the budget of the Office of the Premier speaks to youth empowerment. In particular, the ANC is pleased that the office will adopt measures to improve youth employment levels, including working with the Youth Employment Services initiatives through TSEPO 1 million. The ANC commends the Office of the Premier for ensuring that the plight of the youth of our country is prioritized and that solutions meant to resolve their challenges have found an expression in the budget. Madam Chair of Committees, in any struggling economy, women are the most affected. Statistics South Africa summarizes this by saying a woman is more likely to be without a job than a man. In the third quarter of 2021, the unemployment rate among women was at 37.3%, compared to a total unemployment rate of 32.9%. The budget of the Office of the Premier speaks to empowering and supporting women, people living with disabilities, senior citizens, military veterans, and the LGBTIQ community. What is undoubtedly clear to us as the ANC is that this budget is in line with the priorities identified by the Premier in his SOPA early this year. The synergy between the ANC manifesto, State of the Province address commitments and budget, and the synchronization between the Gauteng ANC-led government departments gives us comfort that the commitments made by the ANC will be realized. Madam Chair of Committees, I'm confidently standing here today to say this is a people's budget. This is informed by the dedication of the ANC-led government in prioritizing townships, informal settlements, and hostels. We have seen the work that is already taking place in different townships, informal settlement, and hostels around Gauteng. As the ANC, we believe that the budget we are debating here today will go a long way to accelerate service delivery accessibility to those in dire need of it. Honourable members of this August House, we will be in denial not to acknowledge that government cannot do everything at once. Society has competing needs and government has limited resources. Ours is to ensure that we prioritize, and the ANC-led government through the TEACH program is doing exactly that, prioritizing. Ours is not to claim easy victories, however, as eloquently put by the African proverb made popular by the Nigerian writer Chinua Achebe, and I quote, "Until lions have their historian, the tales of hunt will always glorify the hunter," close quote. For too long, the stories of the ANC-led government have been told from the perspective of our opponents, at most in deceiving ways that distorts facts and exaggerate shortcomings. There is no better time than now to tell our own stories as the ANC and the government we are leading. Madam Chair of Committees, the ANC applauds the unwavering commitment of the Office of the Premier to fight any form of corruption and develop an ethical public service. We are particularly pleased by the allocation of 6,143,000 to ethics and anti-corruption and 15,643,000 to provincial forensic services. The ANC welcomes the commitment to professionalize public sector. Supply chain is and can be the source of corruption in public and private sector, and has a potential of destroying all efforts of building ethical governance. As the ANC, we are pleased that the Office of the Premier is putting focus on expanding vetting and investigations beyond senior officials to focus on supply chain management officials. Any form of corruption is unacceptable, Madam Chair of Committees. The ANC supports the budget of the Office of the Premier. It is a people's budget. It addresses the very same issues that affect the people of Gauteng. As the ANC caucus, we will rally behind the office of the Premier as it seeks to continue to create a better life and growing Gauteng together with the citizens of this province, so we may all realize the Gauteng we want. We will do this within our responsibility of vicarious oversight. Madam Chair of Committees, in closing, the ANC echoes the assertion of the Premier when he delivered his State of the Province address, and he said, and I quote, our people are not difficult. They are just asking all of us gathered here to do one thing, and one thing only, to do our work. To do our work within budget, time without misusing public funds, close quote. I thank you, Madam Chair of Chairs.
Thank you very much, Honorable Malema. I'll now call upon the Honorable Premier to please respond to the debate.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Chair of Chairs. Let me take this opportunity to thank all members that were part of this particular debate. We should and honestly appreciate guidance, your counsel, and some of the areas that you have highlighted that need our immediate attention. It's just unfortunate that some of the guidance and advice, even if we are ready to take them, they are always spoiled by this thing of Western Cape, Western Cape, Western Cape. When you can't compare both at population level, budget level, the two provinces, Gauteng and Western Cape. And, we will take note, because I think there is a desire to convert Gauteng to the Western Cape, even though we all know that it's not practical. Let me thank Member Nsimang on the issue of electricity. We are committed to deal with this matter. And I want to assure you, on Monday, this Monday, the other Monday, a week or two, we are going to advertise for call from whomever has electricity that can assist us in Gauteng. We've not only set aside 1.2 billion, we've also advised MEC Mail to ensure that all government buildings and departments can migrate to solar immediately so that we can be in a position to protect what you say the doomsday, where the entire system can collapse. We differ with you with that analysis, and I think experts and professionals have all gone on record that day is not envisaged and it's not going to happen. But indeed, if it does happen, there must be a disaster management plan in place. But those that deal with the energy, those that are in the energy industry, have indicated that that anticipation is far-fetched and may not even be there. And that is why we also welcome, and I'm happy that you didn't even flag it in your speech. That is why we welcome the car power ship emergency electricity. As this government, we call for that car power ship to be connected immediately, but at the same time, to ensure that the environment is protected, that we must not neglect the environment and all the necessary requirements to protect our environment. But we are of the strong view, whatever it takes to have this emergency electricity connected to the grid, we must move with speed to do so. We also support the initiative from national government to also acquire additional electricity from our neighboring countries so that we can finally say load shedding is history in our province. But we're not only relying on national government. We're on record to say, even though we don't have enough legal leg room to deal with energy in terms of provincial government, but we'll do everything within our powers to work jointly with our local authorities and support it. The city of Johannesburg is cooperating appropriately, working with city power, but also making a follow-up with Kelvin Private Power Plant. We've entered into various discussions with them. Our technical teams have already met with them to ensure that this matter is attended and we can determine what kind of energy can be acquired from it. We're also willing, as we meet with local mayors tomorrow, to check what kind of support they need. We want that Rooiwal plant in Tshwane to be active. We also want additional funds that were decommissioned in Johannesburg to be active. We further want those plants that are in other municipalities to be brought back and to function. And we are prepared as this government to invest additional resources to ensure that we get additional power. So I can assure you, members, that we try everything within our powers as Gauteng to avoid what we call a complete blackout of electricity in our province. I'm saddened, Member Msimang, you serve in the committee and you know very well our budget, which is almost 144 million, to create jobs and give young people opportunities. And you are adding your voice to what Member Mukwebo says, that he was not aware about this budget of hiring 6,000 people. Which Member Mukwebo is understandable, is always absent in the House, doesn't attend committee meetings. So, but I don't think that it should be the same with you. The employment opportunities that we are creating for young people should be appreciated and should be utilized as an opportunity, as a closed gap. But it's not temporary. I can see Member Msimang says that it might not be long term, but at least these are genuine jobs. The issue of crime in our province can't be temporary. That is why our wardens, we want them to go a long road with us. The issue of cleaning our communities can't be temporary. And that is why we're working on a longer contract for those that are cleaning our townships. The issue of those that were training for solar panels can't be temporary when we have this challenge of load shedding. So we are creating these jobs on the basis that they are eliminating a certain social problem. We've already indicated that we are on the verge of unleashing another 6,000 young people that will assist us to ensure that potholes in our province are closed and the intersections in terms of traffic management flows during load shedding, and also that we cut grass that is growing either in our freeways or in our community. So the investment is going beyond that. But I'm worried as well, Member Msimang, that we are not quoting the figure that we've put in our APPs and documents in fighting crime and corruption. But we are making serious allegations that there is an urgent need for us to ensure that crime and corruption is defeated. And we've allocated appropriate resources. I mean, we've allocated close to 15 million for provincial forensic services so that this particular part can be attended and be resolved, not with an excuse of sub judice, but with a budget so that we can have forensic investigation when there is a need to do so. And you know the financial years of government. This is not a year of election. Our financial year ends March, and there will be another budget that takes us to elections. To say the rebranding, and I don't know why I'm calling the rebranding, because of the 5 priorities that we have committed and we have made them public, and the 5 we said, 1 is economic recovery, 2 is fighting corruption, crime, vandalism, and lawlessness. 3 is improving conditions in the township, informal settlements and hostels. 4 is the capacity of the state. And 5 is strengthening communication. It has been there, not a new thing. And therefore, the budget is meant to say, you have elected this government for 5 years. we need to communicate to you what this government has done for the last 5 years. It's only those that fear us putting what we have done to our communities in the last 5 years that will fear that you allocate a budget for communication so that people can be aware what this government has done. If you want to label that as electioneering, it's up to you. The political party that I belong to will have its own budget to explain its electioneering. This is government. You elect people for 5 years, you owe them the right to go back to them and say, the period that we've elected us, this is what we have done in terms of the Department of Health, Department of Sport, and all other government departments. So it's not a budget of the Premier's office, it's the budget of provincial government so that we can deal with the tasks that have been assigned to us. So it's not something that you should fear, but you will fear it because you have made people to believe that this government has done nothing. You have made people to believe that this government has been corrupt. They've never done anything. They've not built a road. They've not built a bridge. They've not built a clinic. They've not built a school. So when we put a budget to go and communicate what this government has done for the last 5 years, it's seen as a threat and it's seen as a misuse of funds. And we differ with you on that basis because we really believe each and every government that is worth its existence must interact and update its communities of what they've done in office. Whether the communities wants to vote us back, it's up to them, but we owe them an explanation on the work that we have done in the last 5 years. We are proud that no one cared and supported hostels. We're the first government to have a dedicated and targeted approach to hostels. And I meet in donors, I go to these hostels, they are welcoming our intervention. And when there is a problem in an area, that does not mean you can resolve it overnight. We have never said that there will be no hostel without a broken window, Member Msimang. There will be, because those windows were broken. But we have started a process to fix them. We have started a process to ensure that the dignity is restored to those people that are staying in hostels. They now have connectivity, and I'm glad you are not disputing that. We are now fixing the toilets. We are now fixing the electricity. We are now cleaning them. They now have ECD centers, something that was not there in the hostels. They now have areas where they can get privacy in terms of medical assistance. They now have full-time doctors that are taking care of them. They now have full-time nurses that are taking care of them. Something that was not there. So you can't discourage this kind of intervention on the basis that there is a window that is still broken. It will be there because these areas were neglected. And I'm glad that members, I mean, in this particular house, has reaffirmed that, hey, Kupi is a Goma hostel, we are Lungis, which is something that we committed we'll do, and we are doing that. Member Msimang will make an announcement about e-tolls. And I don't think that you should drag it on new money in terms of the bank. We have said it and I've answered the question to you. Gauteng, for example, they've got a Gauteng Partnership Fund, which is a fund that is assist people in their housing. The Department of Transport have what you call taxi fund. The Gauteng Enterprise Propeller have funds. The Gauteng Township Development or the Gauteng Economic Development Act indicate there is a budget that will be allocated. And we said all these budgets must be under one umbrella, hence our proposal of the Gauteng Developmental Bank. And that's what we are saying. So if you say there's no new money and therefore this thing can't be done, I think you are misplaced. Your argument is misplaced, sorry. Your argument is misplaced because we are consolidating all the financial funds that we have so that we can maximize our impact and we can benefit from the economic of scale. The same goes with the pharmacy, the pharmaceutical company. You are right, we are not establishing something. We are spending almost close to 3.5 billion, the highest on medical supply. And we are saying let's maximize this so that we eliminate third parties, we eliminate wastage, we eliminate theft, we eliminate wrong things, because this budget is there. It's just to establish an efficient institution that can have the necessary ICT, that can have the necessary infrastructure, and that can have the necessary systems that will ensure that we don't have wastage. If you can see the number of wastage, the amount of money wasted there, you will see the importance of why we've taken this decision to establish a pharmaceutical company of our institution. So we are going ahead with that arrangement because it's a very important arrangement that will assist us to resolve the challenges. We don't have to have any clinic saying it's running out of medication or any hospital that they are running out of medication. We need to ensure that we've got enough stock and we have stock that can respond to the medical needs of our citizens. And therefore, we are fine on that one. I don't want to belabor your point of infrastructure master plan. I think we've said it and we've emphasized that. The last time it was the road transport master plan. You emphasized that we made that information available. If you feel it's not there and needs to be there, we'll check with the relevant departments and attend to it. Unfortunately, Member Bloom, I'm not going to be trapped in history. It's quite clear that history is hurting you. What happened is hurting you because you keep on going backwards. You keep on going backward on life as demand, keep on going backwards of the failures of the health department. I want to move forward. And indeed, the issue of the acting HOD's reports in the media, it's something that I took up personally. And I've indicated that the SIU must conclude that report so that we don't deal with matters piecemeal. And I've asked the MEC to give me a report about this matter, and the MEC has given a report, and the MEC has given you its answer to your question this morning. But I can assure you, we are prepared and have prioritized the Department of Health so that we don't have problems. But if you're still trapped in the past of issues of the past, please don't count me. But if you are worried in strengthening monitoring and evaluation, we're indeed moving in that space to ensure that we've got proper systems in terms of monitoring and evaluation. Mweva Mkwevo, I can only quote a note, your rent. I don't think there is anything meaningful that you've said. If you don't know where we've budgeted to fight crime, when the budget speech was delivered in this house, I can't help it. If the budget speech indicated, in our budget speech, we indicated the jobs that we're going to create and the budget that we've given to our people, the budget that we're giving to our department so that they can create all these particular new jobs. Indeed, Member Malema, I think we have summed it up correctly. There are competing needs but limited budgets. And our work creating jobs, and our work ensuring that 6,000 every month young people are employed, are given opportunities, it will hurt those that thought that they want to take over this province through threats of 2024. They don't have plans, they don't have alternatives, they are just banking on this idea that people are angry and therefore they will come. And when we do something to demonstrate that this government is working, they're the first one to cry foul and make the necessary noise on all these issues that we are raising. Where we are taking the developmental agenda forward. Where we are, we link Limpopo and Gauteng with a train that this cabinet is approved so that we can ensure that our people get opportunities. Where we are, every month we create new opportunities so that our people are employed and they don't rely on handouts. Where we are on the developmental path, and this particular path will create opportunities for all. Thank you so much, Chair of Justice.
Thank you very much, Honorable Premier. That concludes the business of the day. The next sitting is on Thursday, the 25th of May, 2023 at exactly 10 o'clock. The House is now adjourned. Thank you very much, honorable members.
Thank you, Chair of Chairs.